not the only person. I don't understand that. I agree.
That's what I love about it. Right now, so tomorrow we highlight the great project. Okay? We highlight no matter how good their credit is. We're not saying you have money, but we are highlighting it because it falls in line with what my talent's asking in this article. She's asking people to do this. And then we interview them with questions like, how do you, what are you doing? There's over 100 commercial free stations waiting for you right now. Like 70 rock and so we interview projects, people we said no because they're cool questions. I'll show you our questions. Your free iHeartRadio app. And it's a great conversation for us.
Homes have experienced more
Because here's the thing, right? Community fits.
and more
I don't care
shower time
which one.
comfort.
You ship it. They got there because of community.
After
You
50
look
years
at
of offers, Mr.
Dogecoin,
Rooter
well,
Cleaning
that was
Service
Elon.
professionals are
But
equipped to handle
community
anything.
after. I
We're
mean,
your neighbor you can call
he started
anytime,
it, but
and we
community
do this
finished it,
because
right?
we've been here all along. Mr. Rooter Cleaning, a neighborly company. Visit MrRooter.com today. Hi, I'm Vanessa Bear, and this is my brother Jonah.
We're two siblings who love to talk about our childhood and nostalgia and how it shaped us into the people we are today.
We're absolutely thrilled that the third season of our podcast, How Did We Get Weird, is now out on where listening wherever you live.
Check out episodes we've done with Will Ferrell, Jenny Slate,
Weird Al Yankovic,
Jason Isbell,
Kenan Thompson,
the list goes on and on.
Steve Public Studio, and listen to How Did We Get Weird on Will Ferrell's Big Money Players Network on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Want to sell your valuable coins, high-end jewelry, collectibles, or fine art for more? Here's someone who will tell you why you should call tangible investments.
Hi, my name is Alex Eastburn, and I'm the founder of With This Ring.
With This Ring is Alex Charity.
About 11 years ago, I realized that the ring on my finger could literally save an entire village in Africa. So I donated that ring, and now we have rings coming in to our organization from women and men all over the world.
So who buys Ali's donated ring?
Tangible investments. Our ring donors send our rings directly to tangible investments, and they give us more money for those rings than anyone else ever has.
With Gold Out, Ali is changing the world.
That helps us do what we do best, which is drilling and water wells in Liberia.
Tangible investments owner Phil DeGenova has become America's top dealer in coins, precious metals, jewelry, and fine art. Still guarantees you'll get more.
Thanks so much, Phil, and tangible investments for all you've done for us.
Call now for a no-obligation free professional appraisal. 800-711-2800. 800-711-2800. 800-711-2800. Sometimes you don't realize something is bothering you
Until it's gone.
that's how you're going to feel.
After we work our magic at your house.
Oh, we are all artists, I think, in our
All
souls.
you have to do is call us. Visit 1-800-GotJobs.com.
Follow us on all these things at KFI.
So there's our promo for our debut tour.
Excellent. What time is it?
I don't know what's coming on. Later in the week.
Here today to talk about saving money.
But,
Talk about every single week
You
on the
might
show.
want to buy this if you'd like to invest.
I'm gonna be honest with you. I have absolutely no money for investing, so I do not. So if anything, I would just be a fan. I would potentially promote it, certainly.
Well, I tell you what, you promote it, I'll give you tokens. How's that? Because
Oh,
I give
all
away
day long,
tokens.
baby.
I give away tokens to people that help the community. So like the Raiders, that's what I like about, when we talk about, that's what I like about the Raid Sharks bot, is that it tracks how hard people are working. And you just hit the group stats, and at the end of the week, 1, 2, 3, get tokens, however much I want to give them at the moment.
That's baller.
My tokens, so just give them away.
I know
But if you're doing stuff to help us, man, hell yeah, dude, I'll give you tokens.
Sounds like a plan, Stan.
Different sort of workout. I mean, there's
Excellent.
which is
All right.
a little more mixed. Maybe more
Well, hey, do the same thing you did to me yesterday or today when you launched the YouTube tomorrow, and I'll join.
Some really heinous folks
Excellent.
Well, I
capitalizing
mean,
on
it's
this
recording,
phrase,
it's not live. So
trying
right
to
now we're
get
doing recorded
moms in particular.
webcast.
Oh, I see. Okay, so I don't have to be there at a certain time.
To open up one of these
And then today I did an interview with another token,
supposed to
which was
be
pretty
like,
good.
oh, it's a side hustle you
And
can do.
then,
You
you know,
got
eventually
family,
we're gonna,
well, great.
once
Well,
we
you
get
can
to
launch
10
this
million
gym on
market
the
cap,
side. All you
our
gotta do is
producer's
tap out
gonna
your
dox
401k,
himself, and you'll do
and
video.
YouTube
Why doesn't he
Rest of
just
that,
dox himself now and quit being such a vagina?
Cycle franchise,
you
or
know,
one of
there's a
these
lot of people that are
bars,
crazy.
pure bars.
Yeah, that's an excuse, and I don't mean that's actually. I take that back. I don't mean to offend anybody by saying that. I take that back. Not vaginas are actually some of the most strongest people on earth. What I'm trying to say is that why is he just trying to be a coward and just dox himself? Just get on the fucking internet and dox yourself.
It's all about recruiting more people to open up more locations.
Do something that somebody doesn't like.
The way the people who run the
No,
corporation-
I'm telling you right now, I'm on the internet with my driver's license, and I've been on the internet for 2 years now on camera 4 different ways.
what they want to do is
I mean,
encourage people
potentially,
in the
you and I
community
started this
to
as a
get
debate, and it became a very amicable
They
discussion.
think of this as a great way to have their
So
own
what I'm
small
trying to say
business,
is,
when really they're massively
if you aren't
overpaid,
doing anything
and
wrong, you
oftentimes
shouldn't
they
have
have to
any
their
worries
retirement
about
accounts
doxing
We're
yourself.
not doing anything wrong, that's true. But
No, not you, but the one person in particular. It's to say like, oh, I'll do it at 10 million.
I say this, I'm not doxing until 100 million because I want to be able to protect my family. I got kids, dude. I don't want weirdos coming up
That
here
is the kind of
looking
thing
for me
that
to
can
have a
happen
conversation
in this
and
country
then
still.
take my
The
kids.
people
I
who
mean, that's
work their
weird.
butts off, start their own thing.
Who do you know who does this? Who? I mean, people don't do that. I think that's an irrational fear that people, because they saw you on the internet, they go to your house and steal your children. That just doesn't happen. I've never heard. Wait.
Listen, I live next to houses that are in movies and shit, and there's some weird ass people that come up to these houses that are like,
I'm telling you, I am the world's best example of this. I am live on the internet on 4 different cameras. That's just on YouTube. I'm on Telegram. I'm right, exactly. My ID is out there, and I'm telling you, no one does anything to you.
no, you're pro docs, and he's anti, and I'm anti.
Wait, I used to be anti until I realized we're basically doxed anyway, so there's really no hiding it.
I mean, listen, if somebody's gonna come and get me, yeah, that's the way I look at it.
That's how I feel too.
But at the same time, it's like, it'd be nice if I wasn't at work and my family's at home and you come and get me and get my family. I mean, when you have children and stuff like that, it's a little different. That's the thing, you don't have children.
Yeah, exactly right. If I had kids, I couldn't do all this. So yeah, I understand. I do want to just go back and say, apologies for saying the thing about your friend being a vagina for not wanting to dox himself. I just, in my own opinion, it's kind of a thing. I shouldn't have used that term, but also I want to say that it's certainly to me a sign of cowardice of people who don't want to dox themselves.
Well, then you call me a coward.
No, I'm not. I understand your justification. You don't, because you have children. If you didn't have children, though, it would be a sign of some other cowardice. I
We have
understand.
to have at least enough money so we don't have to work all the time. We can protect ourselves.
I understand that. Do you have anyone in the project who is doxed?
I think so, actually.
So that I think would be an important aspect of any project. Is at least someone in the project is.
Well, we're a community. We came together with trust. Listen, this is the thing in the
It's likely going to be even harder
not the
to
only
make the
way that
numbers
you get
work,
trust
given
is
how
by
many of these
action.
competing chains and locations have
Right?
started up around
And
the
the
country.
people that have witnessed, that's the thing. So
Cash out the
it
retirement
starts
account
out
in order to
as
pull this off. It's a major
people
red
that come
flag.
together with an idea,
It's a
right?
major red flag. Somebody's getting
And then
rich
they do
at
it,
your
right?
expense.
And then one person tells another one
Oftentimes,
to come
the
help,
people
and they
who
help,
are
and we all started helping, right?
saying, "Oh, we're going to help you. We're going to help you find the
And then
customer
the
base.
next thing you
We're
know,
going to be there to support you
we're
every step of the
building,
way."
right? Like we're
It's all
doing
lip
things.
service. None of this
And
written
that's
down
that
in
list
ink.
of updates that
And
we've done.
that's how
2
these people
weeks
end
we've
up
done all these things
losing
together.
their life savings,
And
essentially,
we're
in
constantly
an
on
effort to build a
here,
business
constantly,
that
promoting ourselves, constantly rating.
on that note,
And,
I'm all about people starting their own
I understand what you're saying. Just in an ideal situation, you have a project that everyone's doxed, and then if anything goes wrong with it, you can go directly to that person and say, "Hey, I contacted you on Twitter. I contacted you on email. I contacted you via telephone. What's going on with this situation?" That's ideal.
Everybody knows everything about
Whether you're
us.
starting a service business where you
I mean,
live,
I'm
or
sitting
you're
here
opening
talking
up a brick
shit,
and mortar, whether it's an online business.
I'm saying let's say I give you $100,000 tomorrow for your coin. Okay, fine. If you're like, hey, we're all fine, we're all honest and things. Okay, that's fine. You run away with it. I don't have any control over you. When someone's doxxed, then people have control over them, and that's what people don't want to give. It's control. Exactly, but it's difficult for people to want to buy in to such a project. I know it's a balance.
We're not gonna impress everybody. Some people look at us in the community and want to but you know what does bring them in? The chart. And our chart's bullish. And everything's safe.
That's all that matters. At the end of the day, the proof is in the numbers.
Yeah, I just shared that with you.
I appreciate that. All right, you have a wonderful day. It was a pleasure speaking with you. I look forward to doing it again.
Thank you as always for listening. I really appreciate it. Feedback for next week. For more money saving information, you can always go to money.com.
You send it, I'll wear it. Absolutely. That mug? Absolutely. I'll put something else there. I'll send you my address right now. Excellent. Very well, my friend.
I'm Andrew Carapella, live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. More than 2 dozen people have been diagnosed with gastrointestinal illnesses, potentially due to eating raw oysters.
That's a beautiful thing.
And health officials say they're working with the state to investigate and verify the source.
Excellent. It was a pleasure, and I wish all debates were as amicable and smooth as this one. Pleasure to speak with you, and take care. Bye-bye.
An American Legion post in Pomona has been burglarized again.
Stay black, my friends.
These stole 9 World War II era rifles.
We discovered the entire place in shambles. A lot of our historical items were removed off the walls. Pictures were taken down, thrown on the ground. American flags that were being set to be retired. They were draped over the fences. They were draped over the doors, windows.
Javier Hinostroza is the commander of the post. He says the post has been broken into several times since it closed during the pandemic. It is unclear if all of the burglaries are connected. The LA Rams are opening the NFL playoffs on the road. The Rams will face the Detroit Lions at Ford Field in a wild card game today at 5. Rams quarterback Matthew Stafford is facing his former team, which is quarterbacked by ex-Rams signal caller Jared Goff. Los Angeles acquired Stafford in a trade for Goff before the 2021 season. 10 people who helped shape Orange County are the first to be inducted into the Orange County Hall of Fame.
The list includes Kobe Bryant, Tiger Woods, Righteous brother Bill Medley, and no doubt Gwen Stefani.
This is way cooler than I thought and way more emotional.
Stefani talked about growing up in Anaheim.
People came from all over the world to work here. It brought so much diversity, and that had such an impact on my style and my individuality.
How would you grow?
And creatively.
Walt Disney's granddaughter accepted his induction.
He was such a good man, and you think he is.
2 Olympians were also honored, Amanda Beard and Greg Louganis.
Orange County has been such an amazing place for me to grow up. It's a place of bliss and pain.
The rest of the inductees include developers Frank Dow, General William Lyon, and Henry Segerstrom. In Santa Ana, Corbin Carson, KFI News.
You too.
The price of gas continues to go down. The average price in LA County now at $4.63 a gallon.
Really?
Orange County's average price is now $4.52 a gallon.
Oh, Christ.
Federal prosecutors say they're seeking the death penalty against a white supremacist who killed 10 black people
What
at
do
a
they call it?
supermarket in
Supremacist,
Buffalo.
not supremacist.
New York doesn't have capital punishment, but the DOJ can ask for the death penalty in a separate federal hate crimes case.
When you have masses of people that are killed by a shooter, innocent people whose lives are snuffed out, I think the death penalty should apply.
Buffalo Mayor Byron Brown says he thinks the community will agree and support the decision. The shooter is already serving a life sentence with no chance of parole for the 2022 attack. The Iowa caucuses are now just hours away, with former President Trump holding a commanding lead ahead of Nikki Haley and Ron DeSantis. ABC's Rachel Scott says the campaign trail has been upended by a brutal blizzard. extreme cold and life-threatening weather.
Much of the focus in Iowa has been on the battle for second place. DeSantis has staked his entire campaign on this state, holding more events than Trump and Haley combined, pushing forward with his schedule this weekend when his rivals opted for virtual events.
Scott says Haley is getting a wave of new momentum, now edging out DeSantis in Iowa in the latest polls. Denmark officially has a king. Queen Margaret II gave up her role so her son could become king. The 83-year-old queen is the first Danish monarch to voluntarily give up the throne in nearly 900 years. Margaret signed her resignation during a meeting with the Danish cabinet at the Christiansborg Palace in Copenhagen. After signing it, she rose and gestured to her son to take her place, and she said, "God save the king," as she left the room. And the last surviving main cast member of The Honeymooners has died. Joyce Randolph played Trixie Norton in the 1950s TV sitcom classic. Randolph's acting career spanned more than 50 years. She died yesterday at her home in New York City. Randolph was 99.
There you go.
Right now, getting the KFI traffic, there's a crash popping up, 91 in Riverside.
It's going to be a little heavy there as you make your way on through the 91 stretch here westbound at Tyler to the center divider. Stop traffic from Van Buren. Now we've got stalled from Anaheim Hills on the 91 west at Lakeview. Crash to South LA on the 110 north at MLK. And big trouble to Santa Ana, 55 south at MacArthur. Crash there. Everything is blocked except the carpool lane. KFI in the sky helps get you there faster. I'm Mark Wheeler.
Lately, our homes have experienced more of us. More dishes, more flushes, and more shower time concerts. After 50 years of encores, Mr. Rooter Plumbing Service professionals are equipped to handle anything. We're your neighbor you can call anytime, and we'll be there because we've been here all along. Mr. Rooter Plumbing, a neighborly company. Visit MrRooter.com today.
Because no two people sleep the same. Only the Sleep Number Smart Bed lets you each choose your individual firmness and comfort, your Sleep Number setting. The Climate 360 Smart Bed is so smart, it actively cools or warms up to 13 degrees on either side for your ideal sleep temperature. The Queen Sleep Number C2 Smart Bed is now only $9.90. Plus, free home delivery when you add any base. Ends Monday. Price is higher in Alaska and Hawaii. To find a store near you, visit sleepnumber.com.
Listen on the free iHeartRadio app for all your music, sports, talk, and podcasts. Free never sounded so good. KFR AM 640.
Southline weather from KFI. It's going to be sunny the rest of your afternoon. Highs only getting into the low 60s at the beaches and inland for Metro LAOC. It'll be upper 50s to low 60s in the valleys and mid 60s for the Inland Empire. Highs in the 50s for the high desert areas. Lows tonight, 40s and 50s. Tomorrow for the holiday, MLK, we'll see highs, 60s. That's it across Southern California. Right now, Anaheim 62, Dana Point and Arcadia both 61, Whittier 60 degrees. We lead local. Live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom, I'm Andrew Caravella.
I feel pretty. KFI AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Tiffany Hawks here with you 2 to 4 today. And the crew is here. We have Richie in the studio.
Hey guys.
We have Raul on the board. And we have Andrew in the newsroom trying to make fetch happen on a Sunday at KFI.
Fetch will be a thing, or we will hear on the talkback button.
Absolutely. I hope it is. Please make fetch happen in honor of Mean Girls the musical.
Make fetch great again.
Make fetch. We need the hats. We need pink hats with make fetch great again.
Yeah.
Can you imagine? We're sitting on tens of hundreds of dollars and great ideas
Hey,
there.
Richie, I want my pink shirt back.
You'll never get it back.
Another line from the movie.
Another line from the movie. Well, today we have quite a few topics, and I'm sure by the end of the show we'll get into some Mean Girls hypothesizing, because a few of us, not myself unfortunately, but a few people will be going to see Mean Girls later on, and I'd love to pick brains about that at the end of the show. But before we get into all of that, we have quite a few wild topics today. Everything from your bottled water, which is trying to kill you, to your kombucha, which is trying to kill you, which Facebook will take over if, in fact, you do die and appoint someone to be the admin of your account. And then there's also tackle football on the story list today, youth tackle football specifically. So we'll be getting into all of that. And it is a jam-packed show. Again, I'm here with you until 4 o'clock, so make sure you listen. And also, if you're feeling inclined, send us some talkbacks on the KFI app. So again, KFI AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
I hate everyone on this fucking show.
First, let's get
With
into
Tiffany,
what's going
she's good. She got a good sense of music.
LAX.
She feels
Don't
pretty.
roll the clip just yet, Raul. I'm going to introduce it. So, LAX and other Southern California airports are dealing with quite a few revelations.
Did you want your box on the west side?
And there will be a clip from ABC7 that we'll get into that will illustrate more about this. But just to give you a heads up, people have lost their damn minds when it comes to travel. And when you think about it, since 2001, we've seen an uptick in a lot of strange behavior on planes, a lot of bizarre behavior in airports. And it really has come to a crescendo now in 2023 and now going into 2024. But last year in 2023, records were set all around the country, especially here at 5 Southern California airports when it comes to specifically bizarre behavior. So Raul, let's go ahead and get into clip number 1.
The TSA says it found a record-setting number of guns at airport security checkpoints in the last year. We're talking nearly 7,000. And they're actually showing us many of the items that they confiscated. The guns and other weapons were on display today at LAX. Officials say many of the firearms were found loaded.
Yeah, here locally, we discovered 145 firearms at 5 Southern California airports. And at LAX specifically, we discovered 81 firearms. Had a lot of travelers coming through here. You know, here at LAX, we're the busiest origination and destination airport in the country. So, you know, a lot more people coming through, and we're just finding more firearms than we found, you know, previously.
And TSA rules allow travelers to only carry guns and ammo in checked bags. They have to be in a locked container, and you have to let the airline know when you're checking that bag in.
So as the clip says, at 5 Southern California airports, TSA, the Transportation Security Administration, has confiscated multiple, 145 to be exact, firearms since 2023, last year, setting the tone for what would be one of the biggest years ever in firearm confiscation. People are willing to risk jail and the no-fly list to protect themselves from something. When you're carrying a weapon, it's obviously for some sort of protection. When you're trying to transport a weapon, it's for some sort of protection. So in my mind, in my opinion, there are 2 main reasons someone would take a gun onto a plane or attempt to get a gun through security. 1, there's something on the plane you're trying to protect yourself from, or 2, there's something at your final destination that you're wanting to protect yourself from. Either way, as it said, you can take a gun on a plane as long as you check your baggage, which means it has to not be on your person. It cannot be in your carry-on luggage. There are ways you go about assuring that your firearm has made it through all the proper bells and whistles and checks and by checks so that that weapon can fly with you. But people have been attempting to smuggle their firearms in through their carry-on luggage. Again, 145 firearms to be exact. And that's LAX. That's Long Beach Airport. That's Burbank, right here up the street in Burbank. Sleepy little Burbank Airport. There's John Wayne Airport in Orange County. And then lastly, Ontario Airport. So our 5 biggest airports in SoCal have been subjected to these attempts, again, at moving firearms through security. Of the 81 guns seized, 87% were loaded. 87% were loaded.
Ready for the whistle.
That's really problematic. That's quite scary when you think about it. Because it's not to say that people who were attempting to move these firearms across security were going to be responsible gun owners. It's not to say that they were just going to keep them on their person or in their bag and not discharge them in any way, weaponize them in any way that we might not have even known. But when you think about the erratic behavior, the bizarre behavior we've been seeing on planes in the last few years, especially since COVID, 2020 seemed to kind of be this dividing line between seemingly sane individuals and people who have, again, lost their damn minds. When you think about it, the majority of people who had firearms probably, I'd be willing to bet, were not necessarily going to use them appropriately. And that's just me hypothesizing. That's just me pontificating. There's no way to know, thankfully, because these guns were confiscated. But it's the fact that there were all of these attempts made. There were over 6,000 firearms seized nationwide. That sets the record for the most firearms seized ever by the TSA since the TSA was instituted. And again, you can check your firearm. You don't have to try and smuggle it through. You don't have to hide it in your carry-on. But people were feeling so brazen that they would attempt to bypass all of these regulations and send it through their check or their carry-on luggage. We fly, people fly. You know the rules at this point. And if you don't know the rules, if you're that green to flying, then Googling is right there at your fingertips. Asking for clarification on what you can and cannot take is right there at your fingertips. People know they have to put their liquids in bottles that are no more than 3.4 ounces if you're taking it on your carry-on. So you know that you cannot take a gun. Give me a break. A lot of people were feigning ignorance. Oh, I didn't know. I thought it was cool. And kind of asking for forgiveness versus permission, that type of adage. But you know, it just takes a semblance of common sense to weigh whether or not this would potentially be a good idea. And there are consequences to this sort of behavior, to these attempts. The TSA can issue a civil citation of up to $15,000. So that means if your gun is loaded, your citation, your ticket could be up to $15,000. And as we just heard, over 80% of these firearms were in fact loaded. So you would sustain a $15,000 up to $15,000 fine. There's also a misdemeanor charge. So now you have a record. You have a record because you decided you wanted to put your Glock in your shoes and attempt to pass them through security. You also can be put into a 1-year diversionary program. And that program means that you'll have to go through some evaluative measures, you'll have to go through some testing, you'll have to go through some proving to show that you are a sane individual after trying to commit such an insane act. And after you do all of that, after you pay your fine, after you get your misdemeanor charge, after you go through the diversionary program, you can get your firearm back, provided that you have proven to the TSA and the rest of government officials and the local police and your family and yourself that you are a sane individual. So they will give you your firearm back after you attempt to take it on the plane. But let this be a cautionary tale for you if that's something you're interested in doing. This isn't good. This is not a good option for you. Check your gun. That's all you have to do. Go to the counter, ask them what to do with it, and they'll let you know. Do not put it in your carry-on luggage. And then can you imagine the guy next to you on the plane, your flight on the way to New York for 5.5 hours, is pissed that his gun was taken away. He's pissed. They took his gun and now you're sitting next to him for 5 hours. And he's just in a mood because he doesn't know what's going to happen. So now you're sitting next to this person and dealing with that. All of this is a symptom of fear. That's what I think. That's my opinion. again, we're attempting to take weapons on planes because there's something we're afraid of. And that just really speaks to the behavior on planes that we've been seeing, from people going viral, pointing at other passengers, saying that that person isn't real, that they're seeing things, they're seemingly having episodes, mental health breakdowns on planes, to flight crews being attacked by irate passengers. Flying has become a very risky adventure, whereas in the past it might have been a bit more mundane. So don't take your gun on a plane. Don't do that. That's really, really stupid. And if you're nervous, perhaps find another way to calm your anxiety. All right? When we come back, we're going to get into a little bit more about travel. The TSA across the country has confiscated multiple strange items. I'm going to get into the list of the 10 strangest things that they have taken from passengers in 2023. It's KFI AM 640, live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Tiffany Hobbs here with you. Now to Andrew Caravella in the very fetching 24-hour KFI newsroom.
4 people have been arrested by sheriff's deputies at a 7-Eleven in Carson. A deputy just happened to be walking into the 7-Eleven during the attempted robbery around 12:30 Saturday morning. The sheriff's department says the robbers are linked to another 7-Eleven robbery in Compton. Officials have put a ban on indoor and outdoor wood burning in portions of LA, Riverside, and San Bernardino counties. All of Orange County is also affected by the ban. Officials say it's due to high air pollution in the area. The ban will run until 11:59 Monday night. And a school principal in Iowa who put himself in harm's way to protect students during a school shooting earlier this month has died. Perry High School principal Dan Marburger passed away this morning. He was critically hurt during the January 4th attack. We'll take a look at the 55 freeway next.
Back and neck pain can be the worst, inescapable sometimes. Well, we found something to help out with that.
Yeah, it's Gary and Shannon. We talk about wellness all the time, and the Saragem V6 can keep your body and mind feeling great. A specialized massage like you've never experienced before. The V6 is next-generation technology and FDA cleared.
Lay down on your Saragem V6, and immediately it does a scan of your body to find out where it needs to focus, then relaxation. No appointments, no commute to the spa. The spa is in your home.
The Saragem V6 also folds right into a beautiful, sleek piece of furniture in any room of your home. You can use it for 10 minutes or 90 minutes or however long you have to work relaxation into your schedule.
This is wonderful for pain management, perfect for post-workout recovery. Athletes use this technology post-game. The V6 helps with blood circulation as well.
So you can try before you buy at the West Hollywood Lounge or check out the Saragem booth at the upcoming LA Fit Expo. Also, right now, there's a promo code specially for you. The next 30 people to use it will get $300 off their Saragem V6.
Here it is. Get your V6. Promo code Get Your V6 at SarahJenUS.com.
Pretty ugly on the 55 through Santa Ana.
Yeah, real slow one here on the Costa Mesa Freeway southbound at MacArthur Boulevard. Got a crash here. Everything blocked except the carpool lane. Keep it over to the left there. Stop traffic from Dyer Road. Now, we've also got big delays through West LA. 405 northbound. It's going to be a bit heavy as you travel right around the 10. And stop and go from Venice Boulevard. And through South LA, trouble on the 110 north at MLK. Stop and go from Florence. KFI in the Sky helps get you there faster. I'm Mark Wheeler.
Why choose a Sleep Number smart bed? Because no two people sleep the same. Only the Sleep Number smart bed lets you each choose your individual firmness and comfort, your Sleep Number setting. The Climate 360 smart bed is so smart, it actively cools or warms up to 13 degrees on either side for your ideal sleep temperature. The Queen Sleep Number C2 smart bed is now only $9.90. Plus, free home delivery when you add any base. Ends Monday. Prices higher in Alaska and Hawaii. To find a store near you, visit sleepnumber.com.
You still thinking job change in the new year? Yeah, I need something that's in high demand and more stable in this economy. IT? Yeah, cybersecurity, maybe even AI. That's what I did. Really? How? Went to My Computer Career. You don't need any prior experience, and you could start your new career in a matter of months. A lot of IT pros go to school there, too, to level up. Sweet. Are classes online or on campus? Both. Wow, I'll check it out. Thanks.
Make this your year. Take the free career evaluation now at mycomputercareer.edu. Financial aid is available for qualified students, including the GI Bill.
Somewhere between content and data, between platforms and pocketbooks, between desire and necessity, is the place where customers become loyalists. Home in on that place with Brave. The Braze platform analyzes and activates customer data to evolve cross-channel engagement strategies and convert campaigns into measurable value. With Braze, you'll supercharge ROI, accelerate payback, and save more time than you'll know what to do with. Learn more at Braze.com. That's BRAZE.com.
Sometimes you don't realize something was bothering you
Until it's gone.
That's how you're going to feel.
After we work our magic at your house.
We make junk disappear.
All you have to do is point
Call 1-800-GOT-JUNK.
or visit 1-800-GOT-JUNK.com.
Oh, I gotta pay how much?
Been to your dealership for car repair lately? You know, half the cars serviced at AMCO don't even need a new transmission. At AMCO, we've been shifting gears for over 50 years, delivering top-notch service and unbeatable expertise. Our expert technicians will give you an honest assessment, and we won't fix what's not broken. So before you say yes to costly repairs elsewhere, get a second opinion at AMCO. That's AA, MCO, transmissions, and a whole lot more.
The free iHeartRadio app has over 100 commercial-free stations waiting for you to explore right now, like 70s Rock Ride, Pink Floyd, Eagles, Van Halen, Tom Petty, Zeppelin, and more. Try something new for 2024. Just open the free iHeartRadio app, search 70s Rock Ride, and listen now. iHeartRadio, free never sounded so good.
KFI is in your ear. Check it on your screen. Follow us now at KFI AM 640.
KFI AM 640, live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Tiffany Hobbs with you here till 4 o'clock. In the last story, I told you a bit about what's happening across our 5 Southern California airports with the confiscation of multiple, 145 to be specific, firearms in 2023. While that's upsetting and troubling enough, especially since the majority of those firearms were loaded, and again, this is a symptom of fear. When you think about it, it's fear-based, and I'm no psychologist, but I'd be, again, willing to really bet that people are taking their firearms on planes for some sort of protection. While that happens here, that's not the craziest information that I'm about to give you. The TSA across the United States compiled a list of the most bizarre items that they seized from passengers in 2023. And if last year's list is any indication, if last year's record-setting is any indication, then 2024 is likely to best that.
14th down.
Follow the TSA and get those updates, because they definitely share a lot of these confiscations, a lot of these strange happenings on their social media handles, one of the funnest social media handles you'll experience. So let's get into this list. And it goes in order from 10 to 1. So we'll follow the TSA list of strangest items people tried to take on planes in 2023. Number 10, throwing knives. Pretty innocuous, throwing knives. Maybe these people were intending to use these throwing knives for cutlery. Who knows? But they attempted to take them into their luggage, in their carry-on or their check bag, and they were taken from them. And it's so sad when you see something taken from someone's luggage, whether it's a liquid and the TSA dumps it out right there in front of them and they're trying to plead and negotiate to keep that, or let me just drink this really quick, or can I move this around? And the TSA is, no, and they just throw it away, because that's their job, not to negotiate with you, just to get rid of the problem. Number 9, four replica rockets. Someone attempted to take 4, not 1, not 2, but 4 replica rockets onto a plane. I don't know what they were planning on doing with them, but I know that those replica rockets definitely didn't make it onto that flight, and they're probably in someone's garage right now on display. Number 8, a knife inside of a loaf of bread. A knife inside of a loaf of bread.
Can I say something?
Yes. Yes, you may.
Sometimes people say things like, oh, I didn't know that was in there, and I get that. You know, that happens to people. But a knife in a loaf of bread?
I can see that with a shoe, you know, or a
You can't
towel.
You can't say, oops, how did that get in there?
In a loaf of bread. And that one happened in Seattle, which is very fitting. It probably was gluten-free. Number 7, methamphetamine inside of crab boil seasoning. Where do you think that one came from? New Orleans.
Oh, it's a little spicy.
Little spicy. They tried to hide their meth inside of crab boil seasoning. I would have liked to see what would have happened if the seasoning would have kept the meth in it once they started their crab boil. What kind of party would that have been if they had forgotten that they put that in there, right? That's something. Number 6, and we'll conclude this list after the break, but number 6, a 35 millimeter projectile. A projectile. That's a pretty serious weapon, a 35 millimeter projectile. Not inside of a loaf of bread, but somewhere in the luggage was this 35 millimeter projectile. When the TSA took it out, I imagine the person went, why? I didn't know it was there. I thought it was, I don't know. Yeah, well, it was, and now it's gone. Number 5, here's another knife. This one's even better than the loaf of bread. And we'll end with this one and come back with the conclusion after the break. A knife inside of a prosthetic foot. So they hid their knife inside of a fake foot. Why was the foot not on? These are questions that need answers.
The backup foot.
Backup foot, backup knife. This sounds like something out of a Quentin Tarantino movie or George Romero movie. It sounds like a wonderful plot line. We'll get into the conclusion of the list when we come back. It's KFI AM 640, live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Tiffany Hobbs here with you. Now to Andrew Caravella in the KFI 24-hour newsroom.
LAPD Chief Michael Moore is retiring at the end of February.
And all of this I know with certainty that the future of this city is bright. And I'll miss sharing it with you, but I also know in my heart that now is the right time.
Moore made the announcement on Friday, saying he realized there's more sand at the bottom of his hourglass than on the top.
So I mean to shift my focus to those most important in my life and dedicate my time and my passion to them. For all they've given me, they're deserving.
He says he and his wife plan to move closer to their daughter so they can spend more time together. He thanked his family for supporting him throughout his journey. Moore served LA for over 40 years. The extreme weather hitting the U.S. is causing power outages from the Great Lakes to the Deep South. Over half a million American homes and businesses were without power yesterday because of severe thunderstorms and damaging winds. High winds also pounded the Northwest, causing over 180,000 customers to lose their electricity. At least 2 deaths in the Portland area are being attributed to the powerful winds knocking down trees. The Department of Homeland Security said federal agents were blocked from trying to save drowning migrants by Texas law enforcement.
The federal government says Border Patrol agents were not allowed to enter Shelby Park in Eagle Pass, Texas, after they received a distress call from the Mexican government. Authorities later recovered the bodies of a woman and 2 children from the river.
ABC's Brian Clark says the Texas Military Department did not address claims they barred federal agents from searching, but said they looked into the river and did not find any migrants. Right now, problems 101 in Encino.
Heavy drive right now on the 101, the southbound side, right at Balboa. It's a motorcycle down in the middle of the roadway, stop and go traffic as you approach. And also West LA, the 405 northbound, the connector to the 10 Santa Monica freeway. The left lane there affected. It's going to be stop and go from Venice and South LA, the 110 north at MLK. Crash off to the right. KFI in the sky helps get you there faster. I'm Mark Wheeler.
1877 cars for kids. KARS cars for kids. 1877 cars for kids. Donate your cars today.
Donate
today at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Your car can be picked up as soon as the next day. Receive a tax deduction and vacation voucher.
1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
You still thinking job change in the new year?
Yeah, I need something that's in high demand and more stable in this economy.
IT?
Yeah, cybersecurity, maybe even AI.
That's what I did.
Really? How?
Went to My Computer Career. You don't need any prior experience, and you could start your new career in a matter of months. A lot of IT pros go to school there, too, to level up.
Sweet. Are classes online or on campus?
Both.
Wow, I'll check it out. Thanks.
Make this your year. Take the free career evaluation now at mycomputercareer.edu. Financial aid is available for qualified students, including the GI Bill.
Southland weather is brought to you by Mattress Firm. Lows in the 40s and 50s tonight. MLK Day will see highs in the 60s across Southern California. Right now, Rancho Santa Margarita 57, Costa Mesa 59, Malibu 61, Hacienda Heights 59 degrees. Weekly local, live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. I'm Andrew Caravella.
Listen to Katina Motors. This is what's trending from iHeart Sports Network.
Presented by Mercedes-Benz.
The Lakers have lost consecutive games after last night's loss to the visiting Jazz. Kawhi Leonard and the Clippers tip off at the Timberwolves this evening. In Pac-12 hoops, USC lost to Colorado on the road. Ronnie James went 0 for 7 in his first start with the Trojans. UCLA hosts Washington this evening. And tonight, it's the wildcard game. Jared Goff of the Lions entertain Matthew Stafford and the Rams. DraftKings line favors Detroit by 3 points. I'm Darrell Joyner.
From the versatile EQB to the sublime EQS sedan, Mercedes-Benz makes electric extraordinary. The vehicles are all electric. The feeling is all Mercedes. The choice is all yours. Learn more at mbusa.com/EQ.
This is Jacob Emrani. If you've been in an accident, call 844-24-JACOB.
The voice of the people, for better or worse. Moist Live with John Cobelt. Twice every Friday between 3 and 4 on KFI.
I hate to talk over this, but I have to. KFI AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Tiffany Hobbs here with you till 4
Her
o'clock.
music is tight.
Before the break, we went over the first half of the TSA's 2023 Strangest Items Confiscated list. So, we had throwing knives, replica rockets, a knife inside of a loaf of bread that came out of Seattle, a meth powder or meth, whatever the substance is, however you break that down. And please don't send a talk back.
You're going to delete them.
I
How people on?
I
Like,
don't
hey,
know. Because I
quit being
feel
a
like it's going to
vagina.
come. She said meth powder. I don't know what meth is, what you do with your meth. Well, however it was inside of the crab boil, and that came out of New Orleans. We had a 35 millimeter projectile. We had a knife inside of a prosthetic foot. And now, to conclude our list of the 2023 strangest items confiscated by the TSA, number 4, a fully loaded firearm. Kind of boring, but it shouldn't be boring because it's a fully loaded firearm. And then you say what kind. But
You
it's a
delete
fully
it. I
loaded
know. You
firearm,
can hear
right
it.
there. Number 3, this
That's
is where
not
the
my
list
best
gets a
word.
bit more interesting. An
okay.
IED.
Not best.
Someone tried to take a weapon of war onto a plane, a weapon of war, an IED. Number 2, weed in a diaper, marijuana in a diaper. They tried to pass off this marijuana as if it was something else inside of a dirty diaper. It was certainly a dirty diaper, but dirty in the way that colloquialisms are used when it comes to explaining drugs or crime. The dirty diaper, weed, and that came out of New York. Shout out to New York on that one. Very creative. Last but certainly not least on the list of 2023 strangest items confiscated by the TSA, another IED. But this time it was in an energy drink. An energy drink. These are the 10 strangest items. There were likely hundreds, if not thousands, of other items that probably could have made the list, maybe should have made the list, made other lists. People made no-fly lists because of what they attempted to take. Again, We have not just started flying. This is not the Wright brothers and some new invention. Airplanes and flight travel have been around for years and years and years. We are all practiced. And if you are not practiced yourself, you know someone who is. You cannot take weapons. You cannot take an IED. Do not hide a knife in your prosthetic foot. Put the foot on. Do not hide a knife in your bread. Do not put meth in your seasoning. Come on, people. Come on. Because what you're risking now is, again, not being able to fly ever. It completely takes over the fines that you may incur, because if your infraction is serious enough, you won't be flying.
You know, you become that conversation during the holidays too in your family. Like, oh, there's Uncle Joe. He's the one that, put stuff in his foot, on the airplane.
Yeah, you don't want to be Uncle Joe with the knife in his foot.
Yeah.
That's not fun. Well, it depends on what your idea of fun is. Maybe this was a way for people to get some excitement in their lives. But let's not use the TSA and the experience of flying to get your own kicks. Because not only are you subjecting yourself to all of these now inconveniences and pauses, but you are delaying other passengers from being able to enjoy their flight travel, their flying experiences. And again, this is 2023. Now we're in 2024. The list is being compiled. I imagine in the last 2 weeks, there's already been something strange confiscated out of Seattle's airport. Just wait and see, and I'll have another list for you at the end of the year. Now let's move on to bottled water. In the very beginning of the show, I teased that bottled water was trying to kill you, trying to kill all of us. And that's really sad, because bottled water is something that many of us reach for.
Type in office robbery statistics. Wikipedia will direct you to the episode Crime Aid, and there is a note that says office robbery statistics was redirected to this page to prevent further attempted creations. Oh my gosh. You guys are persistent. Also, we had a fan question from Brandon L. who wanted to know who wrote the acronym Crime Aid for the show. Guys, this was all Charlie Grandy. He said he spent 3 hours writing various combinations, and he settled on this one.
Oh, I love that it took him 3 hours. That just feeds my soul, because how many times, Jenna, have you and I sat down to write something, and I'm like, well, I spent half an hour on 2 words.
Yes.
Combinations.
Yeah.
Oh.
It's time for the auction to start. We've got good stuff.
We do. I have a list of what all was auctioned off. Ready?
Loads of these
Yes.
advice,
We
more
have
so
a
daily,
yoga lesson
since
from
the war
Holly,
began.
sold to Michael for
How to keep up with
$300
them.
because no one else would bid on it. Beers with the warehouse guys from Daryl, sold to Jim
when I see
for
one,
$5.
like $1,000
But you have to go
others.
right now.
Good
It's
point.
beers right now
First of
with the
those
warehouse
are
guys.
August 2023.
Yes, and there was a
Some
scripted Jim talking head that didn't
many
make it
more
in that would
pages have occurred.
explain why he
How many
felt like
people
he could
follow
leave
that
right
back
away.
and spread them
Jim
to
says
us.
Pam loves Bruce Springsteen. I love Bruce Springsteen, and I'm really excited about these tickets. My one reservation is that Bruce Springsteen is not currently touring, so I'm leaving.
Loads of these ViralRabbi. More so daily
All
since
right.
the war began.
The next thing auctioned off was a Creed all-inclusive. Creed. He's auctioning off
Loads
himself.
of these.
No bids. Kevin will do your taxes, federal and state. No bids. Hank sings the blues and he's auctioning off his CDs. No bids that we see anyway. David Wallace coming in strong, auctioning off a weekend at his home on Martha's Vineyard. Multiple bids. We don't know where it landed. Phyllis auctions off a hug. Bob wins that one for $1,000. And in deleted scenes, Kelly auctions off dance lessons, and also Meredith mumbles something. No one can tell what she's saying. Oscar says, "Fine, I bid $1," and then she tosses him a brand new iPhone. It's so funny. Everyone's like, "What?" That's all the items auctioned. According to the bar graph thingy, it looks like they raised $1,803.
I have a lot of fan questions and catches based on everything you said, Angela, starting with Audrey E. During the auction, there's a giant goal thermometer, but the goal isn't at the top of the thermometer. It's like they're only trying to fill it part way up. That's a really funny detail. Yes, this detail was an intentional joke that was written into the script. In the script, it says the amount raised thermometer goes up to $1 million, even though the goal is $3,400, which should be written a little over a foot from the bottom. That was a script note.
Yeah.
So, yes, very funny little detail.
And did you notice whenever Michael was being the auctioneer, if bids started going high, he would throw in $1 million. He'd be like, 100, 200, $1 million. Okay, 400.
We had a fan catch from many people. Erica P, Rob O, Katie D, and Ashley S. When Jim leaves to go to the bar with Daryl, Michael auctions off Creed. But if you look, Jim is seated behind Creed.
Oh, good catch.
Jim should not be there, but clearly we moved those scenes around.
Yep.
Also, fan question from Catherine D, Lexi B, and Maddie L. Is Hank really a blues musician? No. So not only is Hugh Dane, who plays Hank, not a blues musician, he had never played the guitar before that day. And this bit about Hank being a blues musician was a holdover from an earlier draft of the script. Jen Salata told me it didn't even make it in the shooting draft, but there was a whole storyline where Oscar and Kevin were going to try to solve the crime of who broke into the office. And they decide that it must be an inside job because the door wasn't broken. So they're interviewing everyone. They interview Hank and they say, Hank, do you have a record? And Hank says, I do have a record, but it's a blues record, not a criminal record. So Jen always loved that joke. That Hank said, I have a record, I have a blues record. So she said, I want Hank to auction off his blues record at this auction. But it was a super last minute pitch. Jen told me they only had a couple hours to make the prop CD, which is why if you notice, Hank is wearing the same outfit in the CD that he's wearing in the episode.
Well, and it also said in the script that Hank plays very poorly, and we're all having to sit there and listen.
Angela, because of this auction, I became inspired to find out what are some of the world's best-selling auction items.
Like what you see in the news, like Christie's auctioned off a Picasso or something like that?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. I have a list.
Of the highest paid items ever at an auction?
Yes.
Oh.
In certain categories.
Oh.
For example, the world's most expensive work of art sold at auction was a 500-year-old painting of Jesus Christ believed to have been painted by Leonardo da Vinci.
Ooh, I was going to say Da Vinci's on this list. I really was. Okay, go.
The painting is known as Salvator Mundi, which means Savior of the World, and it sold at Christie's auction in 2017 for $450 million.
Dang! Who bought it?
I don't know.
Oh my God.
I wouldn't want you to know that I have that. I mean, that feels like a security risk.
Right? It's got to be anonymous.
I don't know if it is or not, but it didn't say. The record for the most expensive work of art by a living artist goes to Jeff Koons. His rabbit sculpture, which sold for $91.1 million in May of 2019.
Wow.
Jeff Koons actually has 2 of the top 5 items that were most expensive for a living artist. Also his dog sculpture, his balloon dog.
Wow.
The most expensive dress ever sold at an auction?
Ooh, can I guess?
Yes.
Was it either Audrey Hepburn or Princess Diana?
It's Marilyn Monroe.
Ah, Marilyn Monroe! Why did they say Marilyn Monroe?
Her Happy Birthday, Mr. President gown.
Oh, yes.
It sold for $4.8 million in 2016. The most expensive wristwatch ever auctioned. I mean, I found this fascinating because I was like, really? A watch? Sold for $31 million.
I don't get it.
It's called a Patek Philippe watch. It was in the Grandmaster Chime model. Now does it make more sense, Angela? It was a Grandmaster Chime.
Somewhere there's someone fancy and their ears are bleeding because they're like, ladies, you have no idea what you're talking about.
Yeah, we need to pay $31 million for the Grandmaster Chime.
I hit this watch up my ass.
Oh boy, that watch. I'd love to know how much that watch could go for at auction. But this shattered the record. The previous record was a Rolex that was once owned by Paul Newman, and it had sold for 17.7. I don't want to tell people that they're spending their money wrong, but I don't know. Do you want to know the most expensive diamonds?
I mean, does Elizabeth have one?
No, sorry. Elizabeth Taylor did not sell the most expensive diamond. The most expensive blue diamond ever sold in auction history was the Oppenheimer Blue, and it sold for $57.9 million. The most expensive diamond was sold for $71.2 million at an auction in Hong Kong, and it is a 59.6 carat pink star diamond.
Wow.
And it was the largest, flawless, fancy, vivid pink diamond ever graded by the Gemological Institute of America.
What do you do with that?
I don't know. It is
What do you do with that? It would stress me out.
I don't know what you do with it.
I mean, I'm always like, you have one lamp that's nicer than your other lamps. And I'm always like to the kids, don't touch that lamp. Guys.
You guys, stop touching the pink star diamond. Stop it. If you have to play with something, play with the Oppenheimer Blue.
Do not throw the Frisbee near that diamond. Damn it.
Stop it, guys.
That's how my other diamond broke.
Exactly. And no, you cannot wear my Grandmaster Chime to school.
Fuck you.
Finally, I'm going to tell you what I am assuming is the most expensive used tissue.
What?
That has ever been auctioned. I can't be sure.
I'm sure I'll beat
What's
that.
a used tissue?
That one's easy.
Somebody
Did Elvis blow his nose as an Elvis tissue?
No, it belonged to Scarlett Johansson. She sold it for $2,050 on eBay. The story is that she had been on The Tonight Show with Jay Leno in 2008, and she had a cold. She said, Samuel L. Jackson gave me a cold. And she said, you know what? I'm going to auction off my tissue for charity. And she did.
Okay. All right. You know what I learned here? People bid crazy amounts of money on really random things.
Yeah. Should we go to the bar? Should we get back to the episode and go to the bar?
I guess so. Well, Jim and the warehouse fellas are having a great time at the bar. Jim's going to get another round. Yeah, he heads over to the bar. And who walks in? It's Roy Anderson. Oof. He's like, Halbert. And Jim's like, huh. And Roy's like, don't worry, I'm not going to hit you.
So Jim and Roy end up having a rather friendly conversation over some beers. They're catching up on life. He's telling Roy about Pam.
Yeah, he tells Roy Pam's at art school, and also she's engaged to me. And Roy's like, wow, okay. And then they kind of do they don't quite shake hands. It's weird. It's like Roy holds his hand up over his shoulder, and then Jim grabs it. They have some type of bro handshake moment. I loved that.
Jim even sort of doubles down and is like, oh yeah, she's having a great time at art school. She was out till 9 in the morning with her friends. And then Roy says, you were a friend.
Like a dirty little secret.
And Jim is like, oh crap. Oh crap. Like it kind of plants the seed of doubt in Jim's brain. Like, is Pam connecting with other people the way she connected with me? What's going on at art school?
So Jim spirals. And he's like, I'm gonna go see her. I'm gonna go see her. I'm gonna drive to New York. Yeah. I want you guys to know that there were some missing scenes in this Jim and Pam storyline. There were extra scenes because we did get some mail from people where they were like, wow, this one comment from Roy really made Jim spiral. You know, why was he so insecure about their relationship? Now we know he's going to turn around. He's not actually going to drive to New York. He's going to turn around, but there's a lot more motivating this spiral than just Roy's comment.
Yes, there was a whole storyline, you guys, between Jim and Pam that would have started early in the episode and would have built to this moment.
Yeah. So earlier, remember, Jim was on the phone and he got this voicemail from Pam where she's out with her friends. Well, what's missing is that there was a really cute bit where Jim and Pam are talking on the phone, and they are talking about the West Wing.
Yes, and Jenna, it's so cute. They share that they watch it together on the DVD. So like they both have to hit play at the same time. I thought that was so cute. I have done that with friends.
So cute.
This is old tech romance, guys.
In the script, this scene goes on, and Jim says, "Are we on for the next episode tonight?" Pam says, "You know what? Can we rain check it?" Basically, she says, "I'm really tired. I think I'm just going to go to bed early."
Yeah, she's had a big week at school.
Yeah. So, fine. But then later what happens is she leaves Jim a message where she says, "Oh my gosh, my friend, they're dragging me out. They convinced me to go out. I'll call you later." Then Jim gets the butt dial from the bar where she's having a great time. And then Pam leaves him a message explaining that she did not get home until 8 in the morning. So she was too tired to watch West Wing, but she went out with friends till 8 in the morning. So that is really why Jim spirals for a second and is going to drive to New York.
Yeah, that's why Roy's comment really took root, because he's like, well, wait a second. I kind of feel like she just blew me off for these people I don't even know.
Yeah. And we're just going to leave you hanging on that one, by the way. Jim drives back and, we'll work this out in the next episode. Well, back at the auction, it's 6:14.
Yeah,
it's the deadline.
Dwight looks over at Angela, and Angela purposefully looks to Andy. Dwight is crushed. She's made her choice. She's made her choice. Well, there was a scripted Angela talking head that didn't make it in. That would have gone right here. And Angela says, "I'm not the type of person who breaks engagements. You should go talk to Pam."
I just one
Once again, Angela is going to throw Pam under the bus. Yeah, when it comes to questions about her personal life, she's like, "Wait, who can I distract with? Oh yeah, Pam."
Need over
Right?
100
Phyllis, someone has let the air out of all of your tires. Come look.
So funny.
And Phyllis goes
I
outside,
love
and
watching
yes,
it.
her
You're
tires
like,
are
oh
all
my god,
flat.
I love
And
watching
Dwight's
it.
like,
It's
no,
one
I just
rabbi.
needed an excuse to get you out here.
Mine is
And
one
I love
rabbi.
Phyllis's
Needs
line,
so
like, why
many
couldn't you have
accounts.
just said it? Why'd
Who
you have to
knows,
do
man?
it?
Who
Yeah.
knows?
But Dwight's like, what do I do
just
now?
fire it
What
off
do I
like
do
a
now? The
goddamn
ultimatum
Tommy gun.
passed. And that's when Phyllis is like, well, I think you have your answer. It's the end, Dwight. That's what happened.
That's so West
Gotta
Side
let it go.
gangster.
Yeah.
Dwight is furious with Phyllis, but then he has this moment when he's by himself and he's like, kind of like, how dare her? She's so selfish. Here she was just trying to help me. And then he sort of hears what he's just said. She was just trying to help him.
That's what motivates him to go in and bid on her
Why was
head
one
and
rabbi
drive the price up. Ultimately, it goes to Bob Vance.
And Angela is so confused. She's like, why is Dwight bidding on a hug with Phyllis like so aggressively? It's his way of saying thank you, I guess. Yeah.
Well, she's the big winner of the night and goes for the most money because, as it turns out, Michael can't find the Springsteen tickets. Can you believe it?
What could have happened to them?
Where are they?
He definitely had them all the time.
West
He
Side.
definitely had them.
West
Even though
Side.
we learned that, they're not even touring right now.
Not about. Just a
Well,
real
there's a very
motherfucker.
sweet
West
scene now
Side.
between Michael
Oh
and
my
Holly
god,
where
somebody
Michael
type it
does
into latest,
admit
please.
that it's kind of a gray area whether or not he had the Springsteen tickets.
A lot about Michael is too good to be true, she says.
Well, and you know how Jen Salata was always ruining takes by laughing on set?
Jeez, the cowboy
Yes,
suck.
all the time, especially talking heads. Well, Jen told me that she totally ruined a take during this scene. She says the moment when Holly is trying to cover Michael's mouth and tell him, don't say it, and then how Michael is sort of delighted by this, so he starts laughing.
Oh, the legal boys. We done
Raul or Andrew, what about you? You guys have any
Oh, that's
experience?
funny.
Raul saying
The
no
cowboys
first,
about
shaking his
turning
head
seven
no
about
about
that.
kombucha. What about you, Andrew?
And then Holly starts laughing. Jen said that it felt so real to her that she thought they had broke. So Jen started laughing and ultimately ruined the take. And Steve was like, why were you laughing? And she said, I thought you were breaking. And he said, no, we were just acting. thing. And then they all kind of laughed at that. But she said that moment made it onto the blooper reel.
It did. I watched it. It's on season 5 bloopers on YouTube. You can see Jen cracking up.
The episode ends with a kiss. Michael and Holly kiss.
More than once. There's a little kiss, then a bigger kiss. You guys, they're at work.
Yeah, and David Wallace is there. He's watching from a distance. And this episode ends with him saying, "No, I did not know that Michael was dating Holly."
He doesn't seem happy about it.
Yeah, he's not. I mean, look what happened when Michael dated Jan.
Oh my gosh.
But David, what you don't know is that these guys are soulmates.
We're going to get into some stories.
But this is going to cause some problems for this couple going forward. We have a lot of couples in crisis.
Yeah, season 5.
Dwangela, Jam, Molly, or Heikel. What are we calling them? Heikel?
Holly and Michael?
Yeah. They're either Molly or Heikel.
Heikel. Season 5, shaking it up, guys. Shaking it up.
Well, there you have it. That's Crime Aid.
I certainly learned a lot this episode. For example, Groupon doing crazy surveys.
Yeah, very crazy surveys, and we know the most expensive used tissue ever sold at auction that I could find.
There could be more.
There could be more, but as far as I could find, that record goes to Scarlett Johansson.
Congratulations, Scarlett.
And in Crime Aid, the most expensive item sold goes to Phyllis.
Way to go, Phyllis!
Way to go, Phyllis. I'd take that hug.
It's a good hug. All right, guys.
We'll see you next week.
We'll see you next week. We hope you have a good one.
Thank you for listening to Office Ladies. Office Ladies is produced by Earwolf, Jenna Fisher, and Angela Kinsey. Our show is executive produced by Cody Fisher. Our producer is Our sound engineer is Sam Kiefer, and our associate producer is Ainsley Bubico.
Really?
Our theme song is Rubber Free by Craig Bratt. For ad-free versions of Office Ladies, go to StitcherPremium.com. For a free 1-month trial of Stitcher Premium, use code OFFICE.
Just like your heart. Rabbi has designed a program for Dassault Systems, which has already put it to use at Boston Children's Hospital with great success. Now, Rabbi says, trying it on the virtual copy of your heart first, they can perform the surgery on your twin, make sure they get exactly the right valve in the right place, and then copy it on you. Levine says they're already working on modeling for the brain.
Most people give up on their resolutions by mid-January. Walmart Plus can help save yours this year by saving you time and money. Walmart Plus is the membership with benefits like gas discounts, video streaming, plus so much more. Is your resolution to simplify your life? With free delivery, Walmart Plus makes ordering what you need online a no-brainer. Join now. New members get $50 in Walmart cash to get what they need to help save their resolution. Terms apply. See walmart.com/plus for details.
U.S. officials say that the field has been conducting a nighttime boarding mission.
I'm Jenna Fisher.
And I'm Angela Kinsey.
We were on The Office together.
And we're best friends.
And now we're doing the Ultimate Office Rewatch podcast just for you.
Each week, we will break down an episode of The Office and give exclusive behind-the-scenes stories that only 2 people who were there can tell you.
We're the Office Ladies.
Oh, Michael!
Michael.
Bless his heart! You guys, today, it's employee transfer.
It is season 5, episode 6, written by Anthony Farrell and directed by Dave Rogers. We have lots to say.
There was a really good DVD commentary.
I didn't do any deep dives, though.
What?
I'm sorry in advance for anyone who likes them, and you're welcome. The people who hate them.
I might need a minute. No deep dives.
I have a summary.
I know you have a summary and fast facts, but we also reached out to a ton of people, so we have lots of good trivia.
We did. That is very true. I will give you my summary.
Do it.
Pam is embarrassed when no one else at corporate wears a costume on Halloween.
That is the worst.
It was so funny. It was so funny to do, and it gets me every time. Holly and Michael deal with Holly's transfer to the Nashua branch. Remember when David Wallace last week saw them kissing after the auction?
Yeah. Yeah. He was like, I'm not having another Jan and Michael on my hands.
No depositions,
Not on my watch.
no. Also, Dwight tries to get under Andy's skin by applying to Cornell.
I love that storyline.
Same. And finally, Pam is going to team up with Jim's brothers to play a prank on Jim.
Telling you, those Halperts and the pranks.
You know how I feel about pranks.
I know how you feel about them in real life.
The same as how I feel about tickling.
I know, but Pam is like, sign me up. Let's prank away.
I know, Pam loves a prank. That's why Pam married Jim.
That's right.
Jenna would not marry Jim.
No.
Because there'd be too much pranking. All right. Fast fact number 1. New writer alert. Anthony Farrell.
Yeah.
Anthony was with us for season 5. He is a writer and a comedian. This was the first episode that he wrote for the show, but I didn't know this until I looked it up. The first thing he wrote was actually the Kevin's Loan webisodes.
That's right. He wrote a series of webisodes, and some of our writers got to break off and do that. I would have loved to done that. I would have loved to written a webisode.
I feel like you had a lot of freedom on the webisodes.
Yeah, you did.
They were pretty fun. Which reminds me, we should break down the webisodes sometime.
I mean, you don't even have to make it into a question. We definitely should. The accountants, the webisodes won an Emmy.
An Emmy! I'm so jealous that you have an actual Emmy.
I know, lady.
In your house.
I know. It's very pointy.
Yeah, those wings are pointy.
It's pointy.
Angela, do you want to share that we got in touch with Anthony?
Yes, we were emailing with Anthony. We had the wrong email. Aaron Schur to the rescue.
Thank you, Aaron.
Thank you, Aaron. Got us in touch. It was so great to reconnect with him. He and his family are back in Toronto, where he's from, and they're doing awesome. He shared with me that he is the showrunner for a show called The Parker Andersons / Amelia Parker. And it's actually 2 shows about the same characters from 2 different perspectives. I love that.
It's so cool.
He shared a lot of stuff with us. We're going to sprinkle it through the episode, but one of the things he said was before he got the office, he was a comedian, but he still needed that day job, and he was working at Countrywide Home Loans, and he was so excited when he got the job as writer on The Office because it meant he could quit Countrywide Home Loans.
He quit like the day before he started in the writer's room, right?
He was
something
working
crazy.
Yeah, he was working at Countrywide Home Loans, and then literally like the next day was like, I'm going to go right now on a TV show. But all of that experience paid off because he was often called on in the writer's room to pitch like those very minutia office space storylines. And he sent us in audio clips. We'll share those and some other trivia he gave us.
It's interesting because actually not a lot of our writers had real office work experience. So he was fine. This was awesome.
Yeah,
to have him in there.
Great perspective.
All right, fast fact number 2, new director alert.
Yes, our very own Dave Rogers, our editor. Yeah.
If you guys haven't listened to his extended interview in our revisited episode, you should check it out because he is an amazing person and knows so much about the show.
I dare say I don't know if anyone else knows the show as well as him.
You should dare to say that.
I dare say it then.
Say it.
I dare say it.
She said it.
I said it.
We were also able to get in touch with Dave. He shared with me that he was so nervous to direct. Very excited, but he had a ton of anxiety. He said he had a panic attack the night before filming, but he just pushed through. I was really curious, like, what the most challenging thing was coming from editing and then directing.
Oh, that's a good question.
He said the toughest thing about this episode was that there were so many locations. There were these multiple storylines. Michael had this huge emotional journey to go on.
Yeah, and a physical journey.
Yes. He said that the most challenging thing for him was just the pace of shooting. And he said it's like, if there's one thing if you have a ton of scenes in the bullpen and you have to make your day, but it's a whole other thing if after you finish a scene, you have to pick up the entire crew and all the gear and move to another place and reset up because that eats up so much of your on-camera shoot time. Yeah. But he did feel that coming from editing gave him an advantage because he just knew inherently the kind of stuff that got used on the show. He had watched so many directors do shots that we're just never going to make it in.
Right.
So he said he was able to be really, really efficient. And he got to edit this episode.
Oh, that's great. Because how hard would it be as an editor to then direct and then give it away?
I know, right?
Yeah, I would think.
He said that Dean Holland assembled a few scenes, and then Dave took over, and he did a full assembly. He did like a director's cut, and he said not much changed.
I doubt it.
And he was really, really proud that basically it was his director's cut that went to air.
Nice.
Well, I have more stuff from Dave too, so yeah, I can share that. My fast fact number 3 is fun facts about Nashua.
Let's hear that.
I mean, Holly has to go live in Nashua. Don't we want to know more about it?
I do.
Good. I'm going to tell you.
Okay.
Holly is lucky because Nashua was named the best place to live in America 2 times in an annual survey by Money Magazine, and it is the only city to ever win that ranking twice.
Holy crap, Nashua.
It was in 1987 and 1998.
Going strong at the end of the 90s. Really? What else you got?
Russian dressing.
Originated in Nashua?
Yeah, the salad dressing, Russian dressing. No.
What? You said you didn't have any deep dives. You were fooling. This is a mini deep dive on Nashua.
Okay, you're right. It kind of is. And also on Russian dressing, it was created by a grocer named James Colburn. He started mixing it up. It looks like around 1910.
Okay.
And he started selling it at his grocery store under the name Colburn's Mayonnaise Salad Dressing.
Well, that's not a catchy title, so I can see why they had to zhuzh it up.
Soon, he started manufacturing it on a bigger scale and shipping it around to other places. And he got so rich that he was able to retire.
Whoa!
In 1924.
Wow.
So just 14 years of selling this salad dressing, and he was like, peace out.
Should we make a salad dressing?
What's our salad dressing? What would be in it? What do you like in a salad dressing,
Well,
lady?
You had me at mayonnaise.
Okay, so we'll do some kind of mayo-based salad dressing.
I also like lemon. Do those mix? I don't know.
I don't know, because I was going to say maybe like a spicy mustard.
Oh.
Because I know they do a honey mustard salad dressing, but has anyone paired a spicy mustard with a mayo yet?
Probably.
We need to cut this out. We need to cut this out because we're onto something, and we'll never do it, and someone else will, and then we'll be mad for the rest of our lives.
Office ladies. But we need to give it a really long, clunky name. Office ladies, creamy mayonnaise, spicy mustard delight.
Yes, and then
Delight's
later,
got to go on the end. I don't care what it is.
later we'll call it like Dutch dressing. We'll just pick a country. Denmark dressing.
We'll just pick a random country.
Pick a country. Okay. This is the formula.
Oh, okay.
And then we'll retire in 14 years.
Okay.
All right. My final fun fact about Nashua is also about Amy Ryan. Her character in Gone Baby Gone,
Yeah.
she is being interrogated,
Yeah.
about a possible drug deal.
Yeah.
And she admits that she did, in fact, make a drug run to Nashua.
No.
And she made $150,000 on this drug run.
Amy, what is it? All your roles lead back to Nashua.
I don't know.
Love it. I now need to Google Nashua.
Why? I already told you everything you need to know.
I need
There's
to-
only 3 things to know about Nashua, and I've told you what they are.
Well, I need to Google image Nashua.
It's really cute.
I'm a big fan of the Google image button, guys. The button. Like I say it like it's an actual button on my computer. I would love it if it was a button on my computer. Less clicking.
Yeah.
Okay. Before we get into
That's our next invention.
yeah, like computers for old people. Before we get into employee transfer, I want to share that there is another great DVD commentary for this episode from our crew, and I want to let them introduce themselves because I'm going to be bringing up some of the trivia they share. Here is the DVD crew commentary for this episode.
Am I going to cry again?
By the way, I'm Dave Rogers. I'm an Emmy Award-winning editor on the show, and this is my directorial debut. And to my left here is Kyle Alexander, location manager for the show.
I'm Anthony Farrell, writer of this fantastic episode.
I'm Veda Samar, script supervisor. Been on the show for 99 episodes now.
And I'm Philip Shea, the property master, and I have also been on the show since first season.
I'm Chuck Canzaneri. This was my first full year as a production assistant on the funniest show on TV.
Oh my gosh, I love it! I know, I love hearing their voices. So whenever there's a crew commentary commentary, I just want to let them introduce themselves because it just brings back so many feelings just hearing their voices.
When Dave introduced himself as the Emmy-winning editor, it reminded me, Angela, that we were at that awards show. Remember?
Yes.
We read off the people.
We co-presented.
Yes. And then we got to give the Emmy to our own editors, and then we partied all night with them.
That was so much fun. That was one of the most fun award shows.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Without a doubt.
Yeah. So that is who does the DVD commentary for this episode. I'll sprinkle in tidbits they share. And then also, you guys, the bloopers for this episode are some of my most favorite of all bloopers. And you can't find them online. You know, they're not all there. So the bonus for this episode on the DVD box set is so great. I wish all of the driving scenes had been left in because they are all gold.
I am bummed.
On what's happening. And Daryl Des Moines' father, again, identifies himself as the poster and says that this was Daryl's final wish. So, back to the idea of perpetuity. You, like Daryl, can appoint someone to be the administrator, the controller of your account in the effect of your demise, in the wake of your passing.
This episode are some of my most favorite of all bloopers. And you can't find them online. You know, they're not all there. So the bonus for this episode on the DVD box set is so great. I wish all of the driving scenes had been left in because they are all gold.
I am bummed because I have every DVD set for every season except this one.
What?
I don't know where my season 5 DVD went.
Oh, lady.
I know. Well, while we take a break, maybe I'll order that DVD, and
yeah,
so I can watch these bloopers.
These bloopers are my favorite. Some of my absolute favorite.
All right, I'll do it. We'll be right back.
We'll talk a little bit about tackle.
Whether your resolution is to save money, eat better, or stress less, HelloFresh is here to help you do all three.
Yes, you guys, I love HelloFresh. Jen and I both love it. You know why we love it. And guess what I made the other night? What? It was so delicious. I made their pub-style shepherd's pie.
I've made it.
Yes, it's so good. White cheddar and then thyme mashed potatoes.
I know it very well. It's a family favorite.
Well, you know, Josh normally makes dinner, so this was my turn, and I made this, and he loved it. And I was so happy. I was like, I made a shepherd's pie. I'd never made one before.
It's so good. Everyone, you can say hello to your most delicious year yet with fresh ingredients, chef-crafted recipes, all at a price you'll like, delivered right to your door. Go to HelloFresh.com/OfficeLadiesFree and use code OfficeLadiesFree for free breakfast for life.
One breakfast item per box while subscription is active. That's free breakfast for life at HelloFresh.com/OfficeLadiesFree with code OfficeLadiesFree.
HelloFresh, America's #1 meal kit. This show is sponsored by BetterHelp.
You know, around New Year's, we all reflect and people really start making lists of what they can do to be their best self for the next year.
Yes, I think, you know, the new year definitely makes you think New Year's resolution. What do I want to change?
New year, new me, that kind of thing.
Yes, but perhaps this year we could be reflecting on what we're already doing right.
Yeah.
And therapy can help you figure out your strengths so that you can ditch this idea that you need some extreme change or this extreme New Year's resolution and just, you know, you can make changes that really stick because they're based on your strengths.
I like that.
If you're thinking of starting therapy, give BetterHelp a try.
It's entirely online, designed to be convenient, flexible, and suited to your schedule.
Just fill out a brief questionnaire to get matched with a licensed therapist and switch therapists at any time for no additional charge.
Celebrate the progress you've already made. Visit BetterHelp.com/OfficeLadies today to get 10% off your first month.
That's BetterHelp, HELP.com/OfficeLadies.
All right, we are back, and you guys, it is Halloween at Dunder Mifflin.
It sure is. This is our Halloween cold open.
Not through the rest of the episode, just in the cold open.
Well, we found out why.
Let's play Anthony's first clip. He talks all about it.
the show was initially, the entire episode was supposed to be Halloween. So everyone was in their costumes for the entire episode. So Andy was a kitten initially, I think. And the whole B story with Dwight being in the Cornell sweater, that was his costume, an accidental costume initially. And that's where that story came from. So costume-wise, we had a thing where once we decided we were going to just to put the Halloween stuff in the cold open, we rewrote the cold open, and that was mostly led by Lee and Gene, and that's where the idea for the 3 Jokers came from. That was obviously a situation that year with that costume being super popular, and they just totally made the most of that situation. It was amazing. The Charlie Chaplin thing, that was actually a full runner for you, Jenna. We had initially in the first draft where you were going to be, it was Halloween all day, so it was just going to be you running around the New York office as the only person dressed for Halloween, trying not to look like Hitler. And it was a fun little runner for you, but I think the story we got eventually with Jim's brothers, and that beautiful thing with, you taking the heat like that around them and having that nice little, I think that to me felt more right, and I love that we ended up going there with the story.
Yeah, it was going to be a whole Halloween episode, and then they changed it up.
Yes, Anthony shared in the DVD that all those Halloween costumes would actually be distracting from all the other storylines. So they just made it the cold open. And I have a costume breakdown.
Oh, good, because I have some good details about some of the costumes.
Okay.
What's everyone wearing, Angela?
So we have the scripts thanks to Jamesopedia. So per the script, here are some details. Stanley, in the script it says, is wearing a Creature from the Black Lagoon rubber mask with his regular suit.
Okay.
Creed, per the script, is an amazing Joker from Batman, whereas Kevin is a, quote, lame Joker. And in the script, it says Dwight is also a Joker. Kelly is Carrie Bradshaw from Sex and the City. Ryan is Gordon Gekko from Wall Street. Very fitting for Ryan. Oscar is Uncle Sam. Meredith, a cheerleader. Phyllis is Raggedy Ann. Andy, per the script, it says he's dressed as a cat with whiskers on his face. Angela has brought back her cat costume. Yes, always a classic. And Jim is just wearing a name tag that says Dave. And of course, Pam, the solo Halloween costume wearer at corporate, is dressed as Charlie Chaplin.
Yes. I reached out to our wardrobe designer, Alicia Raycraft.
Oh, great.
So, starting this season, Alicia took over for Carrie Bennett. Alicia was amazing, particularly, I think, at building wardrobe from scratch. My memories of her when I would visit her in the wardrobe trailer were that she always had like one of those fabric mannequins with like swatches on it, pinned on it, or on her wall.
I am telling you, she was always pinning something to something.
Yes.
And then standing back and looking at it, and then moving a swatch here up and down.
She said that with this episode, she had to really ride the line of designing wardrobe, but also making sure that the costumes looked like things that we could have put together ourselves.
Right. The idea is that if Kevin is going to dress like the Joker, it'd be Kevin's effort. It'd be like something Kevin had to put together.
Yes. Like you said, the script said that Creed's Joker was supposed to be the best version of the Joker. Kevin's was supposed to be lame.
And they're the Dark Knight Joker.
Yes, that's what Alicia said. They were supposed to be based on the Heath Ledger Joker. And so she had a picture and she made a shopping list. And she still had her shopping list.
Stop it. I love her.
This is what it said. They had to go shop for a vest with a high neck center front. Green for Creed, not for Kevin.
Because Creed got it right and Kevin didn't.
Correct. They needed a gray or dark lilac patterned shirt, green or olive tie with a pattern, pinstripe navy pants, pleated for Kevin, but flat front for Creed. Argyle socks, black Oxford shoes for Creed, but Kevin is to wear his regular character shoes. She said the overall direction in shopping for Kevin was that all of the clothes they purchased should look like they came from his closet, and the direction for Creed was that Creed went out and picked it out specifically for Halloween.
Yeah.
But for Dwight, she said they went with a nod to the Jack Nicholson version of the Joker.
I thought something was different when I rewatched it because the way they drew the smile,
yes,
did not look like the Heath Ledger Joker.
That's how they were like, how do we do 3 Jokers, but it's not all the same costume or the same look. But she also shared with me that she brought in a rack of clothes and that Rain really put together his costume from everything she had bought, which tracks with when we talked to Carrie. And Carrie Bennett said that Rain was always really invested in what his character wore.
That's awesome.
So let's see, what's next? We got a lot of questions about Andy's kitten costume. A lot of people wrote in to say they thought it looked a little bit like, my favorite was Katie L. said it looks like an off-brand Rum Tum Tugger costume from the musical Cats. She said, in my mind, I like to think Andy was in a school production of Cats and he still had his costume. Katie L., you would be right on there. Dave told me that Greg was very involved in Ed's costume.
Really?
Yes, that he wanted it to look like it was from the musical Cats, and he went over the top to please Angela.
Right.
He was not just going to draw whiskers on his face, guys. Alicia said she showed Greg a bunch of photos from the Broadway musical of Cats, and Greg picked his favorites, but she did not base this cat on any one character. It was a meld. She built that whole costume from scratch. She bought a unitard and hand painted it. She used to do textile painting.
Wow.
I mean, that's amazing. And then she found another email that she shared with me. It was an email to her crew detailing how to build the little like fur diaper thing that he's wearing. What is it, right?
Yeah, I don't know. But it looks like fur underwear. And
Yes.
there's also like a rope belt and a tail, and oh my goodness.
Yes. She said, please make a loincloth using a thong or small brief underwear as a base, and then swatch felt, wool crepe, and heavy knits on top. And please get faux fur for some gloves. So amazing. So that is how she put together all of those costumes, which were really amazing. And I remember my costume. We did like, Pam went to a store and rented a tux, basically.
Well, I took a lot of photos this day. I have some great ones of you and Rain. You guys were hanging out by your trailer. I was walking by you guys in my cat costume, and I see Rain as the Joker talking to Jenna as Charlie Chaplin, just casually hanging out. So I took pictures. They're some of my favorite.
Well, I think he put that one in his book.
I gave it to him.
Yeah.
That's from me.
I loved this episode, Angela, because I had been away for a very long time at Pratt, but you know, the corporate offices were over on the warehouse set.
We never got to see you.
But you did on this day.
Exactly.
And I got to participate in the Halloween, which was always one of my favorite things on our show. And I would have been really bummed if I didn't get to see everybody in their costumes. But I got to be in hair makeup.
And we were in there a long time. Me, not so long, but oh my gosh, Ed had to come in really early.
Yeah.
And so did Phyllis. Like, there was a lot of makeup there.
Well, my hair was not easy to wash out, I'll tell you that.
Are your eyebrows? I felt bad for your poor eyebrows.
Yeah, it was a real grease paint.
They shellacked you.
Yeah.
I have a few little background catches for this cold open. I want you guys to know that at 44 seconds, when Kevin is annoyed that Creed is such a good Joker, he brushes past me and knocks me over. This was like a little running bit Brian and I would have, that if Kevin bumped into Angela, she'd go flying. It was like our own personal bit that cracked us up to no end. When he did it, one of my cat ears fell forward and didn't come back up, and I could feel it laying on top of my head, and I was trying not to laugh. And if you go to 44 seconds, you'll see that Angela's ear flops forward.
I want you to know that 3 people that I reached out to on this episode pointed out that moment to me.
I know. I know, they talked about it in the commentary too.
I think it's gone down in the lore of this episode.
I know. And then the other thing was, you guys, they really let Ed as that cat play around and mess with John. And in one take, Ed as Andy came up to Jim and rubbed on his leg, like kind of rubbed on him like a cat. And the two of them lost it. It's in the bloopers, but they had a lot of fun with that. One of my favorite moments is when Andy, it says in the script, Andy walks back to his desk smugly. And Ed's like sachet in that cat costume cracked me up. You guys know we love this fake elevator in our lobby. The Dunder Mifflin lobby.
Yeah.
We've talked about it. 2 wooden doors and a guy pulling a rope.
Yep.
On the side.
And they add all the sound effects later.
They add it all in. Well, in the script, when Rain as Dwight arrives in the Joker outfit, he just was supposed to hop in the elevator, and he was supposed to, all of the Joker say, and here we go! And the doors would shut. But it was just kind of falling flat. So they came up with this alt about the magic trick of the pencil disappearing.
Yeah.
and it wasn't really working still. And so Anthony pitched, what if the doors close as he's saying the line, and then he opens them back up to finish the sentence? And they said they played around with this for a bit, with the doors opening and closing, which you and I know means that there was someone working that pulley really hard. And that's how they found this moment. And I thought that was really fun.
That is awesome.
Those things that happened on the fly like that in the moment, I love to hear about.
Now it's time to get into the episode. We're down in the warehouse. They are loading up a big truck so that they can take Holly to Nashua.
Yes.
We got a fan question.
Okay.
That is very funny to me. 2 people.
Okay.
Ian O and Mary S wrote in to say, did Holly live in the warehouse? Isn't it odd that this road trip started from the office rather than from her home?
This is such a good catch. It's true. Where is this stuff coming from? Oh my gosh. I guess we have to justify it that like they went to her apartment, packed it up, but then why did they drive to the warehouse? Why not just leave?
This piggybacks very nicely on a question that I had along with Aaron S. and Amanda E. What is Holly wearing on the day she is moving? She is dressed in her work clothes, same as Pam driving to Pratt.
I know.
What is that? Michael's more casual.
He's got his little casual little like
little jacket. Yes. Also, they pointed out, I don't think it looks like she had any intention of helping move any of her own belongings. She is not dressed for a move.
No, she's not. Why couldn't she be casual? What's happening?
I thought these were good catches. You know, I talked to Dave about this, and he said that during the prep for this episode, they brought him a bunch of trucks to look at, and they were all giant 18-wheeler moving trucks. And he was like, how am I going to film with that?
How do I tow it?
What am I doing? But he said he loves this truck that they found. It looked really realistic. He also just loved that the back was open, because then when you got shots that, you know, the farther shots of them going down the road, it just like, you really felt the move.
Yeah.
Because you could see her bed. You could see the stuff.
Right. They said that they wanted the table hanging off the front, like in the bubble wrap.
I love it.
I loved it too. Phil Props, you know, we love Phil Props. He shared that Anthony and Dave really wanted Michael to have packed all kinds of crazy things for the road trip. Like him and Holly are little kids, like the finger puppets and the cats in the cradle and the movies to watch. You guys, a lot of those are in the deleted scenes.
I mean, of them doing it in the van.
And my absolute favorite is the 2 of them. The windows are down and they're watching a movie and they are hissing themselves laughing. They are laughing so hard, and Daryl looks miserable, and Daryl takes a hard turn on purpose, and the laptop that's playing the movie goes flying out the window.
I remember that.
It is so funny. I am so bummed it didn't make it in. Dave said they spent 3 hours on that gag and finally had to just let it go. They said every time Craig turned, the computer would slide and never go out the window. It only went out the window one time.
Oh my gosh.
But it's in the bloopers on the DVD, and it's so funny.
We had a fan catch from a couple of people, from Erica S. and Mary S. And I have to say, they're making a good point.
What?
So it said repeatedly in Goodbye Toby that, you know, she's coming in to train for this new position and that they only allowed 1 day for training. And when she's on the Ferris wheel with Michael, she talks about how she was unable to be promoted at her former company.
Right.
But then in this episode, it says she's being transferred back to Nashua, as if she's been a Dunder Mifflin employee all along.
I don't know, guys.
I mean, I think they caught a continuity error there.
Oh, yeah. Here's one of the things I was curious about. Why would Daryl agree to drive Michael and Holly, be in a car with Michael and Holly for 7 hours? Well, there was a talking head in the script that didn't make it in. That explained this. Daryl said, I'm driving them up for 5 times what I would have made at work. I thought I made a good deal. Then I realized I'm going to be trapped in a truck with Michael all day. But he did earn a lot of money.
So Michael paid him, is why.
They paid him, yeah.
Okay, that does make more sense. Well, Michael is not the only person who's leaving for the day. Jim comes walking out of the building. He's saying goodbye to them, right?
Mm-hmm.
And we find out that Jim is going to go to New York and he's going to have lunch with Pam and his two brothers. So we set up that storyline. And I'm bringing this up because at 3 minutes 24 seconds, Jim is holding the keychain that he got in the Yankee Swap Christmas party from Oscar back in season 2.
Oh my gosh, what a great tiny detail.
Yeah.
I love that.
Still Shay.
Still Shay, man. Well, as Jim and Michael are having this little scene in the parking lot, Holly would have said goodbye to everyone in the bullpen. It was a deleted scene. Jenna, I laughed so hard in this scene. I was really glad. I'm way deep behind the partition. It's a series of people saying goodbye to her, but my absolute favorite was Oscar. Oscar Nunez is so good at like being the character that rains on your parade, but he's just being reasonable, right?
Yeah.
So he's like, well, good luck. And she's like, well, I won't be that far. And then he goes on to say all of this, and he just slowly rains on her parade. Can you play it?
I'll miss you.
I'll be around.
It's about a 7-hour drive.
That's not that bad. If I'm really jonesing to see you guys, I can always fly.
I don't know if it'll be shorter to fly. You have to drive to Boston, right? It's an hour and a half. Get to an hour before the flight. I drove 2.5 hours. The flight to Philadelphia is an hour 15. It's another 2.5 hour drive to Scranton, assuming there's no traffic.
Well, I guess I'll say goodbye.
Okay.
It made me laugh.
I just wanted to say goodbye.
Right. But like, she's trying to make like, it's not going to be that bad. And he's like, well, I don't know about that. Like, that person, Oscar was so good at being that person.
So it keeps coming up in this episode that it is 7 hours from Scranton to Nashua.
Did you Google it?
It's not true.
How far is it?
Less than 5.
What?
It's such a big difference.
Why didn't anyone look that up?
I don't know. But it's only like 4 hours and 45 minutes.
Are you kidding me?
I'm not kidding you.
What roads were they taking? Are there new freeways?
There were some like fan theories that it took them 7 hours in that big truck. But that's not how we present it in this episode. We present it like, how are they ever going to see each other? Like Holly says, even if you leave right after work, Michael, you won't even get here till after midnight.
And then we'll just have one day together.
And you'll have to go back. But it's not true. They really scared themselves.
I mean, at 4 hours, they're in the middle of nowhere. That's how we sell it.
Exactly.
Oh, wow.
I know. So anyway, I just wanted to say that. I also did check the train schedule. For a reason I can't explain, it takes over 12 hours on the train.
Maybe our writers check the train schedule.
I don't know. A lot of stops, though, I guess.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, I know. Are you checking my work? You got your phone out. She is checking my work.
I'm not.
What do you think? I don't know how to Google Scranton to Nashua?
No, I'm very
After all of my great information I've given you about rabies.
Can I tell you something right now?
What? I'm doing it too. We're both Googling Scranton to
I
Nashua.
was doing it, baby.
There it is. 5
4
hours.
hours. Oh, that's
It's
nothing.
311 miles. Done.
You know what's amazing is that a lot of people have written about this.
I know. There's a whole Reddit thread.
I know. I'm looking at the Reddit thread.
See?
Bye.
Okay. Well, this shouldn't have broken them up.
It really shouldn't have.
They should have picked a further branch. Okay. Well, all right.
Speaking of all of these driving scenes, should we get into it a little bit? We'll come back. Stuff is happening back at the office with Dwight and Andy, but we'll get back to it.
Should we do the driving? Let's do it.
Let's get to the driving.
I
Sam.
can't give it this shit. He's already been kicked.
Oh, no.
What's up?
If you're going my way, I want to ride it all night long. Something all night long.
Okay.
Tom Cochran.
According to Jamespedia, they had 2 days and a little more, like 2 days and a half, to shoot the driving scenes. They shot mostly on the 118 freeway, a little bit on Burbank Boulevard. That's how we made it look like the East Coast. Some tidbits from Dave Rogers. They filmed this using lipstick cameras in the car, and for the most part used a tow car. So they had a big old truck that pulled the truck. Craig was not actually driving. So Dave told me that it was over 100 degrees the days they were shooting.
104 is what they said in the commentary.
And he, Randall Einhorn, our DP, Paul Feig, and Veda had to sit in the back of the tow car
Under a tent.
Yes, like a black box tent where they could see monitors showing them what was happening inside the car. They had little walkie-talkies so that they could talk to Amy and Steve and Craig. He said Paul Feig started removing layers of his suit because, you know, Paul used to wear like a three-piece suit every day.
Yeah.
He said they were really jealous because Randall Einhorn wore the cooling vest. Yes, yeah, the cooling vest that Steve Carell had worn.
Yeah. Veda said inside the tent with 5 monitors, all the heat was trapped in there. She said it felt like it was 200 degrees in there.
Dave sent me some pictures.
Oh no, were they like all melting?
They were. They looked so hot. It was crazy. Yeah, so they are driving. They are singing this song over and over again.
Over and over. And then, of course, in the deleted scenes, you guys, they're pulling things out of that bag Michael packed and doing things. And then one of the things they do is they just start doing like kissing push-ups. Oh my gosh, Daryl's face. They put their lips to each other and they're going 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 like that. It's so good.
They
and
come
that
from
didn't
about
make it
5.
in.
It's
But they're
hanging them
driving
down.
Daryl crazy.
She's doing a good job of
Then
it.
they start to realize this is far. It's starting to hit them.
Oh, you got
Michael wants to save the day. He's like, stop right now. We're halfway. There's got to be an amazing bed and breakfast right here.
Yeah, it's where we'll meet. It's going to be
Hi,
We'll meet in the middle. So they pull off the road. There's nothing.
They're in the woods.
We're friends.
Kyle, our location
We're
manager,
slowly now,
shared
friends.
this. He said when they went tech scouting, they found this location kind of like off the side
Oh,
of the
look at
road.
the
They were
poo.
like, oh, this will be
I'm
perfect.
such a sucker for
And then they
dogs.
found out another production
I don't
was
think I'm
filming
gonna
just
get
a
that.
little ways down the way in the same area.
No.
He didn't say who it was, but he said normally this wouldn't concern us because we would film in our little nook, they would film in their nook, and we'd be
Suspicious
fine.
account
But
of
then we found out
37
they were filming a
repost of
live
Sandler
band
0
all
post
day.
saying DM
And he said we
after
couldn't
you
have a
follow back
live
and you'd
band, so we had to find a whole
account
new
so I can
location.
stop fake
And
accounts.
this spot was actually in Griffith Park.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
It's so funny when you said another show was filming there. I assumed it was like a murder show or 24 or something.
Right.
Because who else needs just like to be out in the weird woods?
Maybe a teen rom-com.
I guess so, with a live band.
Right. Here's another little thing I caught, Jenna. At 9 minutes
God,
53 seconds, while Michael and Holly are having this heart-to-heart in the car, Daryl's getting gas. Right?
Yeah.
Did you see what the front license plate said?
No.
It just says Rock 107.
The license plate on the truck?
Yes, on the front of the truck says Rock 107.
Oh,
a radio station.
Is there a Rock 107 in Scranton?
Yes.
Oh my gosh.
It plays classic rock.
Of course it does, Sam.
She.
Rock 107.
Yeah, baby.
Although I suppose actually these are all coming off of Michael's mix CD that he made for the trip. Life is a Highway. Now, we all know I made
Your Scranton mix CD.
Sounds of Scranton. I would have put this on there because it was just a mix of classic rock. You know who would have appreciated my CD?
Michael Scott.
Michael Scott.
Jenna Fisher and Michael Scott.
Yes.
Hanging out. So while Daryl is getting gas, you know, Michael says that he's dated 4 women in the last 10 years, and Holly surpasses them all. Well, Veda, our scriptie, shared that the last 10 years was an improv from Steve.
Oh, it made it so much better, I have to say.
I know.
Everything about that when she thinks he means 4 people in the last year and he says in the last 10 years, kind of at the same time.
Yeah.
That was like, oh my God.
I know.
I love you so much, Michael.
And they were ad-libbing right there.
Aw. All of it really breaks my heart, and because as they're getting closer, you can really see Holly shutting down.
Oh, she starts crying while the song is playing. And Amy Ryan crushed that.
I know.
That was so good. Well, Dave talked about this. He said, you know, he really wanted a 3-shot. He wanted to see Michael and Holly having this moment. Michael begging Holly, no, don't do this. We don't need to break up. And Daryl just making a random phone call, like just you need to talk to anyone. Someone.
Yes.
And he wanted to see all of that at the same time. I mean, it's not an easy shot, but Dave was like, no. I want to see all 3 of them.
You had to see all 3 of them.
Yeah.
It only works that way.
Because he said it's like 2 scenes happening at the same time.
Well, maybe we should take a break from the car because we need to cover what's happening back at the office.
Oh, yeah. Dwight is applying for Cornell, you guys.
Oh, yeah. And also, Pam's about to have lunch with Jim's brothers. There's a lot to still talk about. We'll be right back.
The bigger the hit and the bigger the ability of that player to just get on the hit and get back up, the louder
Dwight arrives to work. He is wearing a Cornell sweatshirt
over his mustard shirt.
Yeah. You want to know why he's wearing that sweatshirt?
Because he's applying to Cornell.
That's right. Yes.
I mean, did he know how to go after Andy or what? Oh, what does Andy covet? That Cornell diploma.
My favorite thing is when you see Andy fuming in the back of Dwight's talking head.
When he's flopping his chair back and forth.
So good.
So good. I have a little Phil Props tidbit about this talking head. Dwight is holding up a coffee mug that also says Cornell.
Yeah.
Well, this was sort of a last minute pitch from Dave. He really wanted to pump up the Cornell merch.
Okay.
So he was like, what if he's holding something? They made that mug in 2 hours.
What?
Our props department.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah. So that he could have it in this talking head.
You know, I've seen that happen on set sometimes where there'll be an actor and they're supposed to carry a briefcase, for example, and the props team will come up during the rehearsal of the scene on the day, we're lighting, we're getting ready to shoot, and they show the actor 3 briefcase options. And then the actor says, oh, no, I imagined it would be like a distressed leather, maybe it was my father's, and he passed down to me. And the props person, you just see them just having a heart attack, basically.
And I feel like the actor and directors, producers, the writer of the episode, they might all have a thought last minute like that
on what this prop should look like. And the props person is like, always, without fail, they're always like, oh yeah, okay. No problem. We'll get that. And then I know that they take like a van to some warehouse and they go through a giant shelf of all these briefcases to try to find the thing that the actor talked about.
Or they run across the parking lot.
Yeah.
And like try to get something printed in the moment. I have such a memory of Phil running across the parking lot.
My only memories of Phil are that he is running.
Running or like fast walking and talking. Hey Phil, hey, how's it going?
No, I gotta make a thing. I'm gonna print out a thing, and we're gonna get that made.
Yep.
Can't wait. Yeah, props are amazing.
Props department kicking butt.
Well, throughout all of this, Dwight is just winding Andy up. They've got that scene in the kitchen. Dwight has clearly done his research.
Oh yeah. After that scene in the kitchen, there's a deleted scene of Andy in the parking lot going off to his dad. Like, I died, Dad, I'm gonna get him. Like, he's like so mad.
One of my favorite scenes is the one with Dwight at his desk where he's got all this merch. There's like a pennant that hanging from the ceiling. And then he reaches into his drawer and he gets out a Cornell bobblehead. Yeah. And Andy loses.
Talking to Death on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcast. Odds are you won't die.
Oh, I gotta pay how much?
Into your dealership for car
repair. He's like, that's Big Red Bear.
Well, I asked Phil Shea if that was a real Cornell bobblehead or if we had to make it. And he said it was real. Throughout all these years of the show, because Andy had gone to school at Cornell, he made contacts at the school, particularly the Cornell bookstore, and that is where he got the bobblehead. He said Claudia, Sandra, Peggy, and Patricia are the ladies at Cornell that would always help him out whenever we had a storyline that required Cornell merch. There's going to be a really good one coming up, and I can't wait to share it in a future episode.
Thank you, ladies. I love that Phil had all his people. He had all his people everywhere.
yeah.
Well, I have a little thing to share about that Cornell bobblehead as well. So it was not the first choice.
What was the first choice?
So to ratchet Andy up, Dwight was going to have his cell phone ringtone be the Cornell fight song.
Ooh, that's a good idea.
Yeah, but then when they heard it, it just didn't quite work in the moment. It was just like too much setup, and so they felt like the bobblehead was just like this quick, like boom. I now have the Cornell merch on my desk.
Well, I like the personal connection to Angela and the bobbleheads as well.
Side by side.
Yes. So I like that choice for that reason.
Well, it almost was Give My Regards to Davy, which is the Cornell fight song playing on Dwight's cell phone.
You know the scene where Andy confronts Dwight outside of the bathroom? And Dwight starts asking Andy what a cappella group he should join?
Yeah.
At Cornell?
The Harmoniacs are the Do-Re-Migos?
Yes. I looked it up. According to the Cornell A Cappella Advisory Council, there is a Cornell A Cappella Advisory Council.
Amazing.
There are not any current a cappella groups with those names, but I'm not sure about when we filmed.
Aka what? Aka, let me tell you. Veda said that Rain was improvising quite a bit in this moment. Oh, some was scripted, and then he just started going off.
I see.
Yes, and also Anthony shared that he pitched that Stanley should be the first person to come out of the bathroom to kind of throw Andy off. Because Andy's so ready, and then Stanley comes out, and he's like, ugh. And then he has to get his energy back up for Dwight. I love that little moment.
Great detail. All of this is going to lead to a delicious scene in the conference room because Andy informs Dwight, guess who is conducting your interview?
He's contacted Cornell, and he's going to do the interview.
Yeah, and Dwight's like, bring it on. I love this conference room scene so much.
I love it so much.
Look at that
Dave
house.
shared that this conference room
Was that ever
scene
waved?
between Dwight and Andy was his first day of filming.
What?
Yes, and he loved that because it was so contained, right?
Oh my gosh, yes.
Right? And he said it was about a 10 to 11 page scene. It's a huge scene.
Yes, a lot of people asked, was this scripted or improvised? It was almost all scripted.
It was almost all scripted, but Veda said that they did let Rain and Ed really play around, especially with the role model name pitches. And these guys kept laughing. They were breaking so hard in this scene.
In the end, Dwight says his role models are Dane Cook, Jack Bauer, and Eli Whitney, but in the script they're different. And there's many takes of these names being different. But there was one big part of this scene that was improvised, and Anthony talks about it.
It's so good.
That scene that we had in the conference room where they were, the double interview, as it were, that was always like, it always been there's a fun scene for the two of them to square off at the end of that episode. I do remember there was a moment where it was either Rain or Ed started pulling the table, and I was just like, oh, we've got to do that more. So I talked to Dave Rogers, who was directing his first episode of the album. He's directed 1,000 things since because he's freaking amazing. I remember talking to him, I think we got to just let him play with that table, let him pull it back and forth, and let him struggle with that and see what happens. And I think we got, that was the only take I think we did of that, where Rain just pulls it all the way to the wall and thanks him for coming. And just that whole, those characters are all about conflict, all about power shifts. That whole dynamic just felt like the right place to end up with those characters, and so that was a nice little bit of improv that we got to enhance on the day.
I feel like Dave must have been so excited after this first shoot day. Yeah, to get that table tugging moment, to get this whole scene. These guys are so good in it.
Yeah.
He had to have been fired up.
You would think so. I mean, the biggest stuff was ahead of him, but at least he had that first day in the conference room.
Well, you know, it's interesting. Dave shared with me the last thing we shot for this episode was the Halloween cold open. That was the last day of shooting.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, he said we needed time to get all those costumes and everything organized.
Yeah.
Should we talk about what's going on with Joe and Pam during all of this now?
Yes.
So we know that they're going to have lunch with Jim's brothers, but what we find out is that Pam gets to the restaurant early.
Yeah.
She wants to do a prank.
Because she wants them to like her.
Yeah.
She's like going to be the fun sister-in-law.
Jenna, do you have a guest star breakdown? You know I do. Pete Halpert was played by Tug Coker, and Tom Halpert was played by Blake Robbins. They were super tall, very tall. There's the reason for that. John Krasinski has two very tall brothers in real life, and they thought this would be a fun nod to his family. Yeah. I was able to get in touch with Tug, by the way, and oh my gosh, I could not love this guy more. I mean, we had such a fun time shooting together, and I had so much fun reminiscing with him about this. He told me that the audition notice for this episode, it said it was looking for actors who were 6'1" or taller, preferably with brown hair, but it did not reveal that he would be playing Jim Halpert's brother. Huh. And when he got to the audition, he said, first of all, he's 6'5", and when he got to the audition, Allison Jones said, "You look like you could play John Krasinski's brother." That's what she said, and he was like, "Oh, I'm going to be playing a helper." Yeah, that was his first clue. He read with Allison's associate Ben Harris, and the next day he got a call that he'd gotten the part. Well, I definitely felt like these guys look like they could be John's brothers. And you know, John's brothers in real life are super tall. They're like 6'8" or something. They're like the tallest family. Isn't John the short one? Yes. And John is 6'3". Yeah, and he's the shorty. That is so crazy. Well, Tug said, here's the thing that happens when you're a really tall actor. You usually have to bring your own clothes. Listen, Tug, that's what happens when you're a really short actor, too. Angela can relate. He said that is his own suit, and those are his own shoes. I believe it. He's pretty sure that Blake wore his own clothes in the scene as well. So you know this first scene at the restaurant, Angela, where Pam has met them early and she's pitching her idea for what the prank could be. She says her ring, she put it in her little apron, she left it, she's going to throw another girl under the bus. This whole drama, she lost her engagement ring. And they're like, oh, we have a better idea. Their idea is that they're going to dog Pam about her career choice as an artist. Yeah, and they said, let's do the same thing we did to Jim's girlfriend in high school. What the heck, guys? What is your pattern here? Oh, our bit is we make the girls that Jim's dating feel crappy about themselves. I know. What the heck? I know. They said in the DVD commentary that they wanted Jim's brothers to be bad at pranking. Like, they're like the less sophisticated prankers of the family. Right. Jim is better at pranking. They're kind of lame at it. So most of this stuff was scripted in the restaurant. We did not have a lot of time, actually, to play around. But Tug reminded me that we did improvise the very end of this scene. He said, Jenna, I'm pretty sure you improvised that line, so not the ring thing then. And then the two of them are like, no, this is better, this is better. And I checked the script and he's right. The scene had actually been meant to end sooner. That sounds like you in real life, by the way. That sounds like something you would say. Maybe so. I feel like we've ordered lunch together and I've gone back and forth about an appetizer and you've said, so not the dip then. We're not doing it, just to clarify. Well, Dave shared that you guys filmed this restaurant scene the day after Labor Day. Oh, Tuesday in September. I thought that was a fun little detail to know. And Kyle, the locations manager, said that this restaurant was called E3rd, and it was on the east side of downtown LA. They were really trying to get this area to double as Brooklyn, where Pam was attending prep. I think they did a good job. Yeah. Well, the restaurant was a steakhouse. And in the next scene, where you see that we're eating after Jim has arrived, we got to just pick off the menu. Oh, so you're really eating the restaurant food? Yeah. Oh, that's so lucky. I know. Oh, that's cool. Well, Tug said he remembers it very clearly because it was the very first time he had to eat in a scene. And when they gave him the menu, he thought his character would order steak at a steakhouse. And that John Krasinski said, oh, dude, you're going to regret that choice. You're going to be eating cold steak for several hours. And Tug was like, what do you mean? I'm going to eat steak. And that's what my character would eat. And he said, John ordered a salad and like a little protein on the side. And that's what I ordered as well. Well, Tug said that his concern about ordering a salad was that he didn't want any food to fall on him during the scene. He was like, this is the first time I'm eating and acting. I think steak, I can get it on the fork. I can get it in my mouth. Well, steak is definitely easier to eat than salad. Well,
Well, Tug pointed out to me, and I didn't notice it the first time I watched it, but he said it's burned in his brain because this is the scene that was on his acting reel for years and years. So at 12 minutes, 25 seconds, John is struggling with this bite of salad. You can see it.
I saw that too.
He's having a very hard time getting this piece of lettuce in his mouth. And then, if you watch closely, one leaf misses his mouth and falls into his lap, which was exactly Tug's fear. That if Tug had been eating salad, he would have missed his mouth. He was then glad he had ordered that steak and had to eat it for hours.
John, as I rewatched that, I thought, that's a really big, aggressive bite of lettuce. Like, he really went for it.
He did. You know, sometimes when you're eating salad in a scene, you don't realize what you've got on the fork, and then you just have to commit to it.
And that was on Tug's reel. Now he watched it over and over.
Over and over again, he watched that piece of lettuce fall.
So, you know, their dinner starts out pretty sweet, right? Jim is holding up a photo of his niece, right?
Yeah.
And the
So
West
you
Side.
feel like this is going to be nice.
It's pre-prank. The prank hasn't started yet.
Prank hasn't started yet. The photo that John is holding up is our set medic, Patrice King's daughter. Oh, yeah, Phil shared that. Phil would do that, you guys.
This scene also has the moment where all of us at the end of the scene give a look to camera. And it's such a cool moment. Tug said he remembers Dave Roger giving him the direction to check in with the camera throughout the scene. And this was like so crazy to him because, you know, he'd never been in a project where you were allowed to look down the lens like that. But I love this moment. I love the look that he gives the camera, and you just go around the table and we all give this little look to camera about this prank that is not going well.
Not going well. Dave talked about it a little bit. He said he wanted the brothers to look to camera to just give that subtle hint that their mannerisms were similar to Jim, that they would check in like that. At 8 minutes 33 seconds, Pete gives a solo look to camera, and at 12 minutes 31 seconds, Tom gives a Jim kind of shrug to camera.
I loved that one. I thought that was so good. Well, as this prank continues, it is really getting under Pam's skin. Like, she is getting very flustered. I think particularly when he suggests that she pay the bill by drawing on the napkin.
Oh, Jenna, if you need a boost, listen to the DVD commentary because Veda said,
Getting very flustered. Particularly when he suggests that she pay the bill by drawing on the napkin. Jenna, if you need a boost, commentary because Veda said,
started by and contribution by his wife, Coretta Scott King, who lobbied to have Martin Luther King Jr.'s birthday observed as a national holiday after his passing.
She was so impressed with your performance. Aw, she said, you know, the way this was scripted is tough because Pam has to want to be on board to be pranked, but then also start clocking like, hey, that's kind of a dig. Okay, you're kind of going too far. And she said, Jenna did such an amazing job. It's really sweet. Veda was showing you some love.
That's really sweet. Well, it was kind of a fine line because everything that Veda said, part of this storyline was also meant to further Pam's insecurity about the idea of being an artist.
Oh.
And, you know, because this is something that she wants, but Pam is not a person with a lot of certainty all the time. And this was supposed to play on that. It was a lot for Pam to go to art school. It really was.
Yeah.
And so this is meant to kind of discourage her momentum.
Aw, that makes me sad.
Yeah, I know. I have to say, it was so nice reconnecting with Tug about these scenes. You know, he said he's still in touch with Blake. He still gets recognized for having been on the show. Something he told me that I thought was really special was that the day this episode aired, Dave Rogers called him personally, complimented his performance, and told him, hey, I wanted you to know that the bulk of the brothers' scenes made it into the episode. And so when you see it tonight, it's there.
That is so nice. No one does that. That was so nice of Dave.
No one does that. And Tug said, you know, I've done a ton of guest roles, and sometimes you tell your whole family to watch it, and they watch it, and your whole part has been reduced to one line.
All the time.
He said, so he was so excited. He called his friends and family, and he was like, yes, watch the show. I'm really on it. And the show was a big deal at the time. This was a big deal to him and his friends and family that he had been on it. So, Dave Rogers, you are a gem. Tug, thank you so much. I want you guys to know that you can catch him on a show called Now We're Talking. It is a scripted comedy series, and he co-created it, produced it, and stars in it. And it was nominated for a WGA award. It's produced by LeBron James and Maverick Carter's company, Spring Hill. But Office fans, if you check it out, you might see some Office alums on there. They've got Malcolm Barrett and Andy Buckley pop up on the show.
Nice.
So definitely check it out because this guy is amazing. Tug, thank you so much.
So we finish out this Jim and Pam storyline. They're leaving the restaurant, and the two of them are walking down the street. And Pam's like, that's not exactly how I had that going.
Yeah.
Like, I had a whole different prank. And she tells it to him. And then Jenna, Veda shared that you ad-libbed the end.
The line about him being bald.
You ad-libbed. How about we prank him on Thanksgiving about him being bald? That was all you.
I was really proud of that line. I thought that was funny.
Yeah, it was really funny. So you had some improvs in this one, lady.
I did. I really did. Now I think we should wrap up this Michael and Holly storyline because they've arrived at Holly's charming little house in Nashua.
I know. Anthony said in the script he wanted it to be a basement apartment.
Oh.
But he was like, but we don't really have basement apartments here. So they found this little house in Angelino Heights.
Oh.
Isn't it so cute? I thought it was so cute.
It brought up a lot of questions for me, though. Okay, if Holly was in Nashua and she had to move her whole life and all her stuff and get rid of her house/apartment that she had been living in and move to Scranton, she was only in Scranton for, I think, like less than 2 months. And now she has to move all the way back, and it was kind of breaking my heart for her. I was glad they picked a cute location, because I was thinking, oh my gosh, she just left this city. But then I thought it tracks that she would know where to get a cute place if she was from there.
Right. Maybe it's even her old place.
Maybe it is. It's super cute.
Super cute. Also, per Dave, they were really stressed about losing light, and they were going to be losing some of the crew because they were going to leave to go film the Jim and Pam proposal scene with Ken Quapis.
Yeah, so we would do this sometimes. We filmed the Jim Pam proposal during this episode's week of filming.
Right, because they had to build the whole thing. Sometimes the schedule just got wonky like that. So Dave was really on a time crunch here to get this filmed.
Well, Michael decides he's not going to stay. He had planned to stay for the weekend, I guess to help her unpack. It seems pretty clear that they're going to break up.
Yeah.
Because of the 7-hour drive that's really
only
5
4 hours.
hour drive.
4.5. They could have totally done it.
They could have done it. I wanted to go into the TV and tell them. But
Anthony said that he wrote dialogue here for them saying goodbye and how, well, maybe I'll see you or maybe we'll go this and that. And then in the moment, Amy and Steve just did this really big, long, lingering hug. And Dave was like, that's it.
Yeah.
They don't need to have the dialogue. That hug tells you everything.
We had a lot of mail.
Oh, yeah?
From Chris W., Chelsea C., Hamlin H., and many others, just asking a couple of questions. Number one, how was Michael planning to get back to Scranton if he and Holly hadn't broken up?
Right? Neither of them have a car.
That was the other thing. Did Holly not bring a car to Nashua? What'd she do with her car? Did she leave it in Scranton?
I don't know.
They didn't tow it. I noticed. I looked for it. Poor Holly has just gotten dropped off with all her stuff, a mattress in plastic wrap. No one is helping her unpack, and she has no car. And she's dressed for work.
Yeah,
that's how we leave Holly in Nashua.
I know.
This whole storyline ends with such an amazing scene of Michael and Daryl in the car driving back. Dave was really stressed because, like you said, they were losing light.
Yeah, he said Randall, our camera operator, was going, come on, we got to get this now. We got to get it now. The sun was setting, but didn't it make for such a beautiful backdrop?
Yes. It just meant that they didn't get a lot of takes. They had to nail it.
Anthony said he loved that it was getting dark because you really got the sense that they spent the whole day together.
I liked that too. Dave told me this is his favorite scene from the episode. Anthony said the same thing.
Yeah, Anthony was very excited because this was his pitch and his idea. He talks about it right here.
Yeah, this was my first ever episode of television that was written and got onto TV, so it holds a very near and dear place in my heart. This one, all the stuff with the breakup, and the thing with oh my God, of course, like the scene at the end where Michael's singing the blues. That's a special moment for me in particular because I do remember pitching that in the room, and it's one of those things as a writer. So many things you pitch, they might end up in other people's scripts, but they might end up in your script, and you're just trying to tell the story the best way you can. And every once in a while, you get a situation where something you pitch is in your script and it ends up being on the show, and you feel like, oh, that's amazing. So that whole blues moment at the end when Michael Scott just doesn't get it, but still has the cathartic moment he needs at the end of that. I remember pitching that in the room and thinking, oh, that'll be fun to get to do. And then I got to write the episode, and then I got to watch it happen. And it was getting dark, and it was just a perfect little moment for us. And I just remember feeling like I had the best job in the world.
I know those scenes.
Well, I just love that. There is something so special about seeing your idea fully realized.
Mm-hmm.
And I just love that he shared that. Well, lady, we have one last scene.
We do. You know, we don't really ever find out exactly how this Cornell interview application thing wraps up. I assume he doesn't get in, but that was never really the point. The point of this storyline was really Angela. Angela was the point. This was Dwight was performing for her,
right?
And he's winding Andy up because he is jealous.
That's right. Well, there was a whole runner. There were scenes between Angela and Andy where Andy's all worked up and Angela's trying to calm him down. And then Angela goes to Dwight and is like, what the heck? Here's one of those deleted scenes. Why are you doing this to Andy?
You once told me that Andy and I had different strengths. Well, he can't do what I can do. I can get into Cornell, but he doesn't know how to make food and shelter from a golden retriever.
Even if you do somehow get in, that's not going to make me leave Andy.
No, but it'll make you respect him less.
Yes, that's true.
Oh, I wish that had stayed in.
I know, because Dwight does get what he wants, right?
Yeah.
I think Andy unravels in front of Angela, and whether Dwight gets into Cornell or not, she didn't care for it.
No, not at all.
And now we have this tag
Yeah.
where Andy's going to pay back Dwight. But of course, it's just so embarrassing. In fact, at 20 minutes, 51 seconds is one of my most popular memes.
What, when you're rolling your eyes?
Yes, Andy walks in dressed as a farmer with no shirt on and beats, and my character rolls her eyes and then puts her head into her hand.
Oh, we had a fan question. People wanted to know, did Rain actually take a bite out of a beet at the end of the episode? Yes, he did, and that was improvised.
Yes, and Veda said he did it in the last take. Very smart, Rain, if you're going to do it.
Yeah, it was scripted that Andy tries to bite the beet, and that line about, oh, you're supposed to cook it first, that was in the script, but the button of Dwight being able to bite a beet, that was all Rain. All Rain Wilson.
You guys, that was employee transfer.
Yes, and we want to give a huge thanks to all the people who helped gather information on this episode. It was a bunch of people. Thank you to James Carey, Dave Rogers, Alicia Raycraft, Phil Shea, Anthony Farrell, and Tug Corker for sharing your memories. One final shout out for Tug. He and his wife own a wine bar in Santa Monica, Angela. It's called Esther's. He's invited us to come down, have some wine and cheese with them.
Tug, we are there,
right? Well, he and his wife also do a podcast together called The Long Finish. You can find them on Instagram at The Long Finish. Here's what they do. They open a bottle of wine and they discuss their life as they work together and raise 3 kids He has a 3-week-old baby.
Tug.
Right?
Bless your heart.
Right?
You're in the weeds.
They are in the weeds, but they still do this podcast about their life together. And Tug, we're coming to have wine with you guys.
We sure are. And you guys, if you haven't watched the bloopers for this one, they're a must watch. Go to the DVD box set. They're so good.
So jealous I don't have this one.
We gotta get it for you.
I know.
Well, you guys, sometimes life is a highway.
And you gotta ride it all night long.
We'll see you next week.
See you next week. And this song will be in your head forever now.
You know it. If you're going my way, I wanna drive it all night long. Oh, yeah.
Thank you for listening to Office Ladies. Office Ladies is produced by Earwolf, Jenna Fisher, and Angela Kinsey. Our show is executive produced by Cody Fisher. Our producer is Cassie Jerkins. Our sound engineer is Sam Kiefer. And our associate producer is Ainsley Bubico.
Our theme song is Rubber Tree by Creed Bratton.
For ad-free versions of Office Ladies, go to StitcherPremium.com. For a free 1-month trial of Stitcher Premium, use code OFFICE.
So I'm a little thrown by this. And even in the states that do recognize it, there's no uniformity.
Most people give up on their resolutions by mid-January. Walmart Plus can help save yours this year by saving you time and money. Walmart Plus is the membership with benefits like gas discounts, video streaming, plus so much more. Is your resolution to simplify your life? With free delivery, Walmart Plus makes ordering what you need online a no-brainer. Join now. New members get $50 in Walmart cash to get what they need to help save their resolution. Terms apply. See walmart.com/plus for details.
The post office is not delivering. Government agencies,
I'm Jenna Fisher.
And I'm Angela Kinsey.
We were on The Office together.
And we're best friends.
And now we're doing the Ultimate Office Rewatch podcast just for you.
Each week, we will break down an episode of The Office and give exclusive behind-the-scenes stories that only 2 people who were there can tell you.
We're the Office Ladies.
Oh boy, this is a good episode of Office Ladies today. I'm so excited for you guys to hear it. I'm excited to listen to it.
I'm going to listen to it over and over and over again.
We're listening to ourselves right now.
Today, we're going to be talking about customer survey. It is season 5, episode 7. It was written by Lester Lewis and directed by Stephen Merchant.
The Stephen Merchant. Come on, you guys listening, you know who Stephen Merchant is.
Yeah, creator of The British Office.
Come on.
We got to talk to him, you guys. I was supposed to wait until Fastback 2, but I can't wait. I can't wait.
We tried really hard to keep it together.
We couldn't do it. All right, we'll still go through the motions. Summary. Jim and Dwight received poor customer surveys, and they joined forces to uncover why. Were they really bad? Is something going on?
Yeah, a little bit of a whodunit.
Whodunit. Meanwhile, Pam and Jim communicate all day long via teeny tiny Bluetooth earpieces, and Andy and Angela make some wedding plan decisions.
Oh, yes, they do.
Again, in some of these real rural areas, I don't know that they even teach a whole lot about Black History Month. And you also have some schools that are like teaching about Black History Month is divisive, and we can't do that. I mean, this is half the argument going into the political season right now is, oh, this is critical race theory. You can't have Black History Month, right? This is the nonsense that we're dealing with right now. So, while I appreciate the sentiment, Raul, that hey, look, here's an opportunity and a reason to teach this lesson. I don't know that it's being taught, and even if it is being taught, is it being taught on one day so that these teachers are not teaching about it any other day? Because it's kind of a big chapter in American history.
Yeah, I think it's doing the impact of disservice, just doing it on one day because it's like this birthday. Like I don't think that that's the way to do it. Disservice that it deserves. Personally,
I agree, but I think that's happening.
Or not, right? Yeah.
Yeah, I just think if you were to head to upstate Montana, they're probably not spending a lot of time on it, right? Or, like I said, my family in northern Michigan, I don't think upper Minnesota's doing it. You know, how much time are they spending on it? in Bangor, Maine.
Growing up in Jersey, I think I learned the most I learned in college. I didn't learn a lot until I was in college as well.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah, I didn't learn. I mean, I learned the light stuff, but it was so much more intricate than I ever realized until I was in college. And I was like, oh.
Well, now imagine you're in Jacksonville and your teachers have been told what
It's Robin Hood. PayPal. PayPal's bad. Any bank or PayPal. Yeah. When I was commenting on Pulte's stuff on X here, you know, that guy was trying to get use Dogecoin and stuff. All these like bots started saying, "Hey, dude, do you want me to send you a tip? I'm a sugar mama," and all this stuff. Like, it's nuts. It was just because I commented on someone else's post. Oh, I've done this before. Check this out. One of the scammers just pulled up right now.
Yeah, Rothschild.
When you see this Rabbi Roth, whatever account, don't fucking trust them. Look at this PFP in here, guys. Everybody should block this account and every other account they see just like it. I have 50 new followers a day that are this account, and 50 new followers that, or 50 new bots that you take off a day of followers from this account. There's a real Rabbi Roth. It's probably, I'm actually going to venture to say, more prevalent than the Elon scam bots. Or months. And I followed them. Hello, Rabbi Roth. Do not put scat porn in the
You don't have to. I'm not going to do that. Thank you so much.
Looking to sell your valuable coins, high-end jewelry, collectibles, or fine art? Meet Cindy. She's been around the block when it comes to buying and selling jewelry.
Damn it. But hey, it gave you some feedback. You are on this motherfucker like a champ.
Here's a great example of the tangible difference. I bought a gold and sapphire.
This guy's like, oh my god.
They offered me 50. They offered
Where's this guy? DJ Doge?
$475 for it.
More cash, more respect.
Oh, dog, I don't think I can find it.
Well, it'd be the person coming in with, $10,000 worth of
I got banned.
Owner Phil DeGenova.
This guy's like, oh my god, and one of these
precious metals,
guys just pulled up.
Still guarantees you'll
DJ Doge.
I've heard about them on the radio.
Don't trust this guy.
For a no obligation free professional appraisal. 800.
Don't trust this guy.
800-711-2800.
And oh my god, one of the scammers just pulled up. I get 50 of these things a day. Come on, let me in this bitch. How many people have followed him? A lot. Come on, work, bitch. Work, bitch. How many? 99. That's hilarious. Oh my god, I get 50 of these guys a day. Oh my god, I get 50 of these guys a day. Get me in this bitch. Yo,
you can help.
How funny is that?
Provides a food kit to feed a family
I'm
for a
famous.
month. Just text the word radio to 97646. This report is sponsored by Mothers Against Drunk Driving.
Hey, man.
Victims of drunk and drug driving, our grief is unique, but you are not alone. You always have a place at MAD. Call our 24-hour victim helpline at 877-MAD-HELP or visit mad.org.
Are you a business owner, CEO, or responsible for marketing? If you are, I heard media can help you reach your goals and find new customers.
Now, you've been discussing a little bit of this. People with blue check marks that can be removed from the platform, looked at as bots, stuff like that. With bots that have the blue check mark, so it's not completely out of reality that an account could be created with a different spelling of Derek and actually spoof you. Which
they've done it. They've done it. I mean, they've done everything they possibly can. I assume it's my ex-wife, but that's just me.
So yeah, there's another reminder, guys. Like, even if you're following a friend back and forth that has a huge account, You gotta double check and verify that it's the real account, even if there's a blue check mark. Like, verify, don't
How funny
trust.
is it?
Yeah, and if it's my account and it has 310 followers, it's not my account.
Exactly.
Let me in on this.
Derek would never DM you saying, hey, why am I not following you? I need some money.
Not a chance. Nothing. I would never DM you and tell you about crypto or anything like that. I mean, I answer a lot of questions, but I don't DM people and be like, hey, can I get some money?
Exactly.
Let me in on this
Hey,
bitch.
Derek, we were going over some ideas earlier of how we can collectively, as paying customers, come together and get our voice put into one.
This rabbi.
In front of Elon so that he knows that
Crazy.
we want him to spend a little more of our investment on
Your account is
bot
suspended.
detection and maybe put a human in place to take care of our
No
friends
way.
that are getting suspended.
Well, I have a great idea for you, DJ. You can do this yourself. I already have created a community on mine. Do you have a community on your account?
How did
I
they get
do,
me?
unfortunately, and I made it for memes. So
Okay, well, we need to find somebody to create a community, or we create a specific account that creates a community that we promote, and that community itself is dedicated to what our opinions are, like gathering those opinions of good people that can put those and consolidate those opinions about what X should, could, and shouldn't do. Right, so you get these people. That's very valuable to somebody like Elon, right? That you can consolidate these opinions that these people are gathered in one location to give their opinion to him about a product that he bought. Right, that's really, really valuable. You pay for stuff like that as CEO, right? If you can create one for free, he'll probably sponsor it.
Well, they have the bugs community, but it's so inundated that I don't think the developers actually see real problems. Like,
Oh my god. It's like, oh my
Okay, I've been
god.
battling with
This
X now for
rabbi
10 months about my Stripe account. Okay, I haven't gotten a single dime
Oh
from
my
X
god.
for 10
This
months,
rabbi
right?
got
The whole time, 1.5 billion views. I've got not a dime of the money that they owe me because they can't correct my Stripe account. The Stripe account I no longer have access to somehow.
Oh my god.
They can't.
This
They can't
rabbi
ruin
got
it.
shot.
X has big problems.
Well, it's because Stripe is a third party to them.
Let me
They're
in.
not the same company.
Let me in on this.
It's awful. It's terrible. They're
Well, that particular problem.
Let me in on this
You're the
bitch.
wrong person. You should actually take
Oh
that up
my
with Stripe.
god.
They
Well,
are.
I have actually, but see, here's the problem.
They're not fixing it.
It is actually an
That's
X
another one.
issue
Get
because
in there
X
with the
runs
brother.
the API. So X
Oh
created
my
the Stripe
god.
account through their API. Stripe
This
can't do a
rabbi
thing about it
is
because it came through their
early.
API, right? So they issued the API. I'm a dev, so I
Fuck you,
get
rabbi.
this.
Quit
I
following me
know
on all
exactly
your
who's responsible for
mutated
this. The
identities.
problem
Fuck
is it's
you,
a legacy
rabbi.
API. So I believe it's
That's
Twitter 1.0,
hilarious.
and that they've
Fuck
all
you,
this edited new
rabbi.
code, and they've got a big problem with this stuff right now. So I'm kind of blocked because I'm a very old account. I've been around, I don't know, since 2000.
From all your
Since
mutated
2008 or 9 or
identities.
something like that.
Yeah,
Fuck
and you have a following where like it should put you at the head of a trouble ticket, but they don't experience in customer service.
How funny is that
They
shit?
do not care. I mean, they try, but I can tell you right now, there's something else going on. But I mean, 10 months into this now, 10 months.
Yeah, it's like, is there's too many problems? Can't fix them all fast enough. I don't know. Elon seems more efficient with his businesses than that to me. At least more efficient than we've experienced with our particular issues. I wanted to say hi to Strangers because you've been up here for a minute. I'm such a bad host.
What's this guy?
How are you?
What's his name?
Hi,
Dog.
I'm good.
What's his name?
Can't really talk much though.
Dog? DJ Dog?
How many friends have you known that have been wiped out? Have you had a couple that were suspended? Everybody knows the
A few, I think.
Yeah, we were talking about Major Tom earlier because everybody knows the Ben ETH account, the crypto scammer guy that created tokens to line his pockets.
A lot of those came back though, I think.
Well, none of my friends have.
Was it called Best Rabbi Ever?
If you've seen any of those accounts that were affiliated with that badge come back, then I think that... Look, we have 2 of the scammer bots in the room requesting the mic now. This is awesome. We gotta screenshot this for posterity. Yeah, I have a request from Rabbi29 and a request from Best Rabbi Ever now.
Oh, I still only see one.
It's Rabbi Rothschild, hello.
How you living, baby?
Good. So do you run the whole ring of the bots that follow me and unfollow me every day?
I do. I am the center spoke. I stream my life 24 hours a day on YouTube, so it's all recorded. You're such a sweetheart. I'm sorry I annoy you.
Well, you don't annoy me, but why aren't you on the account that I follow?
Oh, I maybe. I don't know. I have like 500 accounts.
It's because you're pretending to be that guy, right?
No. I am that person. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. I have 500 accounts. You got it. 100%. Best rabbi ever.
Okay. Can you come in on your main?
Yeah, sure. Just one moment. I'm here. I'm joining it. I'm just switching on another device. But yeah, if you wonder why I do this, I'm trying to get out the word that I stream my life 24/7 on YouTube.
Okay.
So, and I do it for world peace.
How does following me with 50 new accounts every day work out for you?
Well, it's not just
I
you.
think it actually screws with the algorithm for me.
I'm sorry if it screws with your algorithm. By the way, I did request with my other device, so if you want to like that, or if you want to accept that one for Best Rabbi. Okay, so I'm going to switch to that one, okay? And I'll answer your question.
Oh, cool. Hold on, it says the same one, though. Oh, no, I brought up 29, I see.
Okay, I'm going to switch.
Okay, so I don't know the other one.
All right, can you hear me? Excellent. The reason why I follow people is just to make that impression on people that I am streaming my life 24 hours a day. I don't have the money for major advertising, and so this is how I do it. It's basically grassroots effort to make people aware that someone streams their life all day, every day, and has been for more than 2 years, like the Truman Show.
No disrespect, but how have you gone unfaded for so long terms like that?
Oh, I get banned all the time. I just continue to make more and more accounts. I have over 100 Gmail accounts, over 100 YouTube accounts, over 500 Twitter accounts, over 1,000 TikTok accounts. Basically, I do everything I can to be uncancelable with redundant accounts. So if they take down one of my accounts, I have more. No, it's this one. You're good. Oh, my original Rabbi Rothschild? Yeah, that one got banned. No. So truthfully, what happened with that one is I opened it like maybe 3 years ago, and I didn't use it. And I went in to log in, and it said, you need to change your password. I ran through all of the rigmarole, and then it was like, forgot your password, all of that. Eventually, Twitter, I think, just got sick of me asking for account assistance because I did it like 3 days in a row, and it just said your account has been suspended, which didn't really bother me that much because I hadn't been using that one. But yeah, that one had over 10,000 followers, and it got taken down.
I wish the camera didn't go to her constantly because I like to see what's going on. I understand the narrative and the side story and all the drama. I get all that. And so I'm not going to complain about it because I know why they're doing it.
Oh, I think they should too. I'm the king of their sign-up process.
They just want to use it as an excuse to say terrible things about Taylor Swift. Get on.
What we want to see happen
it doesn't do anybody any good. The stick is all their plate.
Not necessarily doing what you're doing, but doing what you're doing and using it for nefarious purposes.
All right, I will get the Carson cop. The guy have to meander into 7-Eleven just the right time. Or the wrong time if you're one of the robbers. That story is quite remarkable. It is Nick and Carabelli standing by him. Chris Merrill, KFI, AM 640. We're live everywhere in the iHeartRadio app. Through the newsroom.
I recognize that. That's what attracted me to it. And the interesting thing is, if they just let me have my original account, I wouldn't do all this. I wouldn't have 500 different accounts. If they just gave me my original account where I could tweet normally and it had the normal visibility that people should have, but they took that away from me, and now this is what they get. Exactly. There are people who invest their entire lives in their social media, and for some other faceless person on the other end to be able to remove their mode of providing for themselves, I feel is unjustified. Yeah, Best Rabbi Ever is the one that is excellent. Certainly.
So I mean to shift my focus to those most important in my life and dedicate my time and my passion to them. All they've given me, they're deserving.
So if you send them 50
He and his
followers
wife
a day,
plan to move closer to their daughter so they can spend more time together. He thinks his family supported him throughout his journey, more so with LA for over 40 years.
it actually fucks with actually counts.
Huntington Beach has taken its long-running fight against affordable housing and moved to the Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals.
The state says all cities must zone for more affordable housing to address the housing crisis. Huntington Beach City Attorney Michael Bates says they face a more than 13,000 unit mandate that'll go up to 10 in 2029, and the city only has 81,000 units. 50% increase means that we're going to have 40,000 units of development.
I certainly do. I've only been doing this, though, aggressively since. Yeah, exactly. So I don't know if I necessarily would have been the person who would have been affecting that. And as you know, we all get bot requests every single day.
Yeah, I was just wondering if you're the next to
Absolutely. I'm down for it.
After they received a distress call
It's
from
like,
the Mexican
I went through a period 2.5 months ago where everybody remembers me complaining about being shot about all the time.
That's my issue.
Yeah. And part of that, I think, is like with the new account creation, Brandy told us earlier, you're basically invisible for 3 days.
Exactly.
You start getting enriched.
You know about Shadow Ban Checker? There is one that works. Euritsa's does.
Yeah, but it's like half.
You're right. You're right. Because a lot of times they say their servers are full.
Certain parameters, and to really check those things, they would need to pay API. But the number one way you can check if you're shadow banned is to literally create an additional account. Don't follow back and forth between the two. Go to your main account on your secondary account, which is not against terms to have multiple accounts.
Correct.
So you can then click on the reply. Now click through on the replies, and you'll see like the viewers in the DJ Doge reply to Elon. When you click on that reply from the DJ Doge account, and then you would then most of the time not see the original post. Like at the very top, it'll say this post does not exist from that comment.
Right.
The other way to check would be to, from the other account, go to Elon's post, which I would recommend Elon.
Takes too long to find.
All their accounts.
Yeah.
But then you scroll down through the replies, you click the view more. If your reply is under the view more, you're shadow banned.
Right.
But not necessarily. That one right there is not shadow banned, that's ghost banned.
Well, exactly. And
Shadow banned is when, like, you can go to your other account and go directly to your profile and you won't see posts.
my issue is the ghost ban on most of my accounts. And a lot of them are because they're newer. So what I've been doing is I have aged accounts that I have. And what I do is I go to someone's space and I'll tweet on it with an aged account, and then it will show. And then I'll take my 400 accounts or whatever I still have going, and I'll retweet that. So then somebody like in their space, they'll be hosting it, and they're like, "What in the hell went on in here?" And they'll see like Rabbi Rothschild reposted his tweet. For,
Just to let you know, that's another thing I heard, how bot attacks can show massively. Like, they'll send a bunch of bots to repost somebody's stuff, and if they're low quality or accounts that are reposting it, the only way that I know of
Most people don't think about a lawyer till the cups go on. But you're smarter than that. I'm attorney Gary Papanosi, founder of 1-800-NO-CUPS. People in Southern Cal know to put 1-800-NO-CUPS on speed dial now because no one looks good in winter. And let's remember that sort of thing. 1-800-NO-CUPS.
Buying connection can be the worst, inescapable sometimes. Well, we found something to help out with that.
Yeah, it's very family. We talk about wellness all the time. Terragem V6 can keep your body and mind feeling great. Specialized massage like you've never experienced before. So these are next generation technology and FDA cleared.
Lay down on the Terragem V6 and immediately it will scan your body to find out where it needs to focus, then relaxation. No appointments, no commute to the spa. The spa is in your home.
The Terragem V6 also folds right into a beautiful sleek piece of furniture in any room of your home. You can use it for 10 minutes or 90 minutes.
and that's why I've gone with quantity over quality. I tried quality. I mean, I had tens of thousands of followers. It only gets you so far, and like you're finding that your reach gets limited. So I said, you know what? I'm going to do quantity. I'm going to take over Twitter, swarm botting this essentially. And it has gotten me so much attention. I can't tell you. I mean, they're just random people are like, my phone will not shut up. And look, I'm sorry I have to do it to people, but eventually somebody's going to see, wow, somebody is streaming their life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for more than 2 years. This is the most amount of data anyone has on the internet. You can watch this person eat, sleep, go to the bathroom, bathe, everything. Essentially, yeah, on 4 different streams. And you're live on 3 different Twitters. You're live on Telegram. We're also watching the NFL playoffs, and I've got my little bot going. Heck yeah. This is essentially a time capsule for the future. This goes back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. Every single day is yet another chapter in the history of this, and I plan on doing it for the rest of my life.
That's so dope. Are you a real rabbi?
I am a real rabbi. On a daily basis, we daven, which is pray. I say blessings over food. I lay tefillin, which are those leather boxes that you may have seen Orthodox Jews wear. Yeah, I do absolutely everything I can to live my life in a rabbinical way as possible, while also streaming my life from my room in California.
That's awesome, man. I'm glad to finally hear your voice after 3 years.
Hey, it's such a pleasure to meet you. I'll let you guys continue. Thank you so much for letting me introduce myself. DJ Doge, if there's anything I can do for you ever, please let me know. If any projects you have, you need help, I'm here to assist you. Thank you, everyone, for the opportunity, and take care.
Appreciate you, Rabbi. Thank you for coming clean.
They were all so nice. DJ Doge was so nice. Bunch of people followed me. You're not an asshole. Oh, DJ Doge was really nice. Shout out to DJ Doge. Did you see that? DJ Doge was really nice. Hi. I love how he's like, this asshole has been following, and he's got another account in here. That's so funny. I also think it's hilarious that
doesn't live there, but knew about 7-Eleven. Like,
these accounts are just
so I'm just glad that this one
firing off like crazy.
But anybody else? We had to take the one person who had nothing to do with it. Very good. Good job.
You can watch me 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year. You're starting to get some momentum. The big mo? No, but we'll see. That's funny though. God, this guy will not leave me alone. So funny. I can't believe it. It's like, here's a perfect example. Here's a perfect example of what who's coming into our room. I can't believe it. He's like, oh, you're really nice. Yeah, no.
Go down the OK Corral. But that's not what happened.
We temporarily limited some of your features. Fuck you.
other deputies that happen to be okay.
They're just
I
destroying
know what's
me.
going on.
It's like, I'm not going to start reading more. 4:11, so we have to close this one. And then what? Just open another one. 4:16. Somebody's like, I block 50 of them a day.
Investigating if the same thieves are to blame for a string of similar 7-Eleven robberies.
I blocked 50 of them a day. I blocked 62 this morning. Yoshi, that is going to be so funny. It's so fucking funny someday.
I'm asking this question. So let's suppose somebody.
Oh, God, is that going to be funny? I blocked 62 this morning. I blocked 62 this morning.
Okay, so let's say that they steal a stack of lottery tickets.
Oh, they should hire you're the sign up king.
Lottery tickets from serial number 1 to serial number.
Really? Oh, for sure, dog.
So that if somebody
wants to be
tries to
doing
collect
again?
those, that it as soon as you run that lottery ticket through whatever the
swear to
scanning
God.
machine is, that it can send an alert that says,
following
"Oh, this ticket that was stolen has just been turned in."
Yeah, I think it says that the tickets are like numbered and they are tracked. So
They are tracked.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. See, to me, it's like because stealing lottery tickets. If you're stealing stuff, you go, "Oh man, lottery tickets." You might only get a few $100s on the register, but you get a $10,000 lottery ticket. But that's why we got to try to make those more secure. All right.
That's shocking. But it's been happening so much, I'm not surprised, honestly. So, but I mean, I think that comes with parenting. We need to.
That's hilarious. And I just jumped into one. I'm following with 99 other accounts. So there's still some strength in numbers.
So here's what I imagine happened.
Oh my
So the
God.
officer pulls up to the
This
7-Eleven,
person again. I
and
swear to God.
probably
He's
sees
like,
these people inside. What they said, 4 of them.
hilarious.
Probably sees these people inside running around.
I'm
can
streaming
tell
my
there's
live
some
24/7. Oh yeah, fuck yeah,
Because
I'm
I
a
can tell
rabbi.
you that when the officer opened the door,
Really?
it was caught on surveillance.
Fuck
The
yeah.
officer opened the door, gun
Does he
already in
drag
hand.
ass?
At the same time, and you heard during the story that one of the assailants then pointed a gun at the clerk's head. That is when the deputy intervened. So I'm wondering if this deputy saw what was going on and radioed that in and was just kind of waiting around outside until, oh my goodness, now there is imminent danger. There's an imminent threat. Now I have to take action. Because I think that would be the
How
smart play,
fucking
wouldn't it?
hilarious is this?
Suppose that you're a deputy.
That
and you
guy's,
look inside
oh
and see 4
my
people
God.
with guns. Are you going to open
This
that?
They get the best dentist in all the land. They do. I loved that so much. We got him. We got him.
I love the guy who comes
All right,
straight here
fast
and
fact
gives
number
me a
1. We
fuck
shot
you,
this
man.
episode the week of September 8th, 2008.
Yo, she's gonna
It was
think
our
that's so
79th
funny.
episode overall. And I got curious, like, how many episodes of Office Ladies have we done?
Oh my gosh, how many have we done?
This is our 83rd.
You're kidding.
That's bonkers, right? Wow. We're like zeroing in
Yo,
on the big
fuck you,
100
Rabbi.
in both cases.
Can we have a party?
I think we can.
Sam, can we have a party?
We sure can.
Thank you, Sam. Sam, you can be head of the PPC for
fuck you,
Office
Rabbi.
Ladies.
This has become a task for me.
I mean, you got the coolest Christmas tree this year.
Yo,
Come
fuck
on.
you,
That is
Rabbi.
very true.
You're head of the PPC.
You had to ask Sam
That's
if we
so
could have a party because he's like
Yo,
the one
fuck you,
person
Rabbi.
who's going to come. We don't have very many people that work on Office Ladies.
I know.
If Sam's not down, then
Yo,
we
fuck
don't
you.
have much of a party.
Pretty much it's Sam and Cassie. Cody, will you stop by? Maybe Colin.
Yeah. We got to get Ileana in.
Oh, and Marissa.
Yeah.
Those are our peeps. And we still
Yo,
need to
fuck
take
you,
your kid to work day because my kids really want to come in the studio.
We were just talking about it on the
How
drive to
funny
school
is that?
today about how they want to come for
Yo,
summer break.
fuck you,
Oh,
Rabbi.
let's get them in here.
Yeah.
Okay, wait. This is a big
What funny
episode.
is
We'll
this?
chitty chat later.
All right,
Yo,
we'll
fuck
figure
you,
that out
Rabbi.
later. Fast fact number 2, Stephen Merchant directed this episode. So he and Ricky Gervais created The British Office. It ran on BBC Two for 2 seasons. They were 6 episodes each, and then they did a 2-part Christmas
Yo,
special.
fuck you, Rabbi.
They wrote and directed all of the episodes themselves.
Yes. They
I
would
mean-
sit together with a dictaphone, right? And they would talk out
Yeah.
scenes and then transcribe them. They wrote the whole series, just the 2 of them.
That's so funny.
And then they let us make an American
Yeah, I don't wanna
version.
go past too much. Like,
And
they know
then
all
Steven
my
directed
shit.
this
Like,
episode.
Yeah, you
And
started
then
this
he
like
agreed to
odd.
come on our podcast, ladies.
Damn.
Oh my goodness. I mean, wow.
Yo,
To
fuck you,
prep us,
Rabbi.
before we listen to the interview, I thought we should go over a few facts about the British office
shadow
and the
banning,
American
ghost
office.
banning,
Oh, I
everything
like
is
it.
different.
Okay, so the British office was set at a paper company called Wernham Hogg, and it was located in
Yo,
Slough.
Fuck
The
you, Rabbi.
building that they used for the exterior of their show, it was located on Slough Trading Estate, and it was called the Crossbow House, but they tore it down in 2013.
Aw.
So you can't visit it.
When we do our England tour of
Yeah.
office locations,
We're not going to be able to see that
fuck
one.
you,
well, we
Rabbi.
might just have to go to the spot.
Yeah.
We'll point to the spot.
That's
Okay.
so funny.
That'll be a
As it
great
goes, how
photo.
funny is that?
You know
He's
what?
like,
I'll put it in our
I'm
scrapbook.
howling. I'm howling.
Dunder
Hey, Don
Mifflin,
could
on
be
the other
howling
hand,
over
was
that shit.
located in
Yo, fuck
Scranton,
you, Rabbi.
and the exterior
Fuck
of
you,
our
Rabbi.
building was
Fuck you.
and still is located at Chandler Valley Studios on Satakoy Street in Van Nuys, California.
Oh, yeah.
You can take a picture with that one.
You can.
But as a nod to the British series, the address of Dunder Mifflin is listed as 1725 Slough Avenue.
I know. I always love that.
It's so sweet.
So sweet. It's even on like the fakey business cards.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, like Michael Scott had business cards. I might have taken one. I might have stolen one. It has that address.
Well, we will talk more about these two companies when we speak with Stephen.
Should we get to it?
Well, I have one more fast fact.
Oh my lord! Okay, let's do
I
it.
know.
I'm so excited.
Fast fact number 3. This episode was written by Lester
Yo,
Lewis.
you
Oh yes.
And I found an interview with Lester where he talked a little bit about what it was like knowing that an episode he had written
Is that
was going to be
funny?
directed by Stephen Merchant.
That's
Oh, I
fucking
love it.
hilarious.
Can I hear it?
Why?
Yes, so he said that the
Just don't
story
get
for
no
this
better.
episode was already in place
fuck you,
before
Rabbi.
Stephen was attached to direct. So as he was writing it, luckily he had
They
no
should hire
idea
you.
that like
There's
one of them.
this.
Yes,
I wouldn't want that in my head. I would just want to like write what I was going to
Oh, I
write
know.
without any
I'm
pressure.
sick.
yes.
I'm so
But
sick.
then he was so nervous
Fuck you,
when he
Rabbi.
found out. Because, you know, the writer gets to walk around with the director for the whole week.
They're together the whole time.
It's like a very close relationship.
Yeah.
I mean, I would be pooping my pants.
Yeah, a little bit.
But he said any nervousness that he felt totally disappeared when he met Stephen, and that Stephen participated in the final rewrites of the script. He wished that Stephen Merchant could be with us for every single episode.
Oh, that's so sweet.
Well, I couldn't agree more with that.
I know.
His energy is just fantastic.
So smart, so funny, and so kind.
Yeah.
Well, Jenna, later when we break down the episode, I have a little story I want to share about Lester because he rescued me in a scene.
Oh,
He really did. But now we're going to take a break. And when we come back,
Stephen Merchant. I can't believe it.
I can't believe that.
Whether your resolution is to save money, eat better, or stress less,
How
HelloFresh is here to help you do all three.
Yes, you guys, I love HelloFresh. Jen and I both love it. You know why we love it. And guess what I made the other night?
What?
It was so delicious. I made their pub-style shepherd's pie.
I've made it.
Yes,
It's so good.
white cheddar and the
Yes.
thyme mashed potatoes.
I know it very well. It's a family favorite.
Well, you know, Josh normally makes dinner, so this was my turn, and I made this, and he loved it, and I was so happy. I was like, I made a shepherd's pie. I'd never made one before.
It's so good. Everyone, you can say hello to your most delicious year yet with fresh ingredients, chef-crafted recipes, all at a price you'll like, delivered right to your door. Go to HelloFresh.com/OfficeLadiesFree and use code OfficeLadiesFree for free breakfast for life.
One breakfast item per box while subscription is active. That's free breakfast for life
He
at
was really nice, though.
HelloFresh.com
Hey, I'm sorry, man.
/OfficeLadiesFree
Yeah, I'm trying to get out the word
with
there.
code
In my life,
OfficeLadiesFree.
HelloFresh, America's #1 meal kit.
That's tight.
This show
I'll
is
see
sponsored by
you.
BetterHelp.
You know, around New Year's, we all reflect, and people really start making lists of what they can do to be their best self for the next year.
Yes, I think, the new year
How do you
definitely
do
makes
that?
you think New Year's resolution. What do I want to change?
New year, new me,
It's the
that
same
kind of thing.
assholes all the
Yes,
Ron
but
DeSantis,
perhaps this year,
fucking this
we could
other
be
asshole,
reflecting on
what's
what
his
we're
name?
already doing
Gosh,
right.
douche, hey,
And therapy can help you
Lucre,
figure out your strengths so
David,
that you
all
can
these
ditch this
assholes. Like, there
idea
are
that
no
you need
liberals
some
at the top.
extreme
I don't understand.
change or
Everybody
this
else on here is
extreme
liberal,
New Year's
but
resolution and
everybody on here
just,
is conservative
you know,
at the top.
you
I
can
don't
make
understand.
changes that
How
really
they make it
stick
random,
because
bro?
they're based on your strengths.
Rabbi
I like
there.
that.
Obamski,
If you're
he's
thinking
way
of
at the
starting
fucking
therapy,
bottom.
give
Karen
BetterHelp a
Bass, way at
try.
the
It's
fucking bottom.
entirely
What is
online,
this?
designed to
Making
be
them,
convenient, flexible, and
making,
suited to your
making
schedule.
what? It's like
Just
the back
fill
of
out
the
a
bus.
brief
That's what I'm trying to say.
questionnaire
It's
to
like the
get
back of the
matched
bus.
with a licensed therapist and switch therapists at any
Whatever.
time for
Like the
no
first
additional
David, bro.
charge.
Celebrate the progress you've
Even
already
Obamski
made.
and Karen
Visit
Bass, like, at least we're not fucking Bernie.
BetterHelp.com/office
They put
ladies
the
today
Jews at the
to get
back of the
10%
bus.
off your first month.
Fuck this
That's
shit.
BetterHelp,
Who's at the top? Some fucking Indian. All
HELP.com/office
right, are you
ladies.
done? David, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
Steven, hello.
Hi. Well, I feel like I should say hello, office ladies.
Hey, I feel like, oh my god, that was so great. How about you suck my dick?
I don't know if you've noticed, in honor of both the British and the UK versions of The Office, I am wearing my Wernham Hogg baseball cap, which is the Dunder Mifflin of the UK, but I have my Dunder Mifflin mug, which I believe was a crew gift for my cup of tea. So I'm just trying to pay homage to both sides of the Atlantic and both shows.
You're awesome. You are so awesome.
We love that so much.
Well, let's see. To kick things off, I thought that, and I'm sure you've been asked this a million times, Stephen,
Maybe a trillion times.
about meeting Ricky for the first time. But the reason I bring it up is because you mentioned Angela and I were rocking a duo. You're part of this duo with Ricky, but there are these people who, when we meet them, they just change the course of our lives. I think back to, Lennon meets McCartney, right? Like, what is that?
Wow, I'm already in amazing company. This is exciting.
As you said that, I'm like, I'm sorry. Wow. When we sat next to each other in the basketball episode, I didn't realize the impact I was going to have.
That was our Lennon McCartney moment, Angela.
Oh, wow.
So, Stephen, I know that you went into interview for a job to be Ricky's assistant at a radio station. You walk in the door, you meet this man. Did you feel it?
Was there a spark?
Was there a shift in the universe?
Well, it was interesting because as you say, I did indeed go into a building to meet him, but he very quickly said, "Let's go to the pub for a pint of beer."
Oh my God, this is my guy.
There aren't many bosses that do that. He was hiring me for the job, so I was immediately charmed by that. I thought that sort of seemed like the right approach. And we went down the road and had a pint, and we got chatting, and we seemed to have a lot of sort of common loves of things like music and comedy and stuff. So we hit it off in that regard. But then he said something to me which I think was revealing. He said, "Listen, this was a radio station where we were both going to work, and he said, listen, I don't know anything about radio. I've sweet talked my way into this job. I don't know what I'm doing. And you seem to have had a little radio experience. If you do all the work, I'll make sure you have fun." And I, in need of a job, thought, that sounds like a fair deal. And so I joined the station with Ricky as essentially my boss. And true to his word, he did not know what he was doing. But we managed to find a sort of working relationship. And after a little while, we were behind the scenes guys, but after a little while they realized that our better asset was being on the radio. And once we went on the radio, we started talking and being kind of presenters, kind of like you guys. That was, I think, where it all started to make more sense. And I think that was where our, if you like, our sense of humor and our relationship with each other and our rapport, I think that's where it really began to develop, sort of on the radio. And then from then it was sort of, it was plain sailing really, and we just, and so much of what our experience, so much of sort of getting to know someone that you end up working with in that way is, I think, just, as I'm sure you guys discovered, it's just finding all the things you have in common.
So
and I suppose the things you don't like.
They're all mine.
And sort of deciding that these are the movies we like, these are the comedy we like, this is what we don't. And I think that so much of the initial sort of partnering was finding that common ground.
Oh man,
that is such a great story.
And also I feel like something Angela and I have discovered in working together is like our strengths and weaknesses, and how they and our differences and our work. We both have strong work ethics, but we work differently.
Just
what do you think were some of those things that made you and Ricky a good duo?
Well, I think I was a little younger than Ricky, and so I had a sort of youthful ambition and a kind of get up and go sort of dynamism. I mean, at the time we were working this radio show.
Maybe I'm contrarian. Maybe I'm.
I can't believe I already blocked 408. That's kind of cray in a good way.
But I realize the more somebody tells me I can't do something, the more important it becomes.
That's like cray in a good way. This is the worst side.
I've learned a lot of lessons the hard way.
Is it Sky Rizzy? I almost want fucking eczema just so I can get a Sky Rizzy on my nips. Be like, yeah, I've got eczema nips, but oh, you need some Sky Rizzy.
Ambition and a kind of get up and go sort of dynamism. I mean, at the time we were working this radio show, and then I would go off and do stand-up comedy in the evenings and things, whereas Ricky would sort of be home eating cheese with his girlfriend by sort of 6 p.m. And I think he was older and he'd sort of settled into a certain groove, and I think I had this kind of eagerness to sort of make my stamp on the world. And I think, but at the same time, I think what Ricky had was just a sort of untapped kind of explosive brilliance that was just sort of waiting to be sort of mined. And I think I had this slightly more kind of structured, slightly more rigid approach to things, and I think it was his wild spontaneity and my kind of slightly more, by the book approach. I think kind of bringing those two things together sort of worked well, and I was able to kind of chaperone him through some of the more boring bits of writing, if you like, the working of the plots and all those sort of things. Whereas, but at the same time, he was just sort of smart. He was just wise about people and about, he was just older, and so there was a big brother quality to him that he could bring to it as well. So it was just a really interesting dynamic. We sort of supported each other, and we kind of, I think, sparked each other's creativity in different ways. It was just a very exhilarating sort of time in both our lives, I think.
Stephen, you're my Jenna.
You're
my
Jenna.
There you go.
That's what I was gonna say. I'm you, Stephen. I'm the structure and the tasks and Angela's the boom.
I'm like, let's go grab a pint. Let's bounce some ideas off.
And I'm like, I'll get a pint with you, but I'm bringing a notebook.
Yeah.
Right. Exactly. Yeah. Exactly.
Well, I remember meeting you for the first time when you came to the set of The Office. Early.
Jenna, where was that? Where did you guys meet? Was it the original Culver City set?
Wasn't it? Stephen, do you remember?
I definitely think it was a season 1.
Yeah, and we weren't on those sound stages yet, right?
We were in an actual
office.
office.
That's right. It was a real office above a real factory. Is that right? Or a real warehouse?
Above a real warehouse.
Yeah.
And didn't you guys, Stephen, when you filmed the BBC version, weren't you in an actual office building as well? Weren't there like people working on the other side of the wall?
That's absolutely true. Although bizarrely, we were within a studio complex, a small British TV studio, but we were not in the studio. We were in an actual office in the studio complex. And yes, as you say, there were people sort of who were kind of annoyed by the noise we were making, and were trying to get on with a job of work, and we were there kind of running around and making noise and doing funny dances and whatever else. So so it was definitely very much a real office, and it had all of the sort of pros and cons of that, I suppose. That it felt real, and we wanted it to feel very lived in, and we always wanted our version of The Office to feel like a documentary that had sort of been made, and then everyone forgot about it, and it was just on a shelf somewhere at the BBC for like 10 years, and someone dusted it off and was like, put this on TV. So we wanted the whole thing to feel tired. The office should feel tired. The people, the clothes. We always were very excited when the plants that we had on the set were slightly dying. We liked that idea. It was that British approach. You reflect the weather by just making shows that are depressing. And that was what that office had. It had a slightly tired feel because it had been a real place. And it's somehow slightly harder to create that artificially when you build a set. You're always striving for that. So it had that nice lived-in quality, but obviously also restrictive to shoot in and a little bit difficult, and and not much elbow room, and so it's pros and cons.
Right, our camera guys have talked about that. Where we filmed the original, set in Culver City was an actual office, so no walls moved, and you couldn't pop anything out, and that really just added to the authenticity. But that's where you guys met. You guys met for the pilot, maybe, Jenna, or the table read?
I remember doing a reading for you guys. Oh gosh, and then I remember we ordered some food and had some lunch and just...
Yes, but I think you were maybe shooting by then.
Were we?
Maybe shooting. I have a photo from that time which feels like you're on the set and everybody's kind of I'm sure you're maybe working, and we were up and running by the time we actually visited. I felt like a lot of what we did initially was remote. I know that Greg Daniels came and visited us in England, and we sat with him for a couple of days, and we sort of chewed the fat and tried to talk about how, try to give him a better insight into why we had chosen certain things for the British version and how they might translate to America, what the versions, what the equivalents would be in America. And it was fascinating to me because there were things which we assumed would be the same all over the world. For instance, the idea of an office, a group of people in an office going to a pub quiz is quite a traditional idea here. You'd go to a trivia night, as a group. And that, I remember at the time, it felt like Greg, that wasn't as familiar to Greg, the idea of kind of the trivia night or the quiz night. And I guess maybe they are more common now, but I don't know that was as... And it's interesting, because when they did a version in France, it turns out that apparently on Friday night, at the end of the working day on a Friday, the champagne comes out in an office. What? Where I guess in France, I think champagne is just like water in France. It's just everywhere. And I just thought it was fun that, just these interesting, variations.
Yeah, how many different countries is The Office in now?
There was a French version, there was a French-Canadian version, there was an Israeli version, there was, I believe, there might have been an Indian version.
Oh my God.
And I think there's a South American version, but I forget where exactly in South America. But it was frustrating because they would send us copies of these, but of course none of them had subtitles, so it was just speaking in their local languages, and I have no idea whether it was good or bad.
It's got to just be so amazing, Stephen, when you take a moment and sit in that you went and grabbed a pint with this guy, and all these years later, this idea that the two of you had is everywhere. It's everywhere. It's got to be just so humbling.
It's like COVID-19.
Oh, no.
No, I know what you mean, but I think, but I think also what's exciting about that, and I think particularly when you guys began your version, was that, we always were a fan of our show, but we could never watch it as an audience watches it because we were too immersed in it. We were there, we'd written it, and we were just too involved, and we couldn't get any distance from it. Whereas I remember when they would send the seasons of your show, the episodes of your show, I could watch it like a fan. It was like, I was just enjoying it as a fan and not as a creator in the same way. You know what I mean? It's very, very pleasurable. It was like you get to design your ideal show and then go off and have talented people make it and send it to you. You know what I mean? It's like sort of a weird, like an amazing kind of like you won a competition. You design a show and then talented people make it for many, many years.
One of my favorite experiences was after we filmed the pilot. I was in London, and you and Ricky grabbed drinks with me at, is it called the Groucho Club?
That's right, yeah.
Okay, and that was just so exciting. But then I was on the tube, and I picked up what was like your version of TV Guide, and I looked in there, and there was an article about how America was going to ruin The Office. And there was a little picture of my face in a bubble comparing me to Lucy Davis. And there were bubbles of all our faces talking about how it specifically outlining how we were each going to ruin the show.
No.
Yeah, I still have it. I put it in a scrapbook.
Let me tell you right now, Jenna, what really happened was Ricky and I had that manufactured specially. Placed on the tube, planted on the tube in order to really make you buck up your ideas and do a good job. But it's funny you should say that because I remember that when it was first being discussed, as you say, there were a lot of things about, America going to ruin the show. And then there was, when your show started airing in the UK, it was kind of, it's not as good as the British version. And then over time, it's become, the American version is far superior to the British version. This is the British. This is the way we do things here. You know what I mean? We're like, we kind of build you up and then we knock you down. And so now very much the American version is kind of the much loved version, even by the British press. And Ricky and I are seen as kind of, those guys, we're tired of
No.
it's amazing. It's amazing. Maybe it'll come full circle.
Well, I remember meeting you guys on the new set when we moved, way deep in the valley, Chandler Valley Studios. And I'll never forget because you guys were coming for lunch and we were all super excited. And I think by now the supporting cast, we were actually we had real contracts. So I think I was a little braver to like come up and say hi because maybe no one would fire me now because I was locked in. And you guys, we were going through the food line. And the assistant director came up to me and said, Angela, you're the first talking head up after lunch. And Ricky and Stephen will be here. And I just went, I was like, oh no, I just got the courage to say hi. Please don't make me do a talking head in front of them. And Ricky said, oh, don't worry. I don't tisk too loudly. And he did his finger. And I was like, and then sort of broke into a cold sweat. But it was.
I hope though that I hope ultimately, I think we always ultimately tried to be supportive when we could. We were kind of aware that it was like there was this. I think just because we had British accents and we'd come from a long way away, it was like the Queen had come to visit.
Yes.
And we were aware of that, and I think trying to kind of make sure people realized we weren't here to judge or be mean.
Oh no, you guys were great. We were just a buzz about having you guys on the set. And then when you came, I guess, we're talking about customer survey this week. When you came to the set, I read that you were in the writer's room for weeks before we actually shot.
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah, and we always ask people how they got their job on The Office. I think we know you started by creating, but how did you end up directing this particular episode? Do you remember?
Well, I think whenever I visited, because I used to kind of visit whenever I was in LA, sometimes with Ricky and sometimes with Ang, and I tried to come, once a season and stop by. And I was always very, I just loved being in the writer's room, because you got to remember in the UK, Ricky and I wrote the show together. It was just us, and we didn't do a lot of episodes, but it felt like a lot of hard work, and it was it's just the two of us in this sort of cold London little tiny office. And whereas when you come to an American writing room, there's so many people, and it's just a really buzzy, exciting atmosphere. You're just with a lot of very talented, very smart people. Ideas are sort of pinging around, and it's a very different experience to the British experience. And I always loved that. I was just always a fan of being in that environment, and so I think there had been conversations with Greg about sort of directing an episode, and it just never worked out schedule-wise, or I was always doing something with Ricky, or I was doing something else in the UK, and for whatever reason, I had that little window of time, and I think in a sense, that particular episode was the one that was up, and when I could slot it in, but I had those few weeks ahead of it, and I just thought, well, I love being in the writing room, I love being in that sort of environment. Let me come over and just absorb that, and I'm sort of really glad I did, because I felt like I was able to contribute to the script of that episode, and again, like I say, I just really had a blast just seeing how it worked and seeing the ideas bouncing around the room, and seeing how one idea becomes another, and how jokes are improved, and like I say, not something I'd really experienced in the UK. And so it was a learning curve for me as much as it was a job, if you like.
And do you remember any pitches from the room? I know there's one scene, the Mr. Buttlicker scene.
Right. That was loosely based off a situation you had at a job where you had to do the train up, right?
That's right. I was working at a call center, answering phones, and we had to have training for a week beforehand. And one of the things we had to do was one person went in one room and called another trainee, and one was the customer and one was the person working at the call center. And I figured that in order to maximize this and kind of get the most out of it, I thought it would be useful to be sort of a challenging customer.
Yeah.
A little bit difficult, or ask difficult questions, or go quiet sometimes, just because that's what I wanted to learn. Because it's figured, you're never going to be able to just follow a script. There's someone always is going to be kind of difficult. So I started playing difficult customers for the other trainee. So I would be a little angry or whatever it would be. And eventually the guy in charge of the training took me aside and said, I can't have you do this anymore because you're upsetting the other trainees with your characters and with your questions and with your attitude. And anyway, so I'd always been very amused by that idea that in the course of that sort of training, you get so into the role that it would overtake the training.
Yeah.
So I raised that as an idea. It just seemed like a funny idea to have Jim kind of deliberately needling Dwight in that way. And some of the writers went off and came back with that scene, and I really was so happy with that. I thought it was absolutely fantastic. I thought it was a really funny spin on that idea. I thought that when we shot it, I thought the three guys were just fantastic. I loved the fact that it was sort of longer than a lot of scenes are traditionally in the show. That we could just sit in that moment, and I think it's in a way it sort of escalates, and I thought everyone kind of knocked out of the park. And I'm sure there was a version of that we shot where either Steve or I think it was Steve at the end just said, "We got the butt liquor account," which I don't think we could ever squeeze into the finished cut. But there was a lot of sort of fun little impulse around the edges, and yeah, I just think when there's three great performers and a really funny idea like that, sort of given free rein, it's so thrilling to be there as a director and watch it happen. And I was so satisfied with that scene.
It's so great. It's so great. So good. Well, Jenna, do you remember? I remember, Stephen, when you were on set, we did rehearse scenes, and we had sort of been rehearsing for camera, but I felt like when you were there, we rehearsed really sort of the meat of the scene and walked through the scene, and I loved it. I had a few scenes with Andy, and I had that scene with Dwight, where basically we're going to get married on Shroot Farms, and I'm so happy, and we're flirting, and it's very weird. But we rehearsed, and I wish that we had done more of that. And was that part of your routine when you guys filmed in England? Were you rehearsing scenes before you shot them?
We were, and I think also what I think I probably brought with me, which was perhaps a bit unnecessary, was I think I was still slightly hung up with this obsession with the kind of realism of what we tried to do and not that your show wasn't realistic, but I think Ricky and I became very obsessed about realism and naturalism and what was real and what might happen and what might not happen. And I think actually it was a sort of unnecessary obsession, because in the end it's a TV show, and then it's just you just do what's the sort of funniest and smartest thing to do. And so I guess I was bringing with me this we must get to the truth of it, and it's kind of like, wait a minute, aren't they wearing tiny little Bluetooth headsets that don't exist? Like, why am I so hung up on the realism of this, and so I think I was probably bringing an unnecessary obsession with that, which I transposed from our version. And it's funny because even when I look back at our version, it's not realistic. There's lots of completely absurd moments. But for whatever reason, we got that in our heads. So I think probably I was bringing a bit of that to it. And I think what I hadn't anticipated is just that you guys were so in a groove by that point that you didn't need rehearsal, you didn't need directing. You could do it just standing on your head. You knew the characters way better than me, and you could just slip in and out of it so kind of effortlessly that you just didn't need that sort of that rehearsal or that kind of attention to detail, whatever it is. I could have just left you to do it and come back after lunch. So I think it was just like I say, I think it's just slight naivety in a way about having not done American shows, particularly long-running shows, where at some point the cast are just so in sync with the show and the characters, they don't really need directing.
I gotta read it again. That's so funny.
We were a machine at this time,
I'm back,
season 5, but for me and Jenna and I and the cast have talked about this. When we did rehearse with you,
you'd be like, what?
It sort of grounded us back down and got us back in character. And not that we would step out of character because we could, like you said, we could go right to Angela Martin. I know her, right? But I don't know. For us as actors, we got really into it because it allowed us to, like not to the craft, right? And
that is so
feel like you're
funny.
Really part of a production and kind of remind ourselves, oh yeah, we're here to do this really cool show that's a mockumentary. And I don't know, I geeked out about it, Jenna.
No, I agree with you, Angela, because by this time it was season 5.
Fuck
and,
you, Rabbi.
At a certain point, it can feel like a comedy factory, a comedy TV show factory. And we never wanted that, and we did always try to come back to that place of authenticity. And when you came in this season and really reminded us of that, I thought there was such value in it.
DJ
and then also, I was so grateful that you directed this episode, Stephen, because it ends with this big
for 3 years.
Jim, Pam, Alex art school guy scene. You talked about the tiny Bluetooths that actually did not work.
They didn't exist at the time. They were like completely like made
Sebastian
up, right?
Yes.
It's funny, isn't it, now? Because, now with the AirPods and these other things, they're kind of standard issue, aren't they, really? But at
That's
the
so
time, that just
fucking
seemed such a
hilarious.
kind of crazy. That was probably something I was probably hung up on.
Yo,
I was
dog.
like, what is this? Is this a thing?
Yo,
Yeah.
Can these exist?
And not only that, they probably would have been really expensive because no one had them.
Yes. And so we would be shooting these scenes, and it would either be like an AD reading the lines. So you'd be shooting John's side, and I'm either off camera saying my lines so he can hear me, or it was an AD reading the lines. But in that last scene in particular, when Alex comes in to Pam at corporate and Jim can hear him giving her this pitch that she should not leave New York, we spent hours on that. I mean, it felt like a whole day we spent on that. And the script had like 7 alternates to that scene. It was bonkers.
Didn't Jenna, wasn't he like professing that he actually wanted to be in a relationship with you? Wasn't like there a huge spectrum of like what Alex was going to say to you?
Yes, it was that either the plea was, he actually had a line where he said, "It's always been you, Pam." I mean, that's heavy. And then there was this whole other version where he had no feelings for me. He was just really invested in my artistic life. And we would just...
But did we shoot different versions? I can't, because I remember the discussion about that, and I feel like I was. It seemed odd to me, the kind of big declaration of love. For some reason, I was uncomfortable with that. What you remember as well is I wasn't entirely up to speed on what had already been being built within the season, because obviously I'd only come in for that one episode. So, but there was something for me that disquieted me about the declaration of love. I think partly because I think it was something, whenever the kind of Jim and Pam relationship is threatened, particularly once you've got together, it just makes me uncomfortable. It's like knowing things like your parents, kind of the idea that your parents might get a divorce. It makes me sad. The kind of threat to the relationship just makes me sad. And so the idea, I don't know, I was worried that it was a sort of artificial jeopardy, like it didn't really count because there was no way that you were going to leave Jim, and so therefore we were sort of creating a phony drama. But that might be my mismemory. I don't remember. Was it nailed down by the time we filmed it? Do you remember?
I do remember the version where he professes his love was in the script, and John and I felt like you did. We thought, where it's coming from, we don't need this obstacle. And the one that appears in the show was an alternate. And so when we got to set, we were so excited that you were on our side. And we could be like, guys, Stephen Merchant, creator of the whole thing, thinks we're right. But it was still like this discussion, and I feel like for a while we tried to do this Frankenstein version where there was a little bit of his feelings and a little bit of art school, but ultimately I'm so glad that we picked the one that was picked.
But it's having watched the show again in anticipation of this, it's a little odd that he declares, like you say, he's so invested in your art school, because it feels like when he comes into the office, that's right, he comes into wherever you're working in order to kind of have a word with you, and that definitely feels like he's going to declare stuff, because probably we filmed it thinking that was what was going to happen, and then by the time he gets into the little side room with you, he's like, you got to stick with that art. Yes, it's a little odd. It's still probably a little Frankenstein.
Well, it's also slightly out of the blue because we ended up cutting so much of my art school, which at the time when we filmed this, we didn't know that scenes with Alex, and he had given me a couple of art pep talks already, but they never made it. So it is a little jarring, but it sets up a really nice story for Pam and Jim, which is that you know, what does the art really mean to her? What did this New York experience mean to her? And, you know, and this is going to kind of haunt her for a while. And that part I like about the scene.
Yeah, you're right. You agree. And I think it's just like the idea of...
Attorney Gary Capanosa, founder of 1-800-NO-COPS, reminding you to exercise your right to just shut up. It doesn't make you look guilty, but it also looks smart. 1-800-NO-COPS, because no one looks good in handcuffs. Let's go into that sort of thing. 1-800-NO-COPS. Looking for savings? At the Monitoring Center, we've been delivering wholesale alarm monitoring rates directly to our customers for over 20 years. Cut out the middleman. Get monthly monitoring rates that start as low as
Well enough, yo.
per day. Peace of mind has
That's
never
what's
been so inexpensive. Plus, no long-term
we're looking
contract
right here,
is the best
baby.
customer service in the industry.
Right here, baby.
Call the Monitoring Center today and get 6 months free. Certain conditions may apply.
Do you pursue a particular dream, or do you be with the person you love, and the two things pulling at each other is an interesting idea.
Yeah. Well, I watched this episode again last night with my tweens, my 13-year-olds, and just when Alex says, "Hey, can I talk to you?" Just that, like the fact that he went to Dunder Mifflin Corporate and sought her out and have a private conversation, they were like, "Whoa!" So it to me, it was a reminder that you don't have to do much to really convey emotion. And yes, Alex is saying you've got to give your art a shot. You can't do New York in 3 months, but it's clearly about so much more. And Jim can hear that. Jim knows. It's that dude thing where when he's like, oh, he's into you. And so for me, it was everything we needed. We didn't need anything more.
There was something in the script that didn't make it in that made me laugh, which is that while Alex is talking, Jim says, "Cough if you still love me." And I cough.
Oh, that would have been great.
Again, I don't want to take credit for things that weren't mine, but I feel like, and maybe I'm wrong about this, but my instinct is that the little sort of tag on that when Dwight recognizes the brand of Bluetooth in Jim's ear, I feel like I had some contribution to that, because I felt like the scene originally maybe just ended with the sort of the kind of ... and the drama of it, and I felt like it needed a little conclusion or something to just kind of take away from the sort of emotion of it or the drama of it or something, and also sort of slightly resolve the Bluetooth idea.
Yeah, that wasn't in the script, Stephen. That
it wasn't.
It was not. So that was clearly like an on-the-day thing. Yeah.
Pitch. Yeah. I also loved the reveal of the coffee mugs and how, in fact, they had not gone to Kelly's party, and how this sort of built within the episode. And you talked a little bit on the DVD commentary how you were so invested in shooting this coffee mug reveal.
I was quite excited because there was a sort of mystery element, and I quite liked that. It's funny, the project I'm working on at the moment has a sort of thrillery element to it. It's the first time I've done that. And that little taster on The Office of just sort of Jim as the detective kind of piecing things together was very pleasing to me, and sort of seeing the Columbo, seeing the evidence and the kind of the mind working. I don't know why I find that very, very fun, and sort of seeding the cups early on, and then the kind of the sort of when Jim looks around the room and he sees the mugs on the different desks, and then he rushes to the office. Just the idea of it having
no music today. Let's chat about X not having manpower to solve the bot problem and taking out real people for false reports with zero humans involved.
It was a different kind of energy, which I found very pleasing to do. I remember.
I took my mug. I have it.
Totally nice person's account. I really just started.
It's just in a giant warehouse somewhere.
This is a damn travesty. All he did was tip Dojo.
Yeah, you were in our school.
Please.
Oh, well. Stephen, this was so great to reminisce about this episode with you and just reminisce with you in general. Is there anything else that you would want to share?
Well, the only thing that occurred to me as I was watching it the other night, the thing that I was suddenly reminded of, and I'm sure this was a trick that was used a great deal in your show, and I certainly we'd used it in our version. But I remember there's a moment where Michael calls Jim in for his kind of
I want to
customer,
listen. Let's hear what they said about you. Let's hear how they were like, "Oh God, that guy is so sexy." They're like, "I know," And they're like, man, I didn't know a rabbi could be so sick. I know. But God, I know.
Because we keep saying cold wallet, so that to me is like a trap.
Boring.
Has a lot to do with intelligence.
Wait.
Like more prevalent.
Storm chasing guy.
The best metaphor or a truck, and you change
I
every
gotta
piece
hear
of
what
it.
they say.
Or
I gotta
the
hear it.
period.
I gotta hear it now. Wow.
They're going to our how to answer.
That was 3 hours ago, Doc. Yeah. Play recording. Why does his Twitter suspend people?
Elon was transparent
To
Damn, I think I get it.
and I have to do the number one for the service, or just get
Next now for 10 months.
1,000 USD over a span of time, and the mission of
Yoshi. How do you find it? It's impossible. No one will ever know.
all that. Here's the mission of being monetized.
Yoshi.
So they actually, you know, Doge Fam, look out for Doge Fam.
Anyway, this guy in order to
Well, that sucks.
Actually spoof you. Which
Yeah, they runs the API.
also drop first.
and you have to figure out how to reverse engineer that before you can build it.
Yoshi.
Just to check.
What's your name? You do it as well on full authenticator, and
I want to hear what they said. Like
Battlefield here against
that guy.
The same thing with everything else. You put a scam out there, even if one person falls for it, that benefits the scammer to want to create a new one. My dad got taken for.
As Andrew said,
That takes way too long.
Which, by the way, Andrew, I already want to call
Are you fucking serious?
I think he was embarrassed to call me at first.
I love it. So whatever.
I just want people to know about my thing.
Like if you, how'd you put it? If you
Yo.
sell your movie deal, what'd you say?
If a studio decides to take a chance on me, I'm going to take the money and open it. You know.
What about Rabbi?
And friends that are in the room, please, when like right now, especially when we see bull runs, we see like
What about
all
this
these new
rabbi?
accounts created that
Or a truck, and you change.
oh, let's contact me, this real person. You know what I mean? So maybe put that out in some of your posts, like if you're new to the Doge fam, like all of us can kind of network together to protect some of these new people that are has a lot to do with intelligence.
Wait.
Like you just said when you talk
Yo.
investors that are falling in, and yeah, I've had a personal friend that won't come back to the platform because they were steal content, to steal ooch, and helping
Yo,
to.
show
This
me
account where it is. So my heart really goes out to people whose accounts get suspicious.
The best method to protect my assets would be in like
Elon speak on this before years. I mean, that's fucking brains right there.
I'm like that guy with the flag on 31.
The platform because, as I mentioned, I lost access to my
Everybody
original
at
account.
home, everybody, huh?
Or a sub segment of the population. That's about 2% crypto wallet.
No, because we finally get to actually bring up issues, have the discussions, have the conversations.
Yo, dog. Let's talk to this rabbi.
If you want to be part of it, you can. You could change your whole life.
More prevalent than the Elon scam bots.
Yes. Oh, no, this is yours.
In the last 4 months.
This is actually the first time that I've seen Rabbi Roth show up
Yeah.
in the space. But yeah,
No, it's cool. I'll bring them up. But I know it's not the real one because the real one has an account and 50 new followers that, or 50 new, bots.
We gotta go.
Maltese stuff on X here. You know, that guy was trying to get use Dogecoin and stuff. All these like bots started saying, "Hey, dude, do you want me to send you a tip on a sugar mama and all this stuff?" Like it was nuts. It was just because I commented on someone else's post.
Oh, I've done this before. Check this out.
Here it is.
One of the scammers just pulled up right now. When you see this Rabbi Roth account,
Not yet, no, and they're getting so much.
Don't fucking trust them.
Don't trust him. He's untrustable.
Look at this PFP in here, guys. Everybody
Everybody
should block this account and every other account they see just like it.
50 a day.
I have 50 new followers a day that are this account.
This is so cool.
50 new followers that or 50 new, bots that you've taken off if they have followers.
Hell yeah.
From this account. There's a real Rabbi Roth. It's probably, I'm actually going to venture to say, more prevalent than the Elon scam bots in the last 4 months.
Hell yeah, baby.
That is incredibly poor business.
This is actually the first time that I've seen Rabbi Roth show up
Yeah.
in a space. But yeah,
No, that's cool. I'll bring them up.
You're cool.
But I know it's not the real one because the real one has lots of followers, and I follow them. Hello, Rabbi Roth. Do not put scat porn in the. All right, bye.
You don't have. You're right. Like, why are you broke? Like, well, we took a.
No, I'm guessing that was going to happen. Did it happen? No.
I was watching.
Oh, nothing's popped up yet, but they had connection issues. Yeah, so. No, literally, man. I tell you, every day I'll show you my notifications.
Here we go.
It's like maybe, and I've heard that people can use bots to attack your account to fuck with your reach and
Hell
everything
yeah.
else, like the whole
This motherfucker.
So that might be part of what's going on too. But I literally get 50 of those that follow me every day. And yeah. What's up, Jerry?
What's happening, DJ?
Oh man, I'm just chilling now. But yeah, I was in my feels earlier. We've been.
Oh yeah, we're talking about scammers on this app or what, man? Yeah, I have. That's the main reason why I pay for the blue check mark, so I can tell people, hey, if the blue check mark isn't present, it's not me, because I paid for that and they verified me. I sent them my driver's license and all that crap, So it is my face. It is my face, even though it's AI. If anybody's seen a picture of me, I look just like my AI picture. It's me. I mean, I'm me. So that blue check mark means something because I have so many bot accounts that have replicated my account, right? And they try DMing people and pulling at their heartstrings, and they'll say, hey, how come I was just now not following you or something like that? I mean, they get hundreds of messages like that. I also have a YouTube channel with 107,000 people on it, so I get a lot of weird shit, man. I mean, I get a lot of attacks. I'm kind of used to this by now. But yeah, I mean, folks, there are scammers out there. I mean, I've gotten wind about people that have scammed people of tens of thousands of dollars using me as their excuse that they were me. They were impersonating me. Tens of thousands of dollars.
Yeah. Now you've been discussing a little bit of this. People with blue check marks can be removed from the platform, looked at as bots, stuff like that. I've seen bots that have the blue check mark, so it's not completely out of reality that an account could be created with a different spelling of Derek and actually spoof you. Which
yeah, they've done it. They've done it. I mean, they've done everything they possibly can. I assume it's my ex-wife, but that's just me.
So yeah, there's another reminder, guys. Like, even if you're following a friend back and forth that has a huge account, you gotta double check and verify that it's the real account, even if there's a blue check mark. Like, verify, don't trust.
Yeah, and if it's my account and it has 310 followers, it's not my account.
Exactly. And Derek would never DM you saying, hey, why am I not following you? I need some money.
Not a chance. Nothing. I would never DM you and tell you about crypto or anything like that. I mean, I answer a lot of questions, but I don't DM people and be like, hey, can I get some money? Exactly.
Hey, Derek, we were going over some ideas earlier of how we can collectively, as paying customers, come together and get our voice put into one. So it's put in front of Elon so that he knows that we want him to spend a little more of our investment on bot detection and maybe put a human in place to take care of our friends that keep getting suspended.
Well, I have a great idea for you, DJ. You can do this yourself. I already have created a community on mine. Do you have a community on your account?
I do, unfortunately, and I made it for memes. So
okay, well, we need to find somebody to create a community, or we create a specific account that creates a community that we promote, and that community itself is dedicated to what our opinions are, like gathering those opinions of good people that can put those and consolidate those opinions about what X should, could, and shouldn't do. Right, so you get these people that consider that's very valuable to somebody like Elon, right? That you can consolidate these opinions, that these people are gathered in one location to give their opinion to him about a product that he bought. Right, that's really, really valuable. You pay for stuff like that as CEO, right? If you can create one for free, he'll probably sponsor it.
Well, they have the bugs community, but it's so inundated that I don't think the developers actually see real problems. Like
they have X has huge problems. Okay, I've been battling with X now for 10 months about my Stripe account. Okay, I haven't gotten a single dime from X for 10 months. Right. The whole time, 1.5 billion views. I've got not a dime of the money that they owe me because they can't correct my Stripe account. The Stripe account I no longer have access to somehow. They can't ruin it. X has big problems.
Well, it's because Stripe is a third party to them. They're not the same company.
Yeah, it's awful. It's awful. It's terrible. They're well.
That particular problem, I think you're pointing at the wrong person. You should actually take that up with Stripe. They are.
Well, I have actually, but see, here's the problem.
They're not fixing it.
It is actually an X issue because X runs the API. So X created the Stripe account through their API. Stripe can't do a thing about it because it came through their API, right? So they issued the API. I'm a dev, so I get this. Right, I know exactly who's responsible for this. The problem is it's a legacy API. So I believe it's Twitter 1.0, and that they've developed all this other new code, and they've got a big problem with this stuff right now. So I'm kind of locked because I'm a very old account. I've been around, since 2008 or 9 or something like that.
Yeah, and you have a following where it should put you at the head of a trouble ticket, but even you don't have experience in customer service.
Yep, they do not care. I mean, they try, but I can tell you right now, there's something else going on. But I mean, 10 months into this now, 10 months.
If you have $100,000 classic or $100,000
just too many problems.
Don't you think you
can't
should have
fix them all
some
fast enough?
On it
I don't know.
That's just me, right?
Elon seems more efficient with his businesses than
the car is disabled because you're working on it. What if the car
at least more efficient than we've experienced with our particular issues. I wanted to say hi to Strangers. You've been up here for a minute, and I'm such a bad host. How are you?
It's like, spend the money on an extra cell phone.
Hi, I'm good.
Right? And put a little track.
Can't really tell much though.
Okay, I got you.
How many friends have you known that have been wiped out? Have you had a couple that were suspended?
A few, I think.
Yeah, we were talking about Major Tom earlier because everybody knows the Ben ETH account, the crypto scammer guy, the created tokens, the Linus Pockets.
A lot of those came back though, I think.
Well, none of my friends have. If you've seen any of those accounts that were affiliated with that badge come back, then I think that...
Look, we have 2 of the scammer bots in the room requesting the mic now. This is awesome.
We got to screenshot this from posterity. Yeah, I have a request from Rabbi29 and a request from Best Rabbi Ever now.
Oh, I still only see one.
It's ridiculous how an account can be around for this long and be spoofing another account. Okay, I'm going to risk scat porn right now. I'm going to bring this dude up just because he's been around for the longest. Rabbi Rothschild, hello.
Not the kind of
Maybe.
thing you want to do on your birthday.
Good. So do you run the whole ring of the bots that follow me and unfollow me?
I do. I am the center spoke. I stream my life 24 hours a day on YouTube, so it's all recorded. You're such a sweetheart. I'm sorry I annoy you.
Okay.
Well, you don't annoy me, but why aren't you on the account that I follow?
Oh, I maybe. I don't know. I have like 500.
Oh, it's because you're pretending to be that guy, right?
No. I am that person. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. I have 500.
You're the real Rabbi Rothschild.
Got it, 100%. Best rabbi ever.
Okay. Can you come in on your main?
Yeah, sure. Just one moment.
Archaic way, right? Like,
I'm here. I'm joining. I'm just switching on another device. But yeah, if you wonder why I do this, I'm trying to get out the word that I stream my life 24/7 on YouTube.
Okay.
So, and I do it for
how does following me with 50 new accounts every day work out for you?
Well, it's not just you.
I think it actually screws with the algorithm for me.
Well, I'm sorry if it screws with your algorithm. By the way, I did request with my other device, so if you want to like that, or if you want to accept that one.
Oh yeah, I see it.
Okay, so I'm going to switch to that one, okay, and I'll answer your question.
Hold on, it says the same one though. Oh no, I brought up 29. I see. I wrote a 3. Okay, so I got up the other one now.
All right, can you hear me?
Yes,
And
sir,
so the
can.
reason why I follow people is just to make that impression on people that I am streaming my life 24 hours a day. I don't have the money for major advertising, and so this is how I do it. It's basically grassroots effort to make people aware that someone streams their life all day, every day, and has been for more than 2 years, like the Truman Show.
Tells us the thieves almost blew themselves up in the process.
No disrespect, but how have you gone unfaded for so long, breaking the terms like that?
Oh, I get banned all the time. I just continue to make more and more accounts. I have over 100 Gmail accounts, over 100 YouTube accounts, over 500 Twitter accounts, over 1,000 TikTok accounts. Basically, I do everything I can to be uncancelable with redundant accounts. So if they take down one of my accounts, I have more.
Oh my gosh.
Holy fuck.
Don't I follow your OG, or did your OG get banned? I just don't know.
This one, you're good?
No, I'm not following this one.
Oh, my original Rabbi Rothschild? Yeah, I got banned.
Okay. Because I remember following that. Like, and then now when I see these new ones, I'm like, oh my god, I thought somebody was spoofing you.
No. So truthfully, what happened with that one is I opened it like maybe 3 years ago, and I didn't use it. And I went into log in, and it said, you need to change your password. I ran through all of the rigmaroles, and then it was like, forgot your password, all of that. Eventually, Twitter, I think, just got sick of me asking for account assistance, because I did it like 3 days in a row, and it just said your account has been suspended, which didn't really bother me that much, because I hadn't been using that one. But yeah, that one had over $10,000 I got taken down.
Yeah, that's the original one I remember interacting with 3 years ago. Wow, dude. I think X should hire you, and you can tell them how you're doing these things.
Oh, I think they should too. I'm the king of their sign-up process.
Yes, I would love for that to happen, because what we want to see happen is that people are not necessarily doing what you're doing, but doing what you're doing and using it for nefarious purposes. That those accounts can be taken down faster and like basically not be able to be here because they're scamming people or whatever, and they have to have these filter settings for bots that are actually taking our real friends off of the system. That's what the whole space is about right now.
I recognize that. That's what attracted me to it. And the interesting thing is, if they just let me have my original account, I wouldn't do all this. I wouldn't have 500 different accounts. If they just gave me my original account where I could tweet normally and it had the normal visibility that people should have, but they took that away from me. And now this is what they get.
And that was something that you took time and effort to build.
Exactly. There are people who invest their entire lives in their social media, and for some other faceless person on the other end to be able to remove their load of providing for themselves, I feel is unjustified.
Including scammers sending you pictures of
That's
wine.
badass. Okay, so is this the main that you're on right now?
Yeah,
I'm
that's
gonna follow you back.
Is the one that
I am. Gotcha. I am following you back. And can we do a test for the next 2 weeks? Because my reach sucks. And I have heard that the ways the tweet cred stuff works, that you can actually attack people with bots. So if you send them 50 new followers a day, and then unfollow them with those 50, and then refollow them, or use those 50 to block, or do this and that, it actually fucks with X accounts. And I'm one of the only people that I know that have been paying for Twitter Blue this long and haven't seen my reach increase. And I've actually, in the back of my head, wondered if it was because of, getting 50 to 100 new follows from you a day, and then the next day them being banned, and then it happening again. You know what I mean?
I certainly do. I've only been doing this, though, aggressively
for 2 months.
Yeah, exactly. So I don't know if I necessarily would have been the person who would have been affecting that. And as you know, we all get bot requests.
Yeah. I was just wondering if for the next 2 weeks we can maybe chill and see what happens. We'll do a little test ourselves, me and you. Hell yeah, dude. Because I went through a period 2.5 months ago where everybody remembered me complaining about being shadow banned all the time.
That's my issue.
Yeah. And part of that, I think, is with the new account creation, Brandy told us earlier, you're basically invisible for 30 days before you start getting any reach.
You know my shadow ban checker?
Those don't work.
There is one that works your research.
Yeah, but it's half and half. There's a lot of false positives because it checks against certain parameters. To really check those things, they would need a paid API. But the number one way you can check if you're shadow banned is to literally create an additional account. Don't follow back and forth between the two. Go to your main account on your secondary account, which is not against terms to have multiple accounts. So you can then click on the replies. Now click through on the replies, and you'll see like if you were to see DJ Doge reply to Elon, well, you click on that reply from the DJ Doge account, and then you would then, most of the time, not see the original post. Like at the very top, it'll say this post does not exist from that comment. The other way to check would be to, from the other account, go to Elon's post, which I wouldn't recommend Elon. I would pick interaction from smaller accounts, but then you scroll down through the replies, and you click the view more. If your reply is under the view more, you're shadow banned.
Right.
Or not necessarily that one right there's not shadow banned, that's ghost banned. And shadow banned is when you can go to your other account and go directly to your profile and you won't even see a post.
My issue is the ghost ban on most of my accounts, and a lot of them are because they're newer. So what I've been doing is I have aged accounts that I have, and what I do is I go to someone's face and I'll tweet on it with an aged account, and then it will show. And then I'll take my 400 accounts or whatever I still have going, and I'll retweet that. So then something like in their space, they'll posting it. I'm like, what the hell went on in here? And they'll see like Rabbi Rothschild reposted.
Yeah, that's another thing, bro. Just to let you know, that's another thing that I've heard how bot attacks can shadow ban somebody. Like they'll send a bunch of bots to repost somebody's stuff, and if they're low quality score accounts that are reposting you. See, this is the only way that I know of that we can be externally attacked
And that
By
is,
the bitches? I mean, the
if
beaches.
they send you low quality
Why?
bots that have
Why
like
not?
0 followers and follow nobody, and you get like
Oh,
1,000 reposts or something,
421?
your account's fucking done for a while. Like they only have to do that to one of your posts, and you're literally every fucking flag flies off. And as far as I know, with their flagging system, if like you're penalized for one thing and then you do another thing, it doesn't just add on like another 2 days for the other. There's probably some math involved where it like increases it exponentially over time. So with like, if you get like 10,000 of those accounts or whatever to repost something, it probably fuck up an account for like a month or more.
And
That's a
guesstimate. Quantity over quality. I tried quality. I mean, I had 10,000 followers. It only gets you so far, and like you're finding that your reach is limited. So I said, you know what? I'm going to do quantity. I'm going to take over Twitter, swarm botting this essentially, and it has gotten me so much attention. I can't tell you. I mean, they're just random people like, my phone will not shut up, and I'm sorry, I have to do it. But eventually, somebody's going to see, wow, somebody is streaming their life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for more than 2 years. This is the most amount of data anyone has on the internet. You can watch this person eat, sleep, go to the bathroom, bathe, everything.
So we're all on YouTube right now.
Yeah, on 4 different streams. Yeah, you're live on 3 different Twitters. You're live on Telegram. We're also watching the NFL playoffs, and I've got my little bot going.
You got
Damn, dude.
We're
doing lots, man.
Yeah, this is essentially a time capsule for the future. This goes back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. Every single day is yet another chapter in the history of this, and I plan on doing that for the rest of my life.
I love wine.
That's some dope.
So much.
Now, are you a real rabbi?
I am a real rabbi.
Awesome.
On a daily basis, we gather, which is great. I say blessings over food. I lay tefillin, which are those leather boxes that you may have seen Orthodox Jews wear. Yeah, I do absolutely everything I can to live my life in a rabbinical way as possible, while also streaming my life from my Greek household.
That's awesome, dude.
It was a mall in
Well, I'm glad to finally hear your voice after 3 years.
It was like
Hey, it's such a pleasure to meet you. I'll let you guys continue. Thank you so much for letting me introduce myself. DJ Doge, if there's anything I can do for you ever, please let me know. Any project you have to help, I'm here to assist you. Thank you, everyone, for the opportunity, and take care.
You're so
Appreciate
nice.
you, Rabbi, and thank you for coming clean.
Because my friends helped carry her.
Because it was confusing the shit out of me.
But
Hey, when that happens, dude, I'm telling you for months now, like,
not a small lady.
you're tripping. You're like, what the fuck? I told you guys. I was sending screenshots through DMs of people that I'm friends with, and I'm like, what is this? Has anybody else seen this? I felt like I was losing my mind for a minute. Oh, it's been glitchy, man. So I just noticed that my icons, like, you know, to hit X, have all changed back to black since after that update. They did. The background I chose before is not there. Oh yeah, when you do like a full update, some of that stuff will.
I go round and round on this with my.
And then if you go without, there was a month that my payment didn't go through for one night or whatever, and they shut the thing down. So yeah, I remember review. Sometimes that stuff will disappear too.
From somebody
or not review, like if it's in between payments.
And it'll be like, hey,
they say
what are
you owe
you
the
up to
money.
lately?
Which isn't that it's because they tried to get the money one night, it wasn't there, so they shut the Twitter blue off.
And they'll say,
Speaking of, I'm gonna throw this out here, guys. DJ Doge just been bringing us the music, the singing, the vibes, the conversation. Tips are on his profile. Have some support.
Appreciate
it. Engage the
for real.
because now
For
they
real,
know that you're a real person.
You deserve it.
Now your Facebook profile
thank
you. Now gone into their
Got a
real
shout out
person file.
Julie,
So they know to keep
who for the first month of knowing her, every time I saw her name, I thought jewelry.
Don't engage scammers. I get this all the time.
Tesla Model Doge 2, what's up?
Most like shiny things.
Kurt, who was at the, you're gonna have to go and play the recording of the space afterwards, Kurt, because you were a superstar there. You were my first reference of a friend that was fucked with by X.
I mean, you're supposed to reply to like, oh, I think you have the wrong number.
circumstances on that are far different than our friends' accounts that we're seeing suspended right now, though. So
Scammers are sending people.
Luden's here too.
So
Dogecoin Nepal.
From KPLA.
I just got to shout out some of these people here.
Starts out with a
There's like 40 plus friends in the face.
Photo of a disembodied hand holding up a wine bottle. No caption.
Yeah, I think we'll keep it open a few more minutes. We've been talking for almost a few hours now, and kind of got out some personal viewpoints, some personal experiences, maybe some general rule of thumb changes that Axe could easily make that could benefit all of us. And like Derek said, if anybody would like to, you're allowed to, on your account, create one community.
I had this happen before too.
So if you were to create a bug community or X bugs or X, call it the bitch and moan complaint box, whatever the hell. If we all join that, we can all put our experiences in there, and then I'll beg like every friend I have that has a large following to like repost it and tag Elon or something, and maybe we can get some attention here in the next couple months. But I think we need to build that first, make it succinct, concentrate on one thing, and that would be the banning of real people. And
exactly what
it appears that they're not working as hard as we would like them to on the bots. Again, we don't know. Maybe the battle is so fucking hard for them that it's a constant daily battle. But at least we can voice our opinion and get it to the people that can make some changes, because we know they care when they find out. Again, myself and like 40 plus others were like permanently suspended last year. And just because there's like 3 degrees of Elon from the Dogecoin community, within an hour or two, all 40 accounts came back online. So we know if he sees the problem and he agrees it's a problem, then he'll fix it. Maybe he's not aware that so many real people that are paying for the service are just getting wiped out because the system thinks they're a bot, or because some asshole that doesn't like that recorded them.
All right. So
like,
you should almost call this X updates instead of bugs, like updates that can be made.
Something like Gibby, do you have you created one, or would you want to create a community? Like, you only get one. I'm not sure if you can even delete it and create another one after that.
Yeah, I'm not sure I'd want to do that one if I did it. But I do like the name of X updates. Like, it's almost tempting enough that I would create one.
Yeah. If I'm a member of their bug community, like the official X community for bugs. But
yeah, you sent me to that one too.
Yeah, remember we all networked to try to get our issue in front of them, but it didn't. And so we even know that if you have 5 accounts that have several thousand followers each, and you push the posts to the top in their community, it, at least for the most part, feels like it's gone on deaf ears. So I don't see any interaction from devs in there or like community leaders. So that's something they could fix. But what we can literally do is create the most subsection of that community with the worst problem, and maybe get that in front of the powers to be here in the next couple months. So if any of you haven't created a community yet, and you wouldn't mind donating that part of your account to this, please reach out and let's make it happen. We'll get everybody we know to be a part of it, and like it'd be an actionable thing for paying members to get our complaint in front of men.
I have a community.
You already have one? You have one?
Yeah, it's like very inactive though. But there's only one post on it.
So you're saying like if you wanted to, you could change it or something to be for that?
Oh, I like that.
I can check.
Okay. Well, if you want to, that'd be awesome. If I can change the name, that's cool. I could. I wonder if I should just on mine, the AI and memes community. What do we have? Like 40, 50 people in there max.
Yeah, you can change the name of them. To be honest, I don't really want to.
You know, most of my friends are in mine anyways. I don't think anybody's going to care if I change it. We're not doing anything else in there right now. So I'll change mine up. And,
yeah, there are 3 members in mine, including me.
I'll change mine up today, guys. I'm gonna do that right now, and I'll post it out, and then let's start. Let's do something.
There's no business like
I got so many ideas. Oh yeah. Well, let's try to
critical thinkers.
We'll communicate those ideas there, and then we'll try to put one succinct message together, cumulative over X amount of time or whatever, and then make sure we all agree on that, and then get the message out.
Do it.
Okay, guys, I need to do some real life stuff, but I'm gonna make the community change right now and post it out, and would love if you'd come help out, man. Let's be community. Sergeant Esco, thanks for joining. Barry, Strength.
That guy's in the hospital in stable condition. Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer today announced he has worked with Senate Republican Leader Mitch McConnell on a bill to avoid a government shutdown when federal funding runs out on Friday.
A majority of Democrats and Republicans don't want to shut down. But there's a group, a hard right group, particularly in the House, some in the Senate, who want to bully their way into forcing a shutdown. That cannot happen.
Schumer says he will put on the floor of the Senate legislation this Tuesday that will keep the government open. People in parts of the Midwest have been hit with temperatures in the negative double digits along with snow-packed roads and highways. ABC's Victor Oquendo says the major Arctic blast is bringing
Hey, Mama keeping the boo-boos on.
millions of people.
The boo-boo on. What happened in the moose?
Feeling as
I
cold
want
as
some
70
doggy
degrees
information.
below zero in
All those for
Montana.
having, yeah.
Powerful blizzards
Especially
blanketed the May,
shy, she's
Iowa,
baby.
nearly 10 inches of snow.
She's probably right there. Right there.
Snow-covered
And
Milwaukee.
my
New York Governor Kathy Hochul went ahead and postponed the NFL game between the Bills and Pittsburgh Steelers over to Monday as New York blizzard conditions lash Buffalo. Soap opera star Bill Hayes has died. Hayes has been on NBC.
Kind of whips from Jim at his desk to Michael in his office doorway, and then it whips back again to Jim at his desk. And I remembered watching it again. I was suddenly reminded that those were shot on 2 different days, and that Steve had to leave for whatever reason, and we didn't have him for that following day, and so we shot him in the doorway, and we whipped the camera off him, and then the following day we whipped back onto John at his desk, and then tied the 2 together in the editing room, so it looks like it's happening in real time. And I was just watching it, and I was very pleased at how effective it was when I watched it again, because I realized, well, hopefully only me and the editor know that's what happened there.
I would have no idea. Yeah.
Yeah, it was a very satisfying little trick.
I remember Randall talking about the whip cut, that this was their trick. Because of you couldn't, so much of our footage is like a Warner docu-style camera work. It was really hard to cut, but if you did a whip, you could cut in a whip, and that was the way that they would be able to use 2 versions of a scene or something.
That's right, absolutely right, and it's very satisfying to do, because it's sort of somehow you're playing a little trick on the audience, and they don't realize. I don't know why that's so satisfying.
Well, I was just going to say, over the course of the whole series, you were such a champion for Jim and Pam, and I remember that so much. It was, we talked about how that was true in this episode, but all the way to the end, you were always so invested in them, and I just say thank you, because your voice in the writer's room was really meaningful. So thank you.
Well, thank you, and thank you for such an amazing job, and congratulations with your podcast. And I wouldn't mind just saying a final thought, which was just about Lester, who wrote that episode. Lester Lewis, who so tragically died a few years after that, and I only knew him for that one episode, and that was the only time I worked with him. But he was such a lovely man, and I just and then sort of whenever I think of that episode, it's kind of tinged with that bittersweet. That bittersweet aftertaste, if you like. So, a little reminder to him.
Yeah, we loved Lester so much.
Well, Stephen, I just want to say thank you
I mean, I feel like everyone in our cast was just like humbled that we got this job. We all felt like we won the lottery ticket. And you gave us that lottery ticket, you know, you and Ricky, and you forever changed our lives. Like I'm the person that's quick to laugh and quick to tear up, and what you gave us and how you changed our lives and our families just from having this idea. I don't know. I will never be able to say thank you enough. So thank you.
Well, that's very sweet of you. But again, I you know, I think Ricky and I feel very proud of our version, but also of the American version. I think for me, I grew up watching and loving American shows, and I was hooked on, you know, MASH, and then Cheers, and then Roseanne, and then the idea of sort of having my fingerprints on a show like yours, which stands in the lineage of those shows and is now as beloved by audiences as those shows, is just incredible. And that's a testament to you guys and all the cast and all the crew. Beyond what it's like you mentioned about Frankenstein earlier, but you know, to us, we've always thought of The Office as it's like Frankenstein's monster, and we kind of created this thing in the lab, and it went off and rampaged around the world on its own, you know, without us. And the idea that the show is having this kind of this sort of whole second life, and you know, audiences finding it again, I just think it's such a thrill and an honor to be associated with it. So thank you.
And will you tell us a little bit about the show that you're working on now, The Offenders?
Yeah.
No, goodbye.
Oh dear. Come on.
No, well, it's interesting because it's a show that is about people doing community service. You know, when you get like a DUI or some minor crime, and instead of sending you to jail, they give you 120 hours of picking up garbage at the side of the road or whatever. And my parents did not do DUIs. They were people that were in charge of offenders that did these days. And I just thought it was always an interesting idea, a good way of bringing a completely disparate group of people together. And interestingly, it has parallels with The Office in that regard, because, you know, like with an office, those people only know each other because they work in that same environment, and they fall in love and they hate each other and they fight and argue, and it's the only thing that kind of keeps them together is because of that job and those four walls. And this was sort of a similar, you know, idea in a way, is that although it has a bit more of a dramatic thrillery spine, the jumping off point is, again, how do you bring an interesting bunch of characters together that wouldn't otherwise meet and sort of watch the sparks fly. And so it shares some DNA with The Office in that regard. But yes, we're sort of in the middle of filming it now, and hopefully it'll be out later in the year.
And where can we find it? BBC and Amazon Studios, is that right?
Amazon Prime and BBC, yes, that's right. And its name may change at some point. Who knows? Maybe its cast will change. I don't know. But at the moment, it's called The Offenders, and and it's shaping up really nicely. I'm excited.
Well, I want to throw something out there too, because I'm a big fan of your film, Fighting with My Family.
Thank you.
It came out in 2019. I discovered it during the pandemic. It is so good. You wrote and directed it. So while you're waiting for The Offenders, check out Fighting with My Family.
Thank you so much. I'm very proud of that film. I think it turned out really nicely, so I appreciate it.
Well, Stephen, this was just a joy.
Yeah,
thank you
It was wonderful.
so
It's so great
much.
to reminisce. It's really nice to talk about it. If I hadn't rewatched it, I realised I was completely forgotten so much of that and so much of the fun of shooting it. It was really pleasing to kind of go back and look at it again.
Well, thank you so much, Stephen. Thank you so much for today.
Thank you, guys. Thanks so much.
Where do we go from there? That was so great.
I don't know, Angela, but I have to tell you, I was on a high for days after we did that interview.
I know.
Here's all you need to know about Stephen Merchant, by the way. Just the warmth and heart of this man. He really was the champion of Tim and Dawn on the British show and of Jim and Pam on our show. And if you need an example of that, just look at how he wore his Wernham Hog hat for a podcast.
And brought his coffee mug, his Dunder Mifflin coffee mug.
That he had tea in.
We need to send him some office ladies like merch.
We have to.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, well, should we break down this episode?
Yes, let's get to it.
This episode opens with a very funny cold open. Dwight bursts into Michael's office to congratulate him on his engagement. Congratulations, Michael.
And punches him hard.
I know.
I feel like this is how my kids would congratulate you. You aced your test. Pow! Dwight is such a kid.
Yeah, no, it's true. Daryl has a talking head. He just wants to make sure we all know that what we saw last week was true, that Michael is definitely not engaged.
Yeah, no, in fact, he would help support his therapy.
Might need a little help.
Yeah, he's a little worried about him. Well, there is a deleted scene where the gang asks Michael to tell him about the proposal moment.
Oh,
and Michael just starts doing that thing to know where he just gets deeper and deeper into like a ridiculous lie. And it's so funny. Sam, can you play it?
Wasted. How did I propose? Let me see. Well, I drove her up to Nashua and by the ring, big 10-carat diamond, beautiful. I got down on my hands and knees and shooting star crossed overhead, and it just lit up the diamond like a shooting star. And we were in a restaurant, and I put the diamond into a cheeseburger.
Crap.
And I start to choke.
I black
So what do I do?
this morning.
I CPR training, go around, start doing the Heimlich. The ring, 10-carat diamond, pops out of her mouth, hits her shrimp cocktail right onto her finger. 1,000,000 to 1 shot. All of the Greek people in the restaurant start screaming, "Oppa!" Which means congratulations. So,
what is this restaurant where they have ordered a cheeseburger and shrimp cocktail?
And they're outside with a shooting star.
And it's Greek.
And it's Greek.
And you know that famous Greek shrimp cocktail
Out under the shooting stars with a great cheeseburger. I mean, you could just, if you get a chance, watch this deleted scene because you see him being like, yeah, and then this happened, and,
10-carat diamond.
Yeah, I know.
Wow.
Wowzers.
What was left in the episode is that everyone makes him call his mom and tell her the news.
And she thinks he's lying again. And he's like, "Why, Mom, come on."
8 more.
A couple of things. I don't know if you noticed, the entire time he's on the phone with his mom, Mindy is hiding behind Phyllis's shoulder. You can only see her forehead. This is totally because Mindy was laughing.
Yeah, she's laughing.
Exactly. We also had some fan questions from Sabrina, Hannah, and Paul, who would like to know who voiced Michael's mom in the cold open. This was June Squibb, who is an amazing character actress. She was actually nominated for an Academy Award for Best Supporting Actress in 2014 for her role in the movie Nebraska.
Oh my gosh.
She also played Jack Nicholson's wife in the movie about Schmidt.
She's so good.
So good.
She's so good.
Yeah.
Oh, we were so lucky.
Yeah, that's Michael's mom.
Well, now we're getting into the episode. It's customer survey time.
Yeah.
Kelly brings Michael all the customer survey files and also a receipt to her bridesmaid's dress that she bought. That whole bit made me laugh so
Well, he'll
hard.
take care of it.
Oh, yeah.
He's got it. He just crumples it up and throws it in
Anybody
the
else say
trash.
anything?
So the whole
Like,
premise of the
no,
story is
dog,
that
that guy's
Dwight,
really
Jim,
cool.
all the salespeople,
I bet
they
somebody's
have these
like, oh,
customer
dog,
surveys,
that
and if they
dude's
do
cool.
well, then they get
Don't just
bonuses and things
report
like
for
that,
spam
right?
first.
So stakes are
It is
high.
annoying.
Jen, I have a
Those
question
who
for you.
follow back all
Okay.
better
Do you do the customer surveys? Like if you get a
tell
prompt
you,
on an
little
app
chick,
or an
when
email
new
or a
files are
receipt
popping up,
or
I
someone calls you
no
because you
order
purchased
for
something,
them.
do you do the customer surveys?
Very rarely, but occasionally, if I have a really great interaction with a salesperson, I want to give them like a kudos. So I will actually go home with my receipt. They usually circle it, right? And then I go take the survey and I say how great they were.
This is totally why we're BFFs, because I do that. I do
Oh,
the surveys, you guys.
Every time?
I try to. It's very time consuming. It really is. I was once on the phone with this guy. We had gotten an appliance delivery, and then they do the setup, and then they called to see how you liked their service, right? I was on the phone with the guy for 45 minutes.
Saying what?
Well, I did his survey, and then we just had a heart to heart. Josh came in and was like, "Are you still on the phone with the dishwasher guy?" I said, "I am. I did the survey." And he told me a lot of people don't do them. Sometimes they hang up on him, or sometimes they yell at him, or sometimes they get very offended by the questions he asks. And they're just sort of standard questions. And I said, he was a really nice guy. I talked to him, he'd had a tough few months, and
This is so you. Let me say, I do the customer surveys that are online. Oh, yeah. So I don't do like a phone call customer survey.
Oh, I love a phone call customer survey.
Yeah, that's you.
I want to get to know you. And anyway, this whole episode made me think about that. And I was like, I wonder if Jenna does them too.
I do, because I worked in that line of work and I know how like a good review it boosts you up the ladder.
It does. And I did as well. And so I think about that.
Well, the other storyline going on here, Jim's going to have a talking head where it is revealed that
8
he
more
and
pesky
Pam are
follows
wearing
from ViralRabbi.
tiny Bluetooth
Crap.
earpieces.
Yeah, and this technology
How
did
many
not
followers
exist.
you got, bitch?
No, the Mitsubishi
14.7.
B400 is not a real thing.
That's great,
this is a
baby.
fakey tech alert. Fakey tech
14.7K.
alert. Yeah.
Make that
We talked a little
14.7
bit
M
about
soon
this
enough.
with Steven,
Fellow
how
book
they were
lover
totally
Beth.
fake.
That bitch
So the way we
sucks.
did this was
Anyway,
we
are
shot
you
John's
done?
side of
Next.
these conversations first. And I would be off camera reading my
West side.
lines. And then at the end of the week, we went to the corporate set and we shot my side of it. And then John was off camera. And Veda, our script supervisor, would have to take diligent notes because if there was an improvisation that we did, she would have to write it down so that we could remember to shoot my half of it when we moved over to corporate.
Oh, man.
So it was really complicated. It wasn't like there was a camera on him and a camera on me.
Right.
So that's how we did it. And by the way, I found out that this whole Bluetooth storyline was pitched by BJ Novak.
I, of course, had to Google what is actually the smallest headphone ever made.
Oh,
yeah. According to the internet, you guys, and I don't know why I find this stuff interesting. This is like what's happened with us, with Office Ladies. We talk about it. We see something, we're like, I want to know, what is the smallest headphone? According...
Remember when this thing was working? Yoshi.
Let's see. They plan to use the same director. Tom Cruise is going to be in it with Glenn Powell and Miles Teller as well. Paramount is looking to repeat the success of Top Gun Maverick. The news has caused some eyebrows to be raised in Hollywood as Cruise recently signed a new deal with rival studio Warner Brothers. Cruise is going to develop and star in films for Warner Brothers. Non-exclusive, so the star is able to continue working in Top Gun 3 at Paramount. That's a pretty good deal. When you sign a deal with the studio, and the studio's like, hey, listen, you can work for others as long as you work for us. Nice. You get to do that when you're Tom Cruise. Not everybody gets to do that. Not everybody gets to pull that off. All right, we'll continue with some more. In fact, I've got some gossip.
According to the internet, you guys, and I don't know why I find this stuff interesting. This is like what's happened with us, with Office Ladies. We talk about it. We see something, we're like, I want to know, what is the smallest headphone? According to the internet, Swedish headphone maker Ear In kicked off its Consumer Electronics Show in 2021 by revealing the A3 true wireless earbuds. And according to Ear In, they are the smallest and lightest headphones ever made. Sorry, Apple.
Are they expensive? Do you know?
I looked it up as like $190.
What? For the smallest?
For the smallest.
But are they the best?
Don't know that. Yeah, don't know that, guys. Just telling you. Ear In claims to have the smallest.
Now it's time for Dwight to find out how he did on his survey.
And I have what I'd like to call a new catchphrase alert. What is it? Sam, can you play it?
Alrighty, Dwighty.
Alrighty, Dwighty. It's my new catchphrase. I love it. I'm going to say it. Alrighty, Dwighty. What you got, Jenna?
Well, I'll tell you, Dwight doesn't do well on his survey.
No.
And Michael's not joking.
Even though Dwight has that queasy feeling that he gets when he sometimes is hearing a joke.
Yeah, but he's not laughing. He can't be sure because he can't see himself. But yeah, it's very upsetting. But guess who else doesn't get a good review? Jim. That's right. Yeah, he is arrogant and smudge.
A lot of smudgeness.
Yeah. Now, Jim turns off his little Bluetooth.
Yeah, Pam's like, what? What's happening?
Yeah. And then he has a talking head where he reveals some pretty big news. That he was counting on this bonus because he's going to buy his parents' house. Pam doesn't know this. And also, clearly, it's going to put him in debt because he says, you know, he's going to buy something he can't really afford.
But he's also retiring his parents.
Yeah, I guess they need the money from the house sale to retire. Then he gets on the phone with Pam. He tells her about the bad review, but not about the house. How do we feel about that? Am I opening a can of worms?
I mean, you have that look on your face where you know exactly how you feel about it. I don't know why you're asking me. You just turned red.
I know, because this is going to play out, and
Well, you feel like a home purchase is a two-hander, not a one-hander. It's a big life moment.
and not just because they're going to live in it together, and I think that people should pick out their living space if they're going to live in it, but also because it's a financial burden. Jim has just revealed this is going to burden him and then also Pam. And I think that something of that gravity you should speak about with your partner before you do it. I personally don't find large financial purchases that I then have to live in to be a romantic gesture.
I probably shouldn't have bought you that RV.
I do love the RV, Angela. I wouldn't have had the table be exactly where it is, but I can live with it. I loved it. Thank you.
I put the title in your name. How are those payments? We're kidding. I didn't buy her an RV. I didn't buy her an RV. But yeah, I think this kind of moment is what we call the two-hander, guys. It's a two-hander life moment.
Yeah, and I think this sort of speaks a little bit to where, Pam was so heavily criticized for Alex's attention on her that she never reciprocated, right? In this art school story. But there's not a lot of criticism of how Jim is partnering. And that's sort of where, I don't know, he gets a pass maybe because he's so charming and it's seen as romantic.
Well, some people might see it as romantic that he's going to provide a home, but but
he's not really, because it's a financial burden.
Well, I said but. I had a but coming, which is also that, when you're partnering with someone in life, the word is partner, right?
Yeah.
It's not soloing. I'm not soloing with you. I'm partnering with you. And Pam might have said, you know what? Why don't we live in one of our apartments and save money for a bit?
Or she might have said, listen, I get it. I love your parents. I want your parents to be able to retire. I agree to take on this financial burden to provide your parents with a great retirement. I'm in.
That's right.
But she wasn't given that opportunity.
She never got the chance.
Yeah.
There was some soloing and not some partnering.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's talk about what Andy's up to. He goes to get some coffee, but he can't find his mug because Jim's using it.
It's his face.
But is it? I mean, smile. Smile like the mug.
That was so funny. That made me laugh so hard. Jenna, what do I have here in my hand?
You guys, Angela has her mug with the star and her little severe face.
What in the fuck is disease X?
At the end of the week, am I like the office klepto? I full on took it. It has sat on my desk at home for 15 years, and I keep my pencils and stuff in it, and I washed it out and brought it here today so I could drink out of it.
So cool.
In honor of the episode. Sam, do you see it? You're head of the PPC. You need to clock things like this.
It's wonderful.
Okay, thank you.
I don't have one.
You don't have one.
That is not wonderful.
Thank you.
You do have a mug, though, with the edge on it.
I do have that, thanks to you, Angela. I don't think we talked about that on the pod.
We haven't.
All right, I'll share. Angela got me a mug from The Edge, my favorite movie.
I made it, guys. I went on a website and I made it.
It took you months. It has a picture of Anthony Hopkins and Alec Baldwin, and then it has a picture of the bear, and then it has the quote, what one man can do, another can do.
And I gave it to her as a birthday gift.
Yes, and that is the actual quote from the movie, even though I say what one man has done, another can do.
I looked it up. I got it right.
No, you got it right. You got it right.
And now Jenna can drink her mug with either the bear facing her or Anthony Hopkins and Alec Baldwin.
And I use it on days when I need to get fired up. When we're writing our book, and I know I have a tough day of writing ahead, and I just can't get into it. I'll get that mug, Angela, and I'll pour coffee in it, and I'll look at that bear, and I'll be like, I'm going to slay this bear today. The quote from the movie is, we're going to kill a motherfucking bear today.
The bear is the book.
The bear is the book. The bear is whatever you need to conquer in the day.
Not today.
And it stares at me. Not today, bear.
Not today, bear.
I love my mug.
Or not today, Anthony.
Who's Anthony?
Anthony Hopkins.
Charles. You mean Charles?
Charles. Well, Jim says, why don't you use the Snoopy mug? And Pam's like, no, that's my mug.
But it's not even her mug. Her mug is the pink mug.
I know. So I wrote here in my notes. Wait, did Pam bring her pink mug?
Maybe
to art school. Maybe Pam brought her pink mug to art school.
Snoopy is her backup mug.
Yeah, I'd buy that.
This is more mug talk than you ever thought you might hear.
There's going to be more too, so just buckle in for that later. Also, Andy would like you to know about landing the greatest tentist for the wedding.
Do you mean the Shangri-La tent? To celebrate your wedding with excellence? I screen grabbed it. That's what the website says. And let me just tell you a little bit about this tent, you guys. It's 2 stories and heated, and it has a bridal suite for his bridal suite. It's really simple and tasteful. A 2-story tent.
You know, it's the same tentist that Giuliani used for his first and third weddings.
But Nana Mimi can't be in canvas that long. Angela's not having it.
No.
Well, I have to share with you guys this scene between Angela and Andy. I couldn't do it. I literally couldn't do it. It's at 10 minutes, 10 seconds. Angela Martin has to say to Andy, you can have your tent, but only if it's in a field, a hand-tilled field.
You still can't say it.
I tried my hardest.
Just now you said hand-tealed field.
No, I didn't. I was trying so hard.
You said tealed.
Did I say
like tealed like the color?
Okay, well.
It's supposed to be tilled. Hand-tilled field.
Okay, so
this is what Angela could not do on the day.
What I just read to you guys was what was exactly in the script. Right? And if you watch the show, you know that's not what I say. Because I think we did like 13 takes. My Southern kryptonite is a vowel in front of an L. You might remember filthy males. Couldn't say those. So I kept saying a hand-tilled field. Hand-tilled field. So many times that Lester came over to me, who's so sweet, and he said, Angela, it's hand-tilled field? Tilled? Hand-tilled.
Till, like until.
Hand-tilled. I can't say that. What happens to me? I cannot say this word. And I said, and I looked at him, and I looked at his lips as he said it. I was trying.
No, I have to be on top. Obviously, I'm on top.
Say that. I was just gonna say, I don't think that's gonna work out very well if he's on top.
Hey, listen, you know.
It's just like,
but
I'm
here's
a very fat man. When there's a will, there's a will. You can make it happen, you know.
no. Have you guys seen me? I need to be on top.
Yeah, I was gonna say there's advantages.
Be me for it. Your girl.
Are together at the end of the year.
No.
Is R34 specifically lolly pedophile porn?
No, R34 is
Rule 34.
It's just a space for it's just a space for like old people, like
Thank God. Thank God.
characters in general. It's not like specifically minors. Because I'll just say this: if it was specifically minors for R34 shit, then the internet wouldn't be packed with as many degenerates as it is. I know most of it's a bit, but there's literally no way that somebody can like have an IQ of room temperature and believe that that account is actually teaching this. Like, I just please, like, don't tell me anybody legitimately believes that.
Rule 34 is, or Rule 34 is just that. Alright, everybody, quit talking over each other. If you are talking too much, let somebody else fucking talk, alright? Sorry. Cold, what's up? What were you saying? Sorry.
It's hard to express or explain what R34 actually means. There's a list of the rules of the internet, and the 34th rule is that if it exists, there's porn of it. So Rule 34 or R34 is just literally everything on the internet. There's a porn version of it on R34.
Okay, I get that, but you can like R34 stuff, but like not like every type of thing. Like in TJ's case, what is it? The fucking bestiality, incest, rape shit, or whatever. It's not him. So not him. I'm not. You don't gotta defend every type, obviously.
Never judge a book by its cover.
No, it's not even a defend. It's literally just the account is clearly from the perspective of a woman. It's like, you guys never met like a weird degenerate Tumblr woman who likes porn like that.
No, I've
met plenty of Discord. Yeah, that's that kind of that's a woman. That's not a man.
And I don't know how true this is, but people were saying that the R34 account has posted
Yes.
You know, is the R34 account? What is that on? Is that on Reddit or 4chan or?
It's a web R34. I think it's on the website.
It's literally on the Rule 34 website.
Okay.
I did not know there was a website.
Yeah.
There, I thought that was like a subreddit.
So you're saying y'all are saying it's somebody else, basically. That's what you're trying to say.
I don't know. I'd be anybody.
There's literally no way it is TJ.
I think there's plenty of ways it could be TJ, but also plenty it couldn't. But just based off his reactions in the tank, like he's not like defending his case very well, in my opinion.
How old is TJ?
He's 22.
He's 22?
So there's this thing about how
he's definitely on that R34 shit.
So there's this thing about how the Reddit account of Luke Cooch posted 10 years ago about a like car mechanic thing. He was like giving advice on a truck thing, and everybody said there's no way this could possibly be him because he's talking about cars. And I don't know about you guys, but when I was 12, I definitely nerded out about cars. I could have definitely been posting about car mechanic shit at 12 years old.
Can I ask, of the stories on that account, is there one about two gay dudes in an abusive relationship? Because that's what a lot of R34 female like artists will like make animations about abusive gay relationships, but it being like the victim is still in love with the abuser or something like that.
Yeah, that's the case, but no, I think the main thing that came out of that was like the whole, was that it was like a weird mommy baby like porn thing, and like the thing was clearly supposed to be that the person was supposed to be the perspective of the mommy.
Like role playing as the mommy, I think that's like some gooner type behavior. Even if you're a guy, like role playing as a mom.
It is, but then like somebody else made the point that there's a Reddit account that is also called Luke Cooch that clearly seems to link more heavily, like stylistically, to the Rule 34 account, and those like that account pretty explicitly like considers itself like as a woman and talks like years ago like somebody that would not have been TJ's age. Like it's not what a young 13 or 14-year-old boy would talk like.
Well, yeah, so that's what I brought up about the mechanic stuff. That's all I've seen. I haven't done a deep dive into everything.
It's more than the mechanic thing for sure.
Okay.
Yeah, it's like everybody's acting like, oh, I mean, like Luke Cooch is not that. It is in terms of like the way it is said, like when it comes off the tongue, like it's not a name that would be that hard to come up with originally, right?
I think a lot of R34 shit has to be separated from fetish shit, because have reports for everything that exists.
Yeah, like you got SpongeBob and Patrick, like fuck.
Yeah, that makes me think of like inanimate objects.
I think that also started with Sonic shit too. I think that's where it all started.
With Christian.
Everything.
Oh shit, Christian went to jail fucking up the street from where I live.
Yeah, same here. Like I'm in Virginia. Like
I was dead, hell yeah.
Did you walk
there and nobody got out?
Did you walk over and see him get out?
No, I wanted to get a little visit with him, but couldn't work out.
I do gotta say though, like R34 is kind of like how you categorize any type of entertainment, like movie, video game. You gotta have, like,
are we enabling R34 though?
Well, here's the thing. There's certain.
There's no enabling. It's never gonna stop.
Well, there's R34 like basic like vanilla and like and other shit like that. Then you got the subgroup of fetish shit.
Like that's Stone Miko.
And even then, you have to divide that subgroup into like what is okay and what is not, if that makes sense. So, like,
well, honestly, like my opinion of this whole thing is I don't care what kind of porn you watch. As long as it's nothing illegal, like I really don't care if he wants to fuck horses. From what I've seen in the tape, I kind of
he's got a game, bro.
I mean,
there's an argument might be illegal in some ways.
bestiality is illegal.
That's true, but like watching cartoon horses isn't illegal.
Unless you get killed in the bestiality process, like the one guy.
No, Mr. Hands. Yeah, but it's just like whatever his kicks are, I don't think that that's really like a death sentence for him. I just wish if it is true, I wish he would kind of like embrace it and be like, "Fuck yeah, I'm a freak. What are you gonna do about it?" Shinji did it, and everybody loves him for it.
Yeah, Shinji is a porn star though.
I wouldn't say a porn star. I think he's a porn actor, but going with like the argument of BC, argument. There's you never heard of him. They're not a porn star. Shinji's not a porn star. He's a porn actor. Yeah, if you had never heard of him, they're not a porn star. So exactly.
I think it would be. Yeah, I think literally him as a prostitute would be more applicable since he did say he did prostitution. He said he did prostitution.
Did he? He made money from.
Yeah, he said on the.
Oh, I missed that.
Yeah,
I'm sorry, I missed that. I didn't hear that.
He said,
wait, there's a different Shinji. I was thinking of fucking Evangelion Shinji. I didn't hear that. I thought I heard like porn star.
I said like porn star. Yeah, he was also a full-blown prostitute.
I didn't hear prostitute. I just heard like he was a porn star.
I mentioned that he did the sex work shit, like porn, like prostitution. Yeah, and during that time, he spent a majority of the money he made from it also on prostitution himself.
I never heard that.
He said that the other day, like earlier this week, I believe. Actually.
I'm writing down.
I think that actually, I think it was like the first day we found out about it. Somebody leaked out information like he did prostitution and he did porn acting. So
I thought
it was like day one shit.
Shinji was just like a pseudonym, and it might not be his real name, but that's his porn star. Shinji.
Let me get that OnlyFans.
I'm pretty sure if any of them on there would have an OnlyFans, it would be done gay.
What about Letty? Does Letty have an OnlyFans?
No.
Here's the thing: people confuse her with some other like OF type chick, like that looks similar to her.
No, she's got that like dumbass face that I like.
Yeah, dumbass face.
What's up, Brian? How you doing?
Good.
Hey, Peter.
Hi, Brian. Hey, what's up?